This course is organized by conversation topics to help you learn faster. Each topic focuses on common situations you will experience in English and important vocabulary you will need to understand and use. First, we start off with casual greetings because you need to be able to say hello, introduce yourself, end a conversation, and say goodbye. We use a lot of idioms to do these things, so I'll teach you the most important ones. Then, a quick section on how to ask questions. This part focuses on the grammatical structure for forming most questions. This is very helpful, but in spoken English, we often ignore these rules. That's why in every section after it, I explain how you should ask questions like a native speaker related to specific topics and situations. Next is how to describe yourself, other people, and give a great introduction. You need these skills when meeting new people, so learn how to do it now so you don't look silly in public. Health and fitness is next and teaches you how to talk about your physical body, your emotions, fitness, exercise, and nutrition. We all want to be healthy, so be healthy in English too. Then watch the lifestyle section if you want to talk about your hobbies and interests, and start using idioms and expressions to talk about your passions and dislikes. The dating, friends, and family section follows that to talk about every type of human relationship, romantic, friendly, and familial. Food and drink comes next and teaches you everything you need to know about shopping at the supermarket, eating at a restaurant, going to a cafe, and having a drink at a bar or club so you can have fun going out. The next section is just as important: travel, transportation, and directions. This way you can travel confidently in English, understand how to use public transportation like the bus and subway, go through the airport quickly, and have no trouble asking for directions. With the school and education section, you will have no trouble talking about your past education, current studies, and what you plan to study in the future. And just like every other section, you learn a ton about American culture. Business and work. Greetings and introductions in business are not so casual, so we need to learn how to greet people in more formal settings and understand cultural differences. As well, a lot of focus on small talk, describing your work, and learning necessary idioms related to marketing, sales, negotiation, and meetings. Time and memory is next, which means focusing on the most important tenses for the past, present, and future. How to describe the times of day, dates on a calendar, how to say the years, and other time vocabulary and idioms. Finally, the weather. How to use weather for small talk, describe the weather and climate, types of severe weather, current events topics, and more idioms. And if you have any suggestions for topics to focus on related to spoken English and conversation, send me a message and I'll be glad to add it in the future. Are expressions and idioms necessary? Idioms and expressions are vocabulary that cannot be understood just by looking at. They need context and a deeper explanation. Sometimes the idioms are the best or only vocabulary we have available, and other times there are options. For example, if someone is a card, it's an idiom to describe someone as odd or eccentric. So you don't have to use card because there's a lot of other adjectives that have the same meaning, but you do need to understand it because it's a very popular idiom to describe someone. A teacher's pet is a student who does anything to make the teacher happy, and they are very annoying because of that. But there is no other vocabulary that has the same meaning as teacher's pet. Because of that, you must understand and use this term. So in this course, I will tell you when an idiom is absolutely necessary to understand and use, and when you can survive by just understanding a term but using simpler vocabulary to appear more fluent. Native speakers do this all the time. We forget words when we're speaking, and when we do, we replace them with other, simpler words. The most important vocabulary we don't usually forget. That's our active vocabulary. But the words we do forget, our passive vocabulary, we replace with easier nouns, adjectives, and expressions. When you can do that, you're fluent. Here's how to practice your English with this course. First, in many lectures, you will hear this sound. That means to pause the video and repeat out loud a question I asked you. Second, there are assignments waiting for you in this course. There are 3 ways you can complete an assignment. Number 1, write your response. This is great for improving your written English and is excellent for memorizing vocabulary. Number 2, record the audio or video of yourself responding to the question. This is perfect for improving your spoken English. To do this with video, upload your video response to a site like YouTube or Vimeo and put the link to view it in your assignment response. I will watch it and leave some helpful comments. Or to do it with audio only, record yourself on a site like speakpipe.com. After you record yourself, you are given a link to share. Put that link in your assignment and I will listen to it and tell you what I think. Finally, there are also many mobile apps available where you can find free language partners. I put a link to my favorites in the downloadable content for this lecture. If you know any other tools we can use, send me a message, all right? Click Start Recording. You can record up to 5 minutes of audio. When you're finished, click Stop, and then Save on Server. Click Save again. Wait for it to finish saving. It takes about 15 seconds. When it's done, there you go. Put that link in your homework. You are a conversational genius in English. You're just missing a few important things. One of them is the many ways we say hello, ask questions, end a conversation, say goodbye, and sometimes escape a conversation because the other person just won't shut up. As well, learn the basic structure for asking questions that you can use in any situation, so you can start to find the answers by yourself when speaking English. Informal greetings in English, how to say hello. In English, we love idioms, and we love to use them when greeting people. So get ready to start any spoken conversation with the most important idiomatic ways to say hello. What's up? What's up is the most common English greeting. It's informal, so we don't use it at work with teachers or with elders. Use it with friends and people you know well. For pronunciation, you will either hear what's up, said in a very clear way, or something like what's up or sup, but they all mean the same thing. Repeat after me as I go from what's up to what's up to sup. What's up? What's up? Notice with what's up, the T sound disappeared completely. What's up? Sup. Notice with sup, we just have the preposition up with an S in front of it. Sup. Sup. What's up usually means how are you? How are things, or what have you been doing lately, or what are you doing now? We say it in person, in text messages, on the phone, everywhere. But there's generally two parts to your response. First, you respond with one of these. Not much, not a lot, nada, or nothing. Let's call that the not much part. Then you respond with your actual response, describing how you've been or what you have been doing. You can use any tense in your response. So a full response will look something like this. What's up? Not much. I've been busy with work. What's up? Nothing. I'm flying to India tomorrow. Sup? Nada. I just feel really sick. Now, let me ask you. Remember, there's two parts to this greeting. The not much part and then your real response. What's up? Did you respond? All right. Good work. Your response should have started with not much, not a lot, nada, or nothing. And then immediately after that, you tell me what you are actually doing or how you actually feel. So even if you're super busy or have something very important happening, we still generally start with the first part, the not much, and then you say what has actually been, is, or will be happening. Returning the question. After someone asks you what's up and you respond, it's most common to ask them the exact same question. So someone will say, what's up first, and the other person responds and then returns the question by saying one of these. And you? What's up with you? What about you? Or just, what's up? Hey, what's up? Not much. I'm going to the store. And you? Nothing. Have to work later. Hey, what's up, dude? Not a lot. What's up with you? Well, there's a party tonight if you want to come. The what's up greeting can have two purposes. First, to quickly say hello to someone and then say goodbye. Second, it can act as a type of small talk to allow you to start a real conversation. The choice is yours, and it depends if you actually want to talk to the other person in that moment. Sometimes we even just say what's up and nothing else because it can mean hello, nice to see you, and see you later, all in one greeting. Hey, what's up? Hey, what's up? What are you up to? What are you up to is another greeting that we use to ask, what are you doing right now? What's up was a more general question that could be talking about the past, present, or future. What are you up to is specifically asking about now, what the person is doing the moment you greet them. You can also use it to talk about the future. To do that, use some time adverbs like tonight, tomorrow, and next week. And when this question is asked by itself without anything after it, we still use our two-part response with not much and then our real response. What are you up to? Nada, I'm just relaxing at home. The pronunciation of what are you up to really changes as you talk faster. It starts as what are you up to, then what you up to, and finally what you up to. Pause and repeat these three after me. What are you up to? What you up to? What you up to? If you ever hear what you and then another verb, it's asking what you are doing right now, or if in the present simple, asking about something you regularly do, like for work. As well, you can use time adverbs to ask about the future. What you do means what do you do? What do you do for work? Because it's asking about a hobby or habit in your life. We won't respond with the not much part. So you can respond, I'm an engineer. And you? What you watching? Means what are you watching? And is followed by a verb, watching. So we answer their question and don't put the not much part. What you eating for lunch tomorrow? Means what are you eating tomorrow? And again, it's asking about an action. So we don't use the not much part in our response. Oftentimes in spoken English, the G sound disappears. So eatin', watchin', playin', askin'. Still write the G though, because it looks strange without it. What's happening? What's happening is very similar to what are you up to or what are you doing? And when used by itself, it's asking about right now. But if you add a time adverb, it can be now or any time in the future. What's happening? Nothing. I'm just eating lunch right now. You? What's happening this weekend? I'm going to the art museum on Sunday. What's happening with you? What's good? This is our last what's greeting. What's good? It just means how are you? What have you been up to? What's up? So when someone asks what's good, just say what you have been doing, what you're doing now, or what you're going to do in the near future. Here, it's very common to use the two-part response from before. Hey, what's good, man? Nothing, getting some coffee and heading back to work. Carol, what's good? Not a lot. We're going to look at a new house tomorrow. How are you? The other most popular greetings in spoken English are how are you and how have you been? These are less informal, so perfect in any conversation, formal or informal. That means you can use these at work, with teachers, and anyone else. It's a more direct question because it's asking how someone is. This is usually also a two-part response, but instead of the not much part, most commonly we will say good or I'm good, and then our real full response. Hey, how are you? I'm good. How about you? Hey, Lynn, how have you been? I've been good. And you? We usually want to repeat the tense that the original question is in. The last one was asked in the present perfect. How have you been? So Lynn responds, I've been good. Listen, you just completed the most important part of English conversation, starting a conversation. You should feel good about yourself. The most important thing is being able to respond to these different yet very similar greetings and repeating them if you want to continue talking to the person. I use what's up the most. I sometimes use the other greetings, but not as much. You should also pick your favorite and keep using that one so you become more comfortable with it. Now that we can start conversations, let's look at saying goodbye and how to exit a conversation in the next lecture. But first, it's time for assignment number 1. If you want homework, here it is. Informal greetings are very idiomatic, meaning they don't make sense the first time you see them or hear them. So using your favorite informal greeting that we looked at, tell me why you're taking this course, and tell me your biggest interests, hobbies, and topics you want to learn about, so I can continue to add more of the topics you actually want and need to be able to discuss. Here we can only interact by doing written homework. But remember, for every assignment, you can also practice with native speakers on free language exchange apps and by yourself. Open the downloadable resources to look at my favorite apps and tools to do that. Conversation. Starting with the most informal to slightly more formal, nothing really formal, but just how to start a conversation and kind of what you need to do and how some of these expressions change, especially the sound in spoken English. So first we have hey. Now you should never just say hey. It's not enough. Hey is basically an attention getter. It's to get someone's attention, to notice you, and to really use a real greeting after that. Because especially with pretty much every informal greeting, we use hey, and then our real greeting that sets us up, prepares us, or invites the other person to have a conversation with us. So for example, we'll say, hey, what's up? What's up is our first informal greeting that we're going to look at. It's the most popular, the one I use the most by far. When someone says, what's up, we also hear this as what's up. What's up? So we hear a slight w sound. Sometimes we also hear this as just sup. So I guess this is always informal, but becoming even more informal, we start with what's up. That's how I usually say it. We also have what's up, and then sup. Sup is even more informal than what's up in that order. So what's up, probably the most common, and then what's up. So we don't get the T in what's anymore, it's just what's up. And then finally, sup. Sup, man. Good to see you. So how do you respond to these? First of all, how do you respond to these? Just say not much. Actually, we have a choice. Basically, we're saying nothing. Not much, we can say nothing, not a lot, nada. We use some Spanish, especially in American English. Those are the most common. Not much, not a lot, nada, nothing. If you want to return the greeting, return the question, then you say, and you, or just you. And if you want, you can also repeat the question itself. What's up? Or what's up with you? So, what's up? Tell me, what's up? So first we respond, of course, with our kind of nothing expression. Nothing, not a lot, nada, not much. After that, give your real response. But start with nothing first. It's just how we do it. This is how we exchange greetings with any what greeting. Because we have a couple more we're going to look at. So if I say, hey, what's up? You will say, oh, not much. And you? I'll say, oh, not much. And then if you really want to, then you explain how you really are. What's up is really kind of asking, how are you? Or what's new? So we first, for some reason, we just start with the not much. And then you can immediately follow with how you actually are. So what's up? Oh, not much. I'm, going to class. Or I'm visiting a friend. Or I'm about to drive to a different city. Blah, 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 whatever. All right, then we have the next one. What are you up to? What are you up to? We don't usually say it like that, though. Usually, this is going to sound like whatcha. Whatcha up to? So, what are you up to? Nobody says that. You would have to be speaking very slow. Maybe someone asked you to repeat, maybe an English learner. What did you say? I said, what are you up to? We don't speak that slow naturally. Not in spoken English. What we say is whatcha up to. All right? It's the more informal, of course. Most of these greetings are. But whatcha up to? You'll hear that a ton. And how do you respond? Pretty much the same exact way. Give your nothing response. Nothing, not a lot, nada. And then you can give your real response. To return the question, you can just say, and you, or what you up to? And you, what you up to? So, for example, what you up to? No, not much. I have class right now, so I have to go. Or, not much. I'm not up to much. I'm not up to much. You can also say that. Some other ones we have are also what's happening and what's good. So again, just respond the same way. What's happening? Oh, I forgot to mention, with what's up, not with what's up, what are you up to? We can also use time adverbs here. I can ask, what are you up to tomorrow? So we can be talking about the present, but we can also add time adverbs like tomorrow, next week, later, to ask about a specific time later in the future. So that's really helpful too. But what's happening and what's good, these are the same as what's up. You just respond with your nothing first and then what you are actually doing. So what's happening? Oh, not much. I'm just going to class. What's good? Nothing, not much, nada. I'm about to take a nap. I don't know. Now let's go a little bit more formal, not really formal, kind of right in the middle of informal and formal. We have, how are you? This can be used in very formal situations. It can also be used in very informal situations. This is a greeting you can use in any situation. All right, so how are you? How are you? How are you? Now you'll notice too, it kind of gets mushed together, not as much though. How are you? How are you? How are you doing? That's basically what we're saying, but with how are you, you will almost always respond with good. I'm good. How are you? I'm good. Don't say fine. When some people say fine, it means like something might be wrong. If you say I'm fine, especially depending on the tone of your voice, you're kind of saying I could be better. And what it's inviting the other person to ask is, what's wrong? Why are you just fine? So even if you're not feeling so good, or if you're feeling really good, if you're feeling really good, say I'm great. I'm great. But if you're feeling good, just say I'm good. If you want people to ask, what's wrong or is there a problem, say I'm fine, because that's often what you're inviting the person to ask. Oh, what's wrong? Why are you just fine? Why aren't you good? So whenever someone asks you, how are you? Just say I'm good. That's by far the most popular response. And to return the question, just say and you or how are you? All right? So practice this. If you have any questions about what's up or what are you doing or what's happening, and remember, don't ever just say hey. Hey goes at the beginning. We use that as our attention getter. Hey, what's up? Hey, what are you doing? Hey, what's happening? Hey, what's good? Hey, how are you? But never hey by itself, and that's for in text and in person. Ending a conversation. The previous lecture showed you the best, most common ways to start talking to someone. Now you're going to learn how to show that you are ending a conversation, then say goodbye, and if you need to, how to politely escape from a conversation. Let's start with how English speakers demonstrate that they are trying to end a conversation because it's rude just to say goodbye without transitioning. These can be gestures, like looking at your watch, but filler words like okay, all right, and well are the most important. You see, there comes a point in every conversation where you are getting ready for it to end. Maybe you're busy, maybe the person is boring, or for whatever reason, someone is ready to end it. When that time arrives, okay, all right, and well are super helpful. Let's start with okay. Okay has two main uses in a conversation. The first one I think you already know. It's used to show you understand something or agree with something. But when a chat is finishing, we use okay a lot as a sign that the person is trying to exit. This is common in person, on the phone, and online. If the person notices it, they will probably say something similar and you will soon be saying goodbye. However, if you need to be more direct, after you say okay, give an excuse to end the conversation, like that you need to do something else or are busy. We often put but before or after okay when we do this. Here are some examples. Oh, and another thing, did you hear what that politician did? No, I didn't, but okay, I really need to go now. Tell me later. Look, Sarah's here. Let's go talk to her. Okay, but I'm supposed to get back to work. Just say hi to her for me. I'll see you later. All right. All right is used just like okay, and you might also hear all right then and okay then to mean the same thing. Often a conversation will slow down after a while and you don't have anything left to talk about. When this happens, oftentimes one speaker will say, all right, to show that they are finished. And the other speaker will repeat all right to show that they basically agree, and then we say goodbye. We can do the exact same thing with okay. Yeah, and that's what happened. All right. Well, talk to you tomorrow? Yeah, talk to you tomorrow. But that's pretty much all I did. Okay, well, let's talk later. Well. Well has a specific pronunciation when used to end a conversation. When we use well as a filler word to show that we are thinking, it sounds like this. Well, that means we're searching for a response and has a falling intonation. But when we use well to show that we are done talking, we use rising intonation, like this. Well, this is my favorite for showing that I'm done or would like to end a conversation. You can use this in person, on the phone, or online. Don't be afraid to interrupt someone, to stop them if you really want to or need to end the talk. We just say, well, or okay, and then give an excuse or say directly that you have to go. Here are a few examples with well. Pause and tell me if I'm using falling or rising intonation. Remember, falling intonation means I'm thinking or showing interest and still committed to the conversation. Rising intonation means I'm done, finished, and trying to end the talk. What do you think? Well, that's a good question. This is falling, means I am interested. Anyways, what do you think? Well, I'm a bit busy right now. Maybe later? This is rising, means I'm finished. I have to tell you what happened. Well, I'd love to, but not now. This is rising. I can't talk. I have to tell you what happened. Well, let's talk about it then. This is falling, means I'm ready to talk. If you're with someone else, we also say, well, we should get going, and, well, shall we? To show that we are preparing to leave. On the phone, you can say, well, I gotta go, or, well, I should get going. Saying goodbye. Now that you are capable of ending a conversation and can notice when someone else is trying to end a conversation, we are ready to say goodbye. There are a lot of ways to say goodbye, some formal and some informal. Let's start with the most informal. Peace. Peace is basically slang, so only use it with friends and people you know really well, but not at work or with teachers or elders. Some people also say peace out. Often people will hold up their hand like this as they say it. Peace or peace out. You can respond back with peace or any other way to say goodbye. I rarely say peace because it's too informal for me, but a lot of people do use it. Catch you later. I actually really like this one. Peace is too informal for me. I use catch you later with my friends and close relatives all the time. It means see you later. If you say catch you later to someone, you are also saying see you again in the future. So don't use this with people you don't know or don't plan on seeing again. To make this even more informal, you can also just say later. If someone says catch you later, you can also respond with catch you later or any other goodbye or say you too. But if someone says later, you can only respond by also saying later or saying any other goodbye. Catch you later. You too. Bye. I'm out. I'm out basically means I'm leaving. Physically leaving this location. It can also be a way to leave a conversation because you're saying, I have to go somewhere. So if you use I'm out, the other person assumes you are going somewhere. This is still pretty informal, so with people you know well. Well, it was nice talking to you, but I'm out now. Yeah, great to see you. Where are you heading? To school, but I'll call you later. See ya. Bye and goodbye. Bye isn't informal. You can use it with anyone, really. Goodbye is slightly more formal, especially when you pronounce the whole word. Goodbye. Most of the time, we just pronounce the letter G and bye. Goodbye. Goodbye. That's the most common way in spoken English. But if you say goodbye, that's too formal for me. That's how a robot says it for Google Translate. As well, I often say bye-bye. It's more playful and a bit more informal than the other ones. This is also how little kids will say goodbye, so adults will use it when talking to children. But kids tend to pronounce the word very correctly, to overpronounce it, like bye-bye. For adults, for it to sound natural, only pronounce the B in the first bye. So bye-bye, bye-bye, bye-bye. Take care. Take care can just mean goodbye, but you usually use it when you won't see the other person for at least a few days or are not planning to see them anytime soon. So I don't say take care to someone if I'm planning to see them later that day. As well, take care is a nice goodbye to use when you don't plan to ever see someone again. For example, you have a date with someone, but at the end of the date, you know that you don't want to see them again. Personally, I would say take care, because it already means I don't plan to see you anytime soon and can demonstrate that I'm not interested. When someone says take care, you can respond with you too. Also say take care or say any other goodbye. It was really nice meeting you. You too. Well, take care. Have a good one. Have a good one is a more casual way of saying have a good day. For both, we can say them from starting in the morning, basically meaning have a good morning, and in the afternoon to mean have a good afternoon. But if it's evening time, it can sound strange to continue saying have a good one or have a good day, because the day is basically finished. So instead say have a good night when you say goodbye in the evening. With a goodbye that starts with have a, it's polite to first respond with thanks and then you too. But you often hear all right instead of thanks in informal situations. I'm going to work. Have a good one. All right, you too. Here are your groceries, sir. Have a good day. Thanks, you too. Foreign language goodbyes. In English, we also say goodbye in other languages. For Americans, Spanish is an important part of our language. So a very common way to say goodbye is adios. You hear it a lot. If someone says adios to you, you can say adios or any other goodbye. Ciao is also very common. But for some people, ciao is not too formal, but too sophisticated. Adios just sounds natural because Spanish is so common in American English. But some people don't like ciao because they think it sounds arrogant or like you think you're better than them. So for ciao, it really depends on who you're talking to. Some other but less common foreign goodbyes are au revoir and sayonara. If someone does use au revoir or sayonara, it should be for a longer goodbye. You won't be seeing the other person anytime soon. But these two are not so common in spoken English. You'll mostly see it in film and TV. With au revoir and sayonara, you can repeat them or say any other goodbye. I'm going to say goodbye to you using some of these expressions. You respond with an appropriate goodbye. Okay, take care. You should also have said, take care, or you too. I have to leave now. Peace. You could also have said peace or peace out, or another informal goodbye. Well, I should get going. Adios. You could repeat adios or give a different goodbye. My ride's here. Catch you later. You could have repeated catch you later or any other goodbye. You might also have noticed that the you in catch you later becomes ya. Catch you later. Catch you later. You now have the skills to start, begin to finish, and end a conversation. Go to the next lecture if you want a quick and easy way to get out of any conversation, especially with someone who doesn't want to stop talking. Basically, a way to escape. But before we continue, let's do some practice. Remembering the correct goodbye to use can be a challenge. So to make sure you're ready for any situation, I want you to write at least 2 examples. First, write an informal dialogue between 2 friends greeting each other. Second, write a more formal dialogue between you and someone at work or with a teacher. I'm excited to see what you write. And remember, even native speakers sometimes use the wrong greeting and it does sound a little awkward. But it's common. If someone says to me, "What's up?" and I respond, "I'm good," it's obviously not the right greeting, but you just laugh at yourself and pay closer attention to what someone is saying next time. Quickly end any conversation. Now that you're able to start any conversation with any greeting, you will probably find that some people just don't want to shut up. My method is to say, "I'm sorry," and then "but," and then either tell them I must go or give an excuse and tell them goodbye. It's polite because you apologize and then give a reason. So it prevents people from becoming upset. A good adverb to use when doing this is really. Put it before your excuse because it shows that you are serious and completely finished talking to them. After doing that, if the conversation is in person, that is an appropriate time to simply start to walk away. If it's on the phone, it's now appropriate for you to end the call. Here are some examples. So I'm not sure about what. I'm sorry. I really have to go now, but catch you later. And I was just so confused about the whole thing and okay, I'm sorry, but really, I'm going to be late. Talk to you later. Hey, let me tell you what happened before. Listen, I'm sorry, but I have to get some work done. And that's it. You are on your way to becoming the conversation master. Asking questions. If you can't ask questions, you can't learn anything new. In your own language, you ask questions all the time when you don't understand something. Or at least you know that you should. It's the same in English. If you ask a question, you will get an answer. Native speakers ask questions all the time when they didn't understand or are confused. What we're focusing on right now are little expressions we use in a conversation to show we didn't understand or hear something correctly. Let's get to it. What's that? We use what's that? Sorry? What was that? And I didn't catch that when we didn't understand what someone said in a conversation or to show we don't understand the thing, concept, or idea they are talking about. Here are some examples. The said he's going to be late. What's that? I said the plumber said he's going to be late. In that example, I couldn't understand one of the words and it confused me. So I asked, what's that? And the prison industrial complex is contributing to incremental rise of the problem, right? Huh? I didn't catch that. In this example, I understood all the words, but what the person was saying still didn't make any sense to me. So I said, I didn't catch that to show my confusion. Your total today comes to $50. Sorry? Your total is $45.50. And in this example, I couldn't understand how much I was being charged. So I said, sorry, to show that I didn't hear them properly in a polite way. What? You can also just say what, but I don't recommend it. When people just ask what, it can appear very rude. So if you want to avoid any nasty situations in English, use any of the other expressions I told you about. What does blank mean? If you hear a specific word that you don't understand or think you might be confused about, use this structure. What plus does, then the word, and then mean. Here are some examples. What does turbulence mean? Oh, it's that rough air that shakes the plane when you're flying. What does hangry mean? Hangry means someone who's angry because they're hungry. You can also ask what's a and then the noun, the thing you're asking about. I didn't understand. What's an igloo? It's a house made of ice. Did he say caboose? What's a caboose? Well, in this situation, it's a but. Basic question structure. In my opinion, being able to ask a question with proper grammar will make you appear fluent. It can be very confusing and challenging for a native speaker to explain something when the question they're being asked doesn't make sense. So let's look at the basic question forms to turn you into a question master. With regular verbs like eat, travel, and walk, we form a question by putting the helping verb do in the front. In the present, it's either do or does, depending on your subject. Do I, do we, do you, do they, does he, does she, does it. In the past, it's did I, did he, did she, did it, did we, did you, did they. After that, we put our main verb, but it stays in the infinitive, also called the base form. That means we don't change it at all. Turn the following statements into questions. Statement, he travels a lot. Question, does he travel a lot? Statement, he ate the cake. Question, did he eat the cake? Statement, I walk 3 miles every day. Question, do I walk 3 miles every day? But we don't put a helping verb in front of modal verbs like can, could, will, shall, may, and might. We also don't put a helping verb in front of questions with the verb to be or to have. With all of these, we use inversion. Inversion just means that we change the order of the subject and verb in a question. Here are some examples. Statement, I am going to the store. Question, am I going to the store? The subject is I and the verb am comes next. To form the question, I just change the order of the subject and verb. Statement, you will see me tonight at the party. Question, will you see me tonight at the party? Statement, we've been busy all day. Question, have we been busy all day? Statement, you could win the competition. Question, could you win the competition? Statement, he may do it tomorrow. Question: may he do it tomorrow? You now have the fundamentals of asking questions in English. Don't be afraid to ask questions. It's a normal process of learning, and native speakers are often confused because they didn't understand or hear someone clearly, just like you. So keep going. You're doing a great job. You're doing awesome, but slow down. Let's do some question practice before you continue on your awesome English learning journey. We just discussed two types of questions. The first for use in a conversation when you need to ask for clarification. The second is the basic question asking format you can use in any situation. Give me some examples with both. Write some dialogues and I will respond with any corrections or comments. Extra points if you use a variety of tenses. Can't wait to see what you write. I hope you're ready because now we're going to focus on asking questions. And of course, to start, I want to look at some popular expressions we use in conversation when we didn't understand what someone said. Now, you already do this in your own language when talking to friends, a parent, classmate, or someone at work. Now you're going to start doing it in English, right? If you didn't understand what someone said, or if you want to show that you are confused by something they said, the most popular thing to say is, "What's that?" It's a bit more informal, but it's not rude at all. What's that? You can also use, what was that? Huh? And I didn't catch that. They're also good to use when we literally understood the words someone said, but didn't understand the message of what they were saying related to context. If you want to be more polite or find yourself in a more formal situation, sorry and excuse me are really good ones to use. Like, sorry, I didn't hear what you said, sir. Maybe you're talking to your boss. And furrow your eyebrows like this so they can understand just by your facial expression. Furrow your eyebrows. Be careful with just using what, because depending on how you say it, you can appear rude or like you're being short with the person you're talking to. To be short with someone means to act in a rude way and show disrespect. We say you're being short because you're not saying a lot. And what isn't saying much at all. So you risk upsetting someone. Now let's look at the general question structure for asking questions in general. With regular verbs like study, go, and decide, when asking a question in the present, you just put do before the subject if it's I, we, you, or they. I, we, you, they. Use does if it's he, she, or it. For the past, we only have did. Did he, did they, did he, did we, etc. For questions that use do, does, or did, we don't conjugate the main verb after the question word. So it's just, does he study? And did he study? In a regular statement, it's he studies and he studied, but not after a question word. But with the verb to be and modal verbs like can and will, we don't put a question word at the beginning of the sentence. Instead, we change the order of the subject and verb. This is called inversion. An example of a future simple positive sentence is I will do it. And to form the question, the subject I and the modal verb will change places, becoming will I do it. In the sentence it's here, the subject it and the verb is change places to become is it here. Asking questions isn't difficult, and writing examples is an excellent way to remember how questions are different from positive sentences. So write a few and message me if you have any questions. You are going to be fluent in English, but to be fluent, you need to be able to describe how someone looks, how they behave, and able to introduce yourself and others so that you can enjoy social situations when speaking English. That's what this course is for, and there's no time to waste because you want to be fluent, and I'm about to help you accomplish that goal. Describe and introduce someone. Name and introductions. We describe people all the time, where they're from, nationality, personality, physical appearance, and a lot of other characteristics. But before we look at important vocabulary, let's start with the structure, how native speakers organize these descriptions and ask about them. Think of your vocabulary as pieces of a puzzle. If you don't know where your vocabulary goes or how to use it, your speech is a mess. So let's start by learning the structure so you can put your vocabulary pieces wherever you want. When we introduce someone in person, we say, "This is," and then the person's name. This is a nice conversational way to introduce someone to a new person they don't know. We also say, "Let me introduce you to," and then the person's name. After you are introduced, say, "Hi, nice to meet you." Most often, the other person will then introduce themselves. If they don't, it's a sign they don't want to talk to you or are nervous. If you really want to continue the conversation and they don't introduce themselves, ask, "What's your name?" If you forget someone's name, it's always best to ask them again. Just say, "I'm sorry, I forgot your name." Or a little more informal, "I'm sorry, what's your name again?" A strategy I often use right when meeting someone the first time is to tell them I'm really bad at remembering names and that I will probably be asking them again. This way, they expect that you will ask again and you will feel more comfortable asking if you need to. Sometimes people forget to introduce us to others. When this happens, introduce yourself. Say, "Hi, nice to meet you. I'm," and your name. Like, "Hi, nice to meet you. I'm Callan." When meeting someone for the first time, hold out your hand to give a handshake when introducing yourself. I don't recommend you give someone a hug or a kiss on the cheek. This might be common in other parts of the world, but in the US, that is only something for close friends and family, and is seen as being inappropriate for many Americans. Let's pretend we are both at an event, and the organizer of the event just said, "Spend the next 5 minutes introducing yourself to as many people as you can." Let's introduce ourselves to each other. Remember, the first time you meet someone, it's nice and polite to give a handshake as you introduce yourself. If you don't feel comfortable with that, or are too far away to shake hands, wave at the other person as you introduce yourself. You know, like this. "Hi, I'm Callan. Nice to meet you." Nice to meet you is the most common response after someone introduces themselves to you. Are you ready? I'm going to introduce myself first, and then you introduce yourself. "Hi, I'm Callan. Great to meet you." Nationality, location, language, age, and relationship. You can now introduce another person or yourself, but you probably want to add some descriptions like nationality, language, age, location, and relationship status. Let's start with nationality. We have 2 ways to do this. We can say he or she is from a certain country, like he's from Germany, she's from Japan. Or we can say he or she is, and then the adjective for that country. So he's German, she's Japanese. Here are some more examples. "This is my friend Liz. She's Australian." Or, "This is my friend Liz. She's from Australia." "This is Mohammed. He's from Saudi Arabia." "This is Mohammed. He's Saudi." "I'm Callan. I'm American." "I'm Callan. I'm from the US." Let's pretend you have a friend named Jeremy. Jeremy comes from Ireland, but we don't say "comes from." That's too formal. Introduce Jeremy to me using one or both of the ways I told you about to describe nationality. "This is Jeremy. He's from Ireland." "This is Jeremy. He's Irish." If you have no idea where someone is from, we have 2 options. First, where are you from? Or what nationality are you? If you want to guess or forgot, we turn our statements from before into questions using inversion. So we just change the order of the subject and verb. So, he's from Ireland becomes, is he from Ireland? He's Irish becomes, is he Irish? Now, to talk about language. If you want to describe the languages that you speak, just say, "I speak blank," and then the language or languages. I speak English, Arabic, and Spanish. For someone else, just change the subject. She speaks Hebrew, he speaks Mandarin, they speak Hindi. Tell me, what languages do you speak? Oh, very cool. Let's continue now to age. In English, we only use the verb to be when describing age. So when describing yourself, I'm, and then the age. I'm 29, he's 14, she's 45, they're both 60. We have two ways to ask about someone's age. First, how old are you? Or how old is he, is she, are they, etc. Also, we can use inversion. So my examples from before become, am I 29? Is he 14? Is she 45? Are they both 60? Let me ask you, how old are you? Oh yeah? You look young for your age. In most situations, it's strange to ask about age right away. And a man is never supposed to ask a woman about her age unless he knows her very well. So only ask about age if it is important to the conversation. Someone's weight is also not something we openly discuss. Now, location, meaning where someone lives now. You already learned how to ask where someone was from originally. That's their nationality. But now let's focus on asking about where someone lives at present. It's just the subject, the verb live, and the place. I live in the US. My best friend lives in Germany. My family lives in a city close to me. I'm from South Africa, but I live in New York now. Notice that with countries and cities, we use in. To live in a city, in a country. But for a street, we say on. I live on 5th Street. I live on State Street. To ask where someone lives, we say, where do you live? If someone tells you where they live, but you don't know where that is exactly, respond by asking, where is that exactly? Or what's it close to? Like this, where do you live? I live in the US. Oh, what city? In Milwaukee. What's it close to? It's pretty close to Chicago. Remember, where are you from means where were you born? In what country were you born? Where do you live means where is your house that you spend most of your time in the present. Finally, relationship. A person's relationship status means if someone is single, in a relationship, engaged, or married. Be careful asking about relationship with people you just met because it might appear that you are physically attracted to them. But if you ask a friend, it is usually appropriate. To describe your relationship status, we say, I'm single. This means you are not in a relationship. I'm in a relationship. This means you have a romantic partner, but you are not engaged or married. We can also say I'm dating or seeing someone. I'm engaged. To be engaged means you propose to someone and have set a date to get married. I'm married. If you are married, you have a husband or a wife. I'm divorced. If you are divorced, you were married in the past, but you both decided the marriage was not successful and ended it. I'm widowed. If you are widowed, a widow or a widower, your husband or wife died and you have not married again. Let's practice. Let's imagine we're at a party and I start asking you some questions related to nationality, language, age, and relationship. Hi, I'm Callan. What's your name? Oh yeah? That's a cool name. Where are you from? I've never been there before. What's it by? Do you still live there? Where do you live now? Are you in a relationship? I saw you came with someone else to the party. Oh, okay. And sorry if it's rude, but how old are you? Ah, okay. You look young for your age. And remember, if you want to ask the same question that someone asked you, you can just say, and you? It's very common and a nice way to return a question in a conversation. Awesome job. You are killing it, meaning doing a great job with this conversation practice. Describe how someone looks. Let's start with general physical qualities. You might know a lot of this vocab, but you're probably not using the right combination of verbs and adjectives. If you find this lecture too easy, go to the next one to start learning great idioms for describing people. When describing most visible characteristics, how someone looks, we use the verb to be and then an adjective like he's short, she's tall. To make these statements into questions, we just use inversion, changing the order of the to be verb and our subject. Is he short? Is she tall? For people, we always use to be with weight. To be thin, slim, or skinny. Or the opposite, to be fat, overweight, curvy, or full-bodied. Curvy and full-bodied are only for larger women, not for men. If someone is really thin, we say thin as a pencil. If someone is really big, we can say big as a whale. These two terms, as well as fat, can be insulting to the people you're describing. So be careful with your language. For someone's specific weight, you can use to be or the verb weigh. I'm 180 pounds, or I weigh 180 pounds. Pounds is the measurement for weight we use in the United States. We don't use the metric system. Most other countries will use kilograms. For height, we also use to be. As well, in the US, we measure our height with feet and inches. Most everywhere else, they use meters. If a woman is short and skinny, we can say that she is petite. But we don't say this for a man. Just say short. If a man or woman is short and heavy, we say stout. For both men and women, if you're tall and skinny, you are lanky. When describing hair, we use is to describe the color and texture. My hair is brown, your hair is straight, wavy, curly, or frizzy. When talking about your hair that grows on your body, it is uncountable, singular. That's why we use is. We use have to say if there is hair or not on your body and for its length. Like, I have long hair, I have brown hair, I have short hair, I have a beard. So I can say my hair is or I have blank hair. When describing a person to another person, we can also use with to describe hair qualities, but not when describing yourself unless you are doing it in the third person. That means describing yourself as he or she. Here are some examples. Look at that guy. Which guy? That guy. The guy with the beard. Hey, I just arrived at the bar. I'm the guy with the green shirt. Okay, I'm the guy with the long black hair. If you have no hair, you are bald. If you are losing hair, you have thinning hair. We also use have to describe a unique physical quality that someone has, like a scar, a birthmark, and freckles. For glasses, we have a few options, but first remember, it's glasses, a pair of glasses. For describing yourself and others, use the verb to wear in the present continuous. Like, I'm wearing glasses. The person I'm interested in is wearing glasses. If we use the present simple, we are describing a habit or trend. So I wear glasses means I wear glasses every day. But I'm wearing glasses means I'm wearing glasses right now. She's talking to a guy over there. Which guy? The guy with the glasses. For most other clothing and clothing accessories, use wearing. He's wearing a hat. She's wearing a necklace. He's wearing a shirt. She's wearing blue heels. They're wearing watches, and so on. And again here, when describing someone to someone else, you can use with. I have an assignment for you now. I want you to describe how someone looks. To make it fun, I want you to describe a picture of a celebrity or someone well-known, meaning famous. So do the homework and attach the picture of the person you're describing so I can see who it is. Here's mine. This is Michael Scott. He's a fictional TV character. His hair is straight and dark. He has a long nose. He has thin lips. He is wearing a suit. He's also wearing a tie. He has no beard. He has no facial hair at all. Okay, send me yours. Describe how someone looks. Idioms. You now have the basic vocabulary to describe how someone looks. But do you have the idioms native speakers use? Let me show you some really good ones related to appearance. Dressed to kill. If you are dressed to kill, you are dressed very well. You look super good, sharp in what you are wearing. Usually it's nicer clothes, so we can also say dressed up, dressed fancier. This can be used for a man or woman. Usually for a man, he'll be wearing something like a suit. For a woman, something like a dress. For the wedding, we have to be dressed to kill in order to pick up some cute girls. To pick up someone is to try to meet someone you think is attractive and get their phone number. Wow, you are dressed to kill. You look sharp. Sharp also means dressed really well, but usually used for men and not women. To have a face only a mother could love. If someone has a face only a mother could love, they are ugly. Not just ugly, super ugly. A similar idiom is to be ugly as sin. Honestly, if someone uses this idiom, they are trying to express that someone is hideous. That's because if you were that ugly, the only person that could have positive emotions for you would be your mother. So this idiom is a strong insult. Did you see the fight last night? Man, that boxer had a face only a mother could love. I went on a date with a guy who must have used a lot of filters that I didn't notice. Because let me tell you, he had a face only a mother could love. To be fit. Fit has two different meanings depending if you are British or American. In the US, to be fit means to be in good shape. To be in good shape means that you exercise at least a little bit and try to eat healthy. You are not in super good shape, you are not ripped, but you try to live healthier than the average person. However, in the UK, for someone to be fit means you find them very attractive. This meaning doesn't exist in the US, or at least is not very common. Basically, Americans will say hot, and British people will say fit. Dude, you look fit. Have you been working out? This was the American use. And here I can tell my friend he looks fit, and it's normal. It means he's in shape, exercising, and probably eating well. That girl looks fit. Do you know if she has a boyfriend? This example was the British use. In the UK, it's used primarily to show you think someone is hot, attractive. 5 o'clock shadow. This is mostly used for men, but it can apply to women. A 5 o'clock shadow is the time after a man shaves and you start to noticeably see their beard starting to come in again. For facial hair, come in means to start growing. It's called a 5 o'clock shadow because traditionally, men in the United States were supposed to shave their beard every day. To be clean shaven, that is, have no facial hair. But by the end of the workday at 5 o'clock, you could start to see the beard coming back. But a very small amount, so little that it just looked like a shadow. Also, if a guy is a bit messy or forgot to shave or has been super busy and unable to clean up their appearance, we can use 5 o'clock shadow to help describe how messy they look. I only have to shave a few times each week because my beard doesn't come in very fast. So it actually takes me a day or two to even see my 5 o'clock shadow. I know we've been really busy the past couple days at work, but your appearance has been a little sloppy. You can't meet with clients until you clean up and get rid of that 5 o'clock shadow. To be good looking. If you are good looking, you are handsome for a man. A good looking woman is attractive. I wouldn't say beautiful because that's much stronger and also usually only for women. Again, it means you are pretty attractive, a sight for sore eyes. If a person is a sight for sore eyes, it's a way of saying they're attractive. Also, it can mean that someone is just happy to see you. And we often talk about people's looks. If you've got good looks, you're attractive. It's usually not used in the negative, just the positive, to have good looks. It's always plural looks. A very different term, your look, is your individual and unique style. It's how you dress and do your hair. Good looking is less commonly used as a greeting to someone when you want to say you think they're attractive. For example, if you use an online dating app, this might be one way someone tries to start chatting with you. Hey, come with me to the bar. There's a really good looking guy up here that I want to talk to. Hey, good looking. Are you free to get some lunch tomorrow? There's a really good looking girl that sits next to me in class. She has amazing looks and I love her look. She dresses in a very smart way. Hot. Now, if you feel hot, it means the temperature in your house or outside is too high. It makes you feel uncomfortable. But as an idiom, it means someone is really attractive and sexy. This is different from handsome or attractive by itself because hot also has the idea of sex or sexual imagery attached to it. So if you're attracted to guys, it's probably an image of a man in his underwear or with really ripped abs. If someone is ripped, it means they have tons of muscles. If you're attracted to women, imagine a lady in her underwear or in provocative clothes. Remember, in the UK, they say fit instead of hot. You look hot in that dress. A lot of people are going to try and talk to you tonight. Dude, you look hot in those shorts. I didn't know you had such ripped legs. To look like $1 million. If someone looks like $1 million, they look good. If you feel like $1 million, you feel really good. More about your attitude though. We also say $1 million. Bucks is slang for dollars. So if you look like $1,000,000, it's more about your physical appearance. If you feel like $1,000,000, it's more about your confidence or mood in that moment. Wow. Ever since I started meditating, I feel so good. I feel like $1,000,000. That is a nice suit. Where did you buy it? You look like $1,000,000. Did you get your hair done? You look like $1,000,000. To get your hair done is for a woman, and it means to go to the salon to get your hair styled. Not much to look at. If you're not much to look at, you're saying you're not very attractive, but you're not ugly either. You're kind of in the middle. It has nothing to do with personality, only your physical appearance. So someone might not be much to look at, meaning not really handsome or cute, but still have the most amazing personality. Also, we describe things as not being much to look at, meaning the thing or place doesn't look awesome, but that it's still decent, nice enough, or has other traits that are better. I went on a date with this guy. I have to admit, at first I thought he wasn't much to look at and thought it would be over fast. But he was super cool and interesting. We're meeting tomorrow to see a movie. My apartment isn't much to look at, but it's in a really nice part of the city by the bus stop. A plain Jane. A plain Jane is someone who just looks average. It can be their physical characteristics like their face and body, or the way they dress. So kind of boring or dull. A slang word for this is basic. Technically it's for women because Jane is in the expression, but I hear a lot of people use it for men too. You can also say you feel like a plain Jane. It means you feel like a boring person or maybe bored at the moment. A plain Jane is different than being not much to look at, because a plain Jane is most insulting because you're saying the person is unattractive because they're so average. If you're not much to look at, it's strictly talking about mediocre physical appearance. I just don't feel like doing anything tonight. Sorry if I'm acting a bit like a plain Jane. I mean, she's not ugly, but she's not really attractive either. She's just a plain Jane. Too average for me, nothing special. To be attracted to someone is to think they're cute, hot, or sexy, physically appealing. Vertically challenged. Vertical means standing, upright. So when we say vertically challenged, we mean not standing properly, basically. But what it really means is short. It's a funny, informal way to say that someone is short. The opposite of being tall. That girl over there is really cute, but also really tall. And I'm a bit vertically challenged, so I don't think I'm going to talk to her. I like playing basketball by myself because I'm vertically challenged. So when I play against my friends, they always block my shots. English idioms are great, but they are harder vocabulary to remember. To make it easier, write some examples and send them to me to make sure you're using them correctly. I can't wait to see what you write. Describing personality. Let's switch to personality now. How someone acts or behaves. This is more of the straightforward, literal vocabulary you might have learned already, but with some expressions too. So if it's too easy, jump to the next lecture for the idioms. Describing personality is much easier than physical appearance because it's almost always just the conjugated form of the verb to be and the adjective. Some people are nice and kind, while other people are rude and mean. If you're nice and kind, you're probably also generous, friendly, and in a good mood, meaning happy most of the time. If you are really happy, you're ecstatic. If you're rude and mean, you're probably also arrogant and conceited. A very good chance you're shallow too, meaning you only care about superficial things or what people think about you and how you look. A rude person is probably in a bad mood, meaning unhappy, angry. If you are really angry, you are livid or furious. A good expression to mean angry is fed up, usually fed up with something. If someone makes you laugh, they are funny. If someone is just enjoyable to be with, makes things more exciting, they are fun. So funny means laughing. Fun means enjoyable, exciting. That's true for things and people. When someone is funny and smart, they are witty. If someone instead acts serious and dull, they might appear boring. If something is boring, it makes you feel bored. A boring thing makes you bored. A smart person is bright, intelligent, wise, and clever. The opposite is a dumb person. To stress that someone is really dumb, we can call them an idiot or stupid. A dumb idea is idiotic. A lot of people are extroverted, meaning social, gregarious. These types of people are often easygoing, meaning they don't get upset or angry easily and are easy to talk to. The opposite is someone who is uptight or tightly wound, more serious and boring. If someone is shy, the opposite of being extroverted, they are introverted. They get anxious easily at social events. We can also say you are an introvert or an extrovert. An extrovert is outgoing. An introvert is shy and reserved. Easygoing people are often tranquil or serene, meaning relaxed and comfortable. An introvert, especially during social events, will likely find themselves feeling stressed and anxious. When talking about personality and how someone carries themselves, how you carry yourself is just how you behave. In these situations, to get means to become. To get angry, to become angry. To get nervous, to become nervous. To get excited, to become excited. To get and become are for showing that someone's attitude is changing. To describe someone's personality in that moment, we often use the verbs appear, look, and seem. These are perfect for making observations about other people. To describe yourself and ask questions about other people, use feel. And to make observations that sound more authoritative or factual, use to be. Remember, with regular verbs like appear, look, and seem, we just put the question word do with the correct conjugation in front of the sentence to ask a question. With to be, we use inversion, meaning change the order of the verb and subject. He appears very happy and outgoing. What's his name again? I feel upset because the party is really boring and everyone looks tired. Why do you feel upset? Everyone is very happy. You must be fed up with planning these events. In my opinion, she seems fairly introverted. I don't think she is. She's clearly extroverted. Look at everyone she's talking to. Notice that we use the present simple with seem, appear, and look. That's because we are describing personality, which is a state of being. We cannot use the present continuous with these verbs when they are describing states, like how we feel in a particular moment. Let's move now to the idioms. Personality with idioms. You got the plain old boring vocab for personality, but let's spice it up, meaning make it more interesting with these idioms. Big mouth. If you have a big mouth, we can also say you are a blabbermouth, indiscreet, and possibly boastful. This means you cannot keep a secret. You tell people everything because you like to tell people everything. It makes you feel special. So you are not someone who can be trusted with private or sensitive information. You have such a big mouth. Why did you tell her about the surprise party? It was supposed to be a surprise. Stop talking about it so loud. You and your big mouth are going to get us in trouble. Down to earth. I feel like you are a down to earth kind of person. That means you are really easy to talk to and relatable. You do not try to act more important than you are, and you treat everyone with equal respect. For that reason, people tend to gravitate towards you. They like to be with you. In other contexts, it means a person is level-headed, meaning logical and rational. Your friend you introduced me to seems very down to earth, really easy to talk to. We need to find a business partner who will act down to earth and not make any crazy decisions that could ruin the company. Know-it-all. A know-it-all is someone who thinks they know everything. It can be annoying to hang out, meaning spend time with a know-it-all because they correct you and talk as if they are the smartest person on any topic. Some synonyms are wise guy, smart aleck, and smarty pants. A stronger, more offensive, and slightly vulgar term to describe this type of person is a smart ass. You should stop interrupting me while I'm giving my opinion because it's rude and you seem like a know-it-all. Okay, Mr. Smarty Pants, you tell me what we should do then, since apparently you know more than me. Shut up. Stop acting like a smartass. It's annoying me. Life of the party. When a very extroverted person goes to a party, there's a good chance they are the life of the party. That means the person who is most charismatic and whose presence creates a more enjoyable atmosphere. If someone is loud and annoying, they're just arrogant and rude. But if you are kind of loud, but in an enjoyable way that people like, you are the life of the party. If you're worried the birthday will be boring, you should invite your friend Jim. He's always the life of the party and has great stories to tell. I used to dream of being the life of the party, but I'm just too introverted and don't find it enjoyable being so outgoing. Open-minded. An open-minded person is someone who is very accepting and welcoming to other people's opinions, beliefs, and customs. The opposite of an open-minded person is a closed-minded person. If you're closed-minded, you feel threatened and openly dislike things that are different from what you are accustomed to. For example, a closed-minded person might not like people from a different religion, people who look different or talk a different language. Finally, if you're open-minded, you probably like to try new things and get tired of the same old. The same old just means your regular, sometimes boring routine. Don't be so closed-minded. Come on, try this seafood. It's not gross. If he were open-minded, he would realize that they are not bad people. They're just like us. People person. If you're a people person, it means you really enjoy the company of other people. You like spending time with other people. A term for this is gregarious. As a people person, you don't mind spending time with others. Rather, you really enjoy it and might actively seek to plan activities with others. There's another use of people person, which is more focused on business. It just means that a person is good at dealing with situations that involve speaking with other people, like customer service. So in a work setting, it doesn't mean that you really enjoy it, but that you're good at it. My son's a real people person. We went to a family reunion and he talked to every single person there. Me, on the other hand, I barely talk to 2 or 3 people. If you want this position, you really have to be a people person because you will be in constant contact with clients and answering their questions. Sharp as a tack. You are sharp as a tack. I'm saying you're really smart and intelligent. I mean, it's obvious. Here you are studying English while other lazier and dumber people have given up. To give up means to accept defeat, to accept failure. But not you, because you have a good head on your shoulders. What's it mean to have a good head on your shoulders? To be smart, wise, and intelligent. To have a good head on your shoulders is a little more general than smart as a tack, because it also means to be a good person, a caring person. Smart as a tack just means intelligent. Your daughter really has a good head on her shoulders. She's smart and kind to everyone that she meets. Wow, you did all that math in your head with no calculator? You are sharp as a tack. To have a screw loose. Have you ever met someone but they seemed a little strange? Like not totally crazy, but there just seemed like there was something wrong with them? That's to have a screw loose. It means you're kind of crazy or odd, but not absolutely insane or raving mad. But it implies, it hints that it is possible. Because think of a small mechanical device that uses small metal screws to hold it together. If one becomes loose, the entire thing malfunctions or doesn't operate properly. And when one gets loose, there's the chance that others will too. So if a person has a screw loose, the rest might become loose too. To say that someone is acting even crazier or weirder, we can say to have a few screws loose. She's very attractive, but she just seems to have a screw loose. I don't know. She just seems odd when we do things in public. He needs to take his medication, because if he doesn't, he'll quickly start acting like he's got a few screws loose. Show off. A show off is someone who likes to talk about, brag about, boast about all the things they own or activities they have done. It's not good to be a show off because it's quite irritating. The opposite is probably someone who's down to earth and doesn't need to tell other people about their accomplishments or possessions. The verb is also to show off. So you might show off your new car, show off your new expensive Rolex, or show off the pictures from your last vacation on Instagram. Twain is a really cool dude, but whenever he buys a new gadget, he has to show off and make sure I know about it because I can't afford it. I like watching those YouTube videos where someone is showing off their car and then they crash it or do something stupid. A stick in the mud. You already learned what it means if someone is the life of the party. It means they make the party more exciting and often keep it going longer because they add so much energy. The opposite is someone who is a stick in the mud. Someone whose attitude and personality stop fun things from happening. We can also call this person a party pooper and a wet blanket. It's an insult to be called a stick in the mud or these other terms. Sometimes we also just feel like a stick in the mud, meaning we're not in the mood to do any social activities. Instead, maybe stay at home and watch Netflix, search the internet, or listen to music. Stop being such a stick in the mud. This is the last party of the year and everyone wants to see you. Don't stay at home. You can do that the rest of the year. Sorry to be a wet blanket, you guys, but the party is over. Go home. I need to wake up early for work. Homework. Pick one or two idioms from this lecture that best describe you. Explain why they do a good job describing you and put your response in the homework. If you want more of a challenge, use some vocabulary from the previous lectures too. If it's easier, create a make-believe character, meaning not real, and describe that person. I'm excited to learn more about you. Health and fitness. Health and fitness are important topics to describe how you feel and discuss diet, nutrition, and exercise. Let's start with describing how you feel, both mentally and physically. Feeling sad. The opposite of feeling happy is feeling sad. We can also say to feel or be blue, but that's really not so common. Instead, say you're feeling down or depressed. Notice we mostly use the verb feel with emotion, and it can be in the continuous or simple tense. When continuous, the focus is more on the exact moment in which you are talking. The present simple is saying that you feel that way generally. It's a characteristic of who you are, less temporary, more permanent. Feeling good. If you're feeling good, you're feeling happy, maybe even chipper. Chipper means you feel very happy and it's noticeable to other people. We can also say you're in a good mood. If you're in a bad mood, it can mean sad or angry. Feeling in between. If you're not sad, but also not happy, that is closer to feeling melancholy. But we use that word rarely in spoken English. We'll often say we feel all right or feel meh. I feel meh. Meh is closer to sad or not good. If you want to ask a friend or acquaintance about how they feel emotionally, we have a few options. Usually we'll ask this type of question because we assume, we think something is wrong. If you just want to say hello, say that. How do you feel? Or, how are you feeling? We ask these two because it appears that the other person is sad or upset. We think that they might be experiencing some difficulty in their life. In the United States, when these questions are asked, it's an invitation to talk about your emotions. If you don't want to talk about it, just say, I don't feel like talking about it. It's a polite way to say you're not in the mood. Don't want to. Describing how your body feels. With our bodies, we typically describe soreness and pain. If you have none of those, you can just say, you feel good, or that a specific part of your body feels good. To ask a question, we say, how does your blank, and then the body part and the verb feel. In spoken English, it's also common to ask, how's your blank by itself, or how's your blank feel? How's your arm feel? Does it still hurt? No, it feels good. How does your head feel? It still hurts, so I took some medicine. If a part of your body hurts, it is in pain. So we can say your leg hurts, your arm hurts, your back hurts, or your leg is in pain, your arm is in pain, your back is in pain. So with each part of your body, you have two options. You can say that part of your body is in pain or that it hurts. A less severe type of pain is soreness. We often feel sore because we didn't stretch, slept in an uncomfortable position, or because we recently exercised. Again, if you feel sore, it is not an intense pain. It is quite mild. If you say that you are in pain or something is hurting, that is more intense and more urgent. And we can say acute or strong pain to mean a lot of it. I have a strong pain in my arm after working out this morning. Maybe you're just sore from the workout. No, it's very acute. I'm going to go to the walk-in clinic. A walk-in clinic is a small hospital or clinic where you don't need to schedule an appointment in advance. After you work out, or if a part of your body feels sore or is sore, you should ice it. To ice something is to take ice or anything cold that you have and apply it. Put it on the part of your body that is sore, hurting, or in pain. Sometimes, because we're exercising or because we fall or slip on something, we break a bone. A broken bone causes a lot of pain. The medical term for this, but still common in spoken English, is a fracture. The verb is to fracture a bone. When you fracture or break a bone, you will most likely wear a cast, a protective covering for that part of your body until the bone is healed. Another injury that is often grouped together with breaks and fractures is a sprain. A sprain, and very similarly, a strain, is stretching muscles and tissues too far and causing them to bruise, swell, and tear. Sprains and strains are usually not seen as being as painful as a break, but it depends on the circumstance. What happened to your arm? I broke it when I fell off my skateboard, so I have to wear a cast for 2 months. It looks like your leg's in pain. Are you all right? Yeah, it's not too bad. I sprained my ankle playing basketball. That's why it looks so swollen and puffy. If you have pain in your head, we call it a headache. If it is a very serious headache that causes you severe discomfort and inability to focus or act normally, that is a migraine. For a headache, we say to have a headache or to have got a headache. Some people also say their head hurts. For a migraine, we say to have a migraine. If it's something you have quite often, we can say to suffer from migraines. To mean it's a habit, something happening regularly to you. I'm going to lay down for a while. My head hurts. Do you have a headache? Make sure to take some medicine. We take medicine. We also say to take a pill or take pills. We take a medication too, but a medication is something you have to take regularly over a longer period of time to treat or cure an illness. I want you to do some practice now. So here are a few options you can write about. 1, tell me how you feel both emotionally and physically at this moment. Or even better, try and prepare a response for when people ask you how you feel, because it's a common question when saying hello to friends. Let's get started. We are talking about this, the human body. So we're going to describe the individual parts of the body, and then we're going to look at how we group some of them together. And as we do this, I'm going to try to help you describe or be able to describe pain, how something feels if it's feeling better, and how it might change depending on the part of the body. So let's start at the top, right here. I think you know what these little guys are. These are your fingers. Your fingers, and then what do we have under that? Your palm. So let's just do a quick review. Fingers right here, and then your palm. Palm, palm, palm. Back to our image and look at some of this. So we have your fingers, and then your palm, and then right there is your wrist. And all together, what all of these are is your hand, including your wrist. Your wrist may be part of your arm, but right here is where you wear a watch. If you have one, a wrist watch. Now, if you're feeling pain in your hand, we can just say my hand hurts. This is the most common way to describe pain. For something to hurt or to be hurting. My hand's hurting, my hand hurts. We can also say I have pain in my blank. I have pain in my hand. Not as common. Maybe something a doctor will ask you. Where do you feel pain? Where do you feel the pain? Let's continue here. Then we have your forearm. That's this right here. Your forearm is below your wrist. So that's your forearm. And then your elbow. Your elbow is right here. Something I did not mention is your funny bone. Your funny bone is kind of like right here. And when you hit that, it really hurts. I don't know why, but that's why we call it your funny bone. It's not funny when you hit, I think it's like right here. That's your funny bone. It really hurts. And then we have your bicep right there. So your bicep, if you work out, probably you pay a lot of attention to your bicep. Who knows why? For all of these, just your arm hurts, or if you want to be specific, my forearm, my elbow, my bicep, just they hurt. And then right here, we can see on the other side, your shoulders. Your shoulders right here. Basically, your shoulder is like from here up to here, but it's really that muscly part right there. That's your shoulder. All right, and then we have, actually, we forgot your head. So going back to your head, we have your hair, obviously, this stuff. And your head is basically, to group, it's everything above your neck. This is your neck, and everything above that is your head. But we're not going to talk too much today about your face. Your face is everything right here, but it's on your head. Everything above your neck is really located on your head. As you can see, also, we have the ear. These are our ears right here. Ear here, same sound. With your head, if it's physical, like if it's the back of your head, if you get hit by something, we'll say my head hurts, or I have pain in my head. But if it's like inside, you know, like sometimes you get those feelings, you know, maybe you didn't drink enough coffee or didn't drink enough water, and it's like inside of your head, that's a headache. To have a headache, some people also pronounce it headache, but I say headache. So to have a headache, if it's super intense, that's a migraine. To have a migraine or to suffer from a migraine. Moving over here, all of this is your arm. We were just describing the little pieces. There's your hand, and your back is all of this. Up here is your chest. So for a man, you can talk about your chest and there's no concerns, right? But if you're a woman, it's also your chest, but you can also say breasts to refer to all of your chest. But for a man, your chest. Informally for a man, also your pecs. Your pecs, you try to get a defined pecs. Below your chest, we have your waist, or I guess your abs. Your abs, technically called your abdomen. Your abs is talking about your physical appearance. Your stomach is more so talking about how you feel on the inside, also sometimes used to express how you physically look. But your stomach is specifically like if you have a stomach ache, means you don't feel good. Maybe you ate some bad food. That's a stomach ache. Next to your stomach, we have your waist. Your waist is basically the side by your stomach, the side of your abdomen, your abs. Remember, we say to have abs is a specific thing, means you have like very defined stomach. So not everyone has abs. Okay, then we have your back, we had waist, and your butt. Your butt, technically called your buttocks, but no one says that, or I think your gluteus maximus. Just say butt. You can say butt in any situation. More informal expressions are caboose, trunk, junk in the trunk if you got a big butt. And then let's move on to your leg here. So we have your knee right here. That is your knee. Basically, your knee is the elbow of your leg. It's where you bend. Above that, we have your thigh. Your thigh is usually the biggest, meatiest, most muscly part of your leg, your thigh. All right, so we have your thigh, and then your knee, and then here, your front part of your lower leg, because all of this is your leg. From your thigh down to your ankle, that is all your leg, but we're looking at the individual parts. So the front part is your shin. Now, if you have pain in your shin, so far with everything, we'll just say my something hurts or I have pain in that part. Unless if, you know, then we have a headache, to have a headache, or a migraine, to have a stomach ache, usually related to food you ate. With a shin, we have a specific thing, a shin splint. To have a shin splint means that part, that front part, kind of the bony part with a lot more bone by your shin on the front. That's a shin splint. The back of your leg is your calf. Your calf is really all muscle. So we just say I have pain in my calf. Often we'll talk about like I have a calf sprain or the muscle, or just my calf hurts. We don't even have to change it. But the shin is really that bony part. The calf is all of the muscle in the back of your leg. And if we move down, we have your ankle right there. If you're exercising, maybe just at the top of your sock. And then we have your whole foot, or the parts of your foot are your toes. So your foot has toes. They're basically, you know, the equivalent of your fingers. So we have fingers on your hand, and we have toes on your foot. And then down here, we have your heel. It's the back of your foot. I think that was everything. Nutrition and diet. Nutrition is a science that focuses on eating and drinking for good health and growth. Your diet is what you commonly eat, the foods you most frequently consume. When we talk about nutrition in general English, we're talking about the nutrients that every food has. For example, how much fat, sugar, cholesterol, carbohydrates, and other food characteristics there are. So in a less scientific way, nutrition is focused more on the qualities of a food or ingredient. A diet is what foods you allow yourself to eat. A vegetarian is someone who does not include any animals in their diet. They only consume vegetables, fruits, and plants. Some vegetarians do eat fish, so technically that means they are a pescatarian. Other vegetarians still eat dairy products, honey, and eggs. A vegan is someone who does not consume any animal products in their diet and more actively avoids animal byproducts in their daily life than a vegetarian typically does. For example, avoiding any soap with animal fat, no animal clothing or other accessories, and often characterized as being more vocal about their dietary choices. To go on a diet or to follow a diet means to restrict what you eat to specific kinds of food with the goal of losing weight or eating healthier. We say to lose weight, and the noun is weight loss. For example, the Atkins diet is famous for avoiding all foods with carbohydrates, also known as carbs. Many athletes do the opposite and try to get as many carbs as they can in a short time before an athletic event. This is called carb loading. The verb is to carb load. Some newer diets are the paleo diet and the keto diet. Each of them severely restrict your food options with the goal of living a healthier life by abstaining from, avoiding what are characterized as bad foods according to that diet. So if you want to do one of these diets, we say to start a diet. After you start, you are on a diet or following a diet. Then you end a diet or get off a diet when you want to change the foods that you consume. Do you want some of this pasta? No thanks, I'm on the keto diet and I can't eat that. I thought you were following the paleo diet. No, I had to get off the paleo diet because it was making me feel sick. I just started the keto diet and I feel great. So these are the most common ways we express how we feel mentally and physically. Let's continue now and focus on exercise. 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 Exercise is important if you want to live a healthy life. So let's get started and find out how to talk about fitness in English. First of all, we say to exercise. This means to do any type of activity that is good for your body and overall fitness. We never say to play sport. That expression does not exist in English, but I keep hearing English learners say it. We do say to play sports or to play a sport, but that means to participate in a specific team activity like basketball, soccer, or cricket. To exercise or work out is any physical activity like running, swimming, biking, walking, yoga, or lifting weights. These activities can be outside, at home, or at a gym. In spoken English, a gym is usually the same thing as a fitness center or fitness studio. Here are some other popular forms of exercise. There are 4 categories: aerobics, strength, balance, and flexibility. Aerobic exercise is any exercise that increases your breathing and heart rate. They make your heart beat fast and probably cause you to sweat. This includes walking, jogging, running, swimming, dancing, and many other everyday activities that you can do outside of a gym by yourself. Strength exercise focuses on building stronger muscles, and some other terms for this are strength training or resistance training. The most common type of strength training is lifting weights, where you lift heavy objects into the air to build bigger and stronger muscles. A very informal idiom for this is to pump iron, because most weightlifting equipment is made from metal. But it's still more common to say to lift weights. Some people have a home gym with their own equipment, but most people need a gym membership, since weightlifting equipment can be quite expensive. Balance exercises include those like Tai Chi. We say to do Tai Chi. This type of exercise is focused on improving your balance, which is especially important for older individuals. And finally, there are flexibility exercises, with the most popular being yoga. A person who really likes yoga is a yogi. A lot of people also just stretch their bodies regularly in order to improve their flexibility. I have some homework for you now. We've talked about nutrition and exercise as well as describing how your body feels. Tell me, do you exercise or try to eat healthy? Tell me what you do and how you feel because of it, or what you hope to do in the future and how you want to feel. Idioms. Buff. If you're buff, you are in very good physical shape and have nice muscles. You are not buff if you are just skinny or slim. If you are very skinny with no muscle at all, or feel like you have no muscle, you are scrawny or puny. These are mildly insulting. Buff means that you have noticeable muscles, so you must do weightlifting or pump iron quite a bit. If you just run or do other cardio and aerobic exercise, you are not buff because you are not building new muscle. To be buff especially means muscle by your arms. Look at how buff the players are. They must be required to work out every single day. We are so scrawny compared to them. If you are trying to get buff, you have to do more than just yoga. You need to start doing some resistance training too. Fast food. Fast food is the food you specifically order from fast food restaurants like McDonald's, Burger King, KFC, and a lot more. Most of the food at these fast food restaurants is junk food. Junk food is a type of food that is either high in fats, sugars, or other unhealthy nutrients, or has way too many of them. So fast food is any food that is prepared very fast at a fast food restaurant. A lot, but not all types of fast foods are junk foods. Popular junk foods are soda, chips, or crisps if you're in the UK, and very sweet snacks. Cheeseburgers and French fries, when made by a fast food restaurant, are also a type of junk food. I have a craving for some fast food. Let's go to McDonald's. No, we shouldn't. We had a ton of junk food for lunch. Those chips are not agreeing with my stomach. When something doesn't agree with your stomach or doesn't sit well in your stomach, it means your stomach is not feeling good because of it. Okay, family, we are not eating any fast food this week, so no Burger King, and no junk food either, so no soda. In shape. Someone is in shape when they are generally taking good care of their body. It typically means that they exercise at least a little bit, but even more important than that is eating a healthy diet. We say to be on a diet or to follow a diet when the purpose is to lose weight, like the paleo and keto diet. However, to have a healthy diet just means to eat healthy foods and generally avoid the bad ones. The opposite is to have a bad diet, which means you probably eat too much junk food and fast food. If you have a really bad diet, you're probably out of shape or in bad shape. These are the opposite of being in shape. If you're out of shape, you probably weigh more than you usually do or weigh more than you want to. If you are in shape, your body looks healthy and you act healthy, but it doesn't mean you are buff or anything like that. Just a generally healthy person. I didn't notice how good shape you're in. Have you been exercising? No, I noticed I was really out of shape a few months ago and just started eating healthier. It helped me lose a lot of weight. Runs in the family. If something runs in the family, it means that it is common in the family. It is shared among the people in that family because of biology. That's specifically when we're talking about health, and it can be for good or bad things. So in one family, cancer might be common. So that's really bad, but it runs in the family. It's common. But maybe everyone in a different family is really healthy and fast. We can say these healthy characteristics also run in the family. There's a second use that we use to talk about personality. So if your father is very loud and you are also very loud, we can say that being loud runs in the family. It means that you are like the other people in your family, not based on your biology, but based on your personality. I'm nervous because both my parents suffered from dementia. So there's a bigger chance I will too, since it runs in the family. You are too funny. Does it run in the family? Or are you the only one that likes to joke around? To joke around is to tell jokes, to be funny. Quit cold turkey. Related to health, we often have bad habits. Things that we do that are bad for us, and that we continue to do even though we know they're harming our bodies and minds. Some bad habits are smoking cigarettes, drinking too much, or not eating healthy. Usually, and the more successful strategy is to more gradually, over time, quit doing these bad things. But if you decide to quit a bad thing immediately, that is to quit cold turkey. You can quit smoking cold turkey, quit eating fast food cold turkey, quit binge drinking cold turkey. To quit doing something cold turkey is to stop doing it immediately, not gradually. When did you stop smoking? You know, I just woke up and decided it was bad. So I threw my cigarettes in the garbage and quit cold turkey. I tried to stop eating junk food cold turkey, but it was too difficult. So I tried again, and instead of stopping completely, I only allow myself to eat a small amount of chips with my lunch. Under the weather. It's not good to be or feel under the weather. It means you don't feel good. It's more common to mean that you feel sick, so with a cold, headache, fever, or some minor physical ailment. But it can also be used fairly commonly to mean that you feel sad or a bit depressed. If you're under the weather, it's used to describe what should be a temporary illness. We say we are under the weather when it's describing a temporary feeling of being sick or depressed. So the idea is that you will feel better later. If you're always sick, that's more serious. That's a chronic illness and is more severe. Why weren't you at school yesterday? I was feeling a bit under the weather and my mom let me stay home and sleep. You haven't been returning my calls. Is everything all right? Yeah, I've just been feeling under the weather. It's hard to explain. Just a little depressed, I guess, and haven't felt like doing anything. Homework. You've got some great new idioms to discuss health and fitness like a native speaker. So I have a task for you to remember the vocab better. Here are your options. Tell me what you think about fast food and junk food. Do you eat it? Do you avoid it? Can you be in shape and eat junk food? And what role does it play in your diet? Or describe a bad habit that you quit before or want to quit in the future. What is it? And is your strategy to quit cold turkey or more gradually? Look forward to reading your response. Describing your lifestyle is very important in English conversation because it's something we talk about a lot, especially with people we're meeting for the first time or still getting to know. Your lifestyle is mostly the things you enjoy doing and your interests, the stuff you find interesting. If you have a healthy lifestyle, it means you get enough sleep, eat well enough, take care of your body, and don't have really bad habits like drug addiction or unsafe sex. Those two are popular characteristics of an unhealthy lifestyle. But let's start with the basics, talking and asking about hobbies and interests, the stuff you enjoy doing and find fulfilling. How to talk about your likes and dislikes. The two most important verbs here are like and enjoy. We have three options with the verb like. You can say to like something, to like doing something, or to like to do something. I like wine. The something is wine. I like it. I like drinking wine. Drinking is the gerund, the ing form of the verb. I like doing it. I like to drink wine. If you put to after like, you must use the infinitive, the base form of the verb, unconjugated. I like to do it. So with like, we can say to like to do something or to like doing something. He likes running or he likes to run. They like watching movies or they like to watch movies. To form a question with like, just put the correct form of the question word do at the beginning. Did he like running? Does he like to run? Do they like watching TV? Did they like watching TV? Remember, do and does for the present, did for the past. The other verb we use to talk about hobbies and interests is enjoy. But we can only say to enjoy something or to enjoy doing something. This is different than the verb like because it can be used to say like to do something. This form, the to do form, does not exist with enjoy. Enjoy can only be followed by a noun or the gerund form of a noun. I enjoy wine. The something is wine. I enjoy it. I enjoy drinking wine. Drinking is the gerund. I enjoy doing it. He enjoys running. They enjoy watching movies. We enjoyed playing basketball with you. She enjoyed talking to her mom during lunch. To form a question with enjoy, just put the correct form of the question word do at the beginning. Does he enjoy running? Do they enjoy watching TV? Did we enjoy playing basketball? Did she enjoy talking to her mom? Again, do and does for the present, did for the past. Enjoy and like are the most general verbs to say if you like a type of activity. For example, if you enjoy or like watching TV. As you get more specific, you will hear some questions like this. Are you a fan of blank? To be a fan of something means you like something. It can be a more general question, meaning do you like something? But it's typically a more specific question. So if you say, I like watching TV shows, a person might ask a more specific question by saying, are you a fan of the show Friends? You can respond simply with yes or no, but it's also common to say, yes, I'm a fan of blank, or no, I'm not a fan of blank. To return the question, you can simply ask, and you? Are you a fan? Or what about you? Another way to make a question related to interests more specific is to ask, what do you think about blank? So if you tell me you enjoy bike racing, I can assume that I can ask you more specific questions about this interest. As an American, I might ask, what do you think about Lance Armstrong? It means, what is your opinion? If you say you like going to the beach, I could ask, what do you think about the beaches in Goa? To respond, just say, I think, and then your opinion. That is, what you think. For example, I think Lance Armstrong was a cheater, but so were most cyclists of his time. I think Goa has the most beautiful beaches, and you should visit it. Some simple ways to return a question and continue the conversation are, and you? What about you? Or, what do you think? You can also change the subject slightly by saying, what do you think about? And then adding a different topic. To change a topic completely, it's common to say, let's change the topic, or can we change the topic? This is a polite way to show you really don't want to discuss something or find the topic Annoying. Like if someone is trying to discuss politics and you don't want to. Here's an example. Do you like to talk about politics? No, not so much. What about you? Yes, I love it. Let's talk about the election next year. No, let's change the topic. It's not something I enjoy. What about that news about life on Mars? So you can see that I didn't want to discuss politics, but I still wanted to talk to that person, so I offered a different topic that we could discuss. With this lecture, you've now got an advanced understanding of how to talk about and ask about people's interests and hobbies. Go to the next lecture to do it even better by understanding idioms we use to replace verbs such as like and enjoy. What we are talking about right now is your hobbies and interests, the vocabulary, verbs, expressions, and just the vocabulary for all of these very different but very cool hobbies and interests that you have and that we can ask other people about. This is especially good for small talk. When you meet someone and you have these kind of small, light conversations to get to know them, it's really good to ask about these because people love talking about themselves, right? That's something we like, even if maybe you don't love it, but it's very easy to do. You have all the information. You know yourself pretty well. So let's look at this. First of all, the vocabulary we want to use. We either use most of the time like or enjoy. Now, with like, we can say to like something. And when I say something, that's the noun. So running is a noun. Painting, swimming, fishing. These are all nouns. But we can also use the verb. So we can also say to like to do something. So now it's I like to run. I like to swim. I like to fish. I like to paint. So with like, we can use the noun. We can use the verb. And we can also say to like doing something. The doing is the gerund, ing, present participle form of the verb. That is actually just like the noun that we just mentioned. So we can say I like running, or actually, yeah, it's the same thing. So it's the noun, and here it's also the activity. Okay, so I like running. I like to run. I like swimming. I like to swim. That's the example, right? I like to climb. I like to exercise. I like climbing. I like exercising. Now, with enjoy, it's a little different. We can use one of the same forms here to enjoy something. So that's the same as to like something. So I like swimming. I enjoy swimming. I like fishing. I enjoy fishing. I don't know why I keep using these examples. I like... do we have any other examples here? Reading, bouldering. I like reading. I enjoy reading. I enjoy reading. I like bouldering. Confusing myself. But we cannot say to enjoy to do something. That construction does not exist at all. We can't say that. So I like to run. I like to climb. But we can't say that. Enjoy, it's just the gerund or the participle. We cannot. So I enjoy doing something, or I like doing something. But we cannot say I enjoy to do. Does not exist. Sounds bad. Just sounds bad. So don't say it. So I like going to the store. If you like shop, I like going to the mall. I enjoy going to the mall. So with enjoy and like, we can use with both the ing gerund present participle. With like, we have a second option, which is to like to do something. And let's look at a ton of examples now, starting with outdoor hobbies, outdoor interests. That means the things you do outside of the house, in parks. It could be just, in your yard, anywhere outside of the house. And let's start with biking. So we say biking. With all of these, I'm going to start with the noun. And then after that, the verb and other expressions that we can use. So biking, that's on a pedal bike, not a motorcycle, not a moped, not a Vespa or anything like that. This is talking about you getting exercise. Then we have to bike and to go for a bike ride. To go for a bike ride sounds more like leisure, for fun, not so much activity. When you want to talk about getting a lot of exercise, that's more like to cycle or cycling. And that's a lot more exercise, a lot more stress. That's like Lance Armstrong and the Tour de France. Then we have boating. If you like to go on a boat, boating is the noun. To boat and to go boating. Bouldering and to go bouldering. Bouldering is a type of climbing where you climb a short height. You don't have a harness, no protection, and you fall on a padded area. It can also be done outside, and again, it's not high. It's pretty popular today. Canoeing. A canoe is a type of watercraft. It's pretty small, often for 2, 3, even maybe even 4 people if it's a big canoe, and you have paddles. So we say canoeing, to canoe, to go canoeing. So I like canoeing, I enjoy canoeing, I like to canoe, I like to go canoeing are our options there. Oh, I actually forgot. Let's go back a little bit because I wanted to mention a few other expressions we can use. In the United States, we use to be into something quite a bit. It just means you enjoy something, you like something. So I'm into sports, I'm into reading, I'm into bouldering, I'm into canoeing. It means the same thing in this case as kind of like I like or I enjoy. What we also use, which is maybe a little bit more common in the UK, is for something, usually in the negative, for something to not be your cup of tea, means you don't like it. We also use it in questions in the positive. You know, is running your cup of tea? Is reading your cup of tea? Is cinema your cup of tea? So we can use it in questions in the positive form, and otherwise it's going to be negative. It's almost always negative, as at least that's how we use it in the US. Like, running is not my cup of tea. And you see there that the noun comes first. Running is not my cup of tea. Reading is not my cup of tea. Learning English, maybe, is not your cup of tea, but you're doing it anyways. So let's continue here. We had climbing. Now, climbing, to climb. So climbing is just general. Climbing is any type of activity where you climb. Could be rock climbing, mountain climbing, and we say to go climbing. So personally, I like, or actually I plan to start climbing. So we can also start a hobby, and if you already started in the past and continue it, is to have a hobby. It's something you do. Then we have fishing, to fish, to go fishing. So you have your fishing rod, and you try to catch fish by using bait. And you have also tackle. Tackle are the little tools that you have to help you connect your bait to your fishing line. And your fishing line is connected to your fishing rod. We have gardening, to garden, to work in the garden. That's to do things outside, to plant little plants, to make them grow. Going to the park, to go to the park. I love going to the park. I love to go to the park. Love is stronger than like or enjoy. So if you love something, it means you really like it, really enjoy it. Horse riding, to ride a horse, to go horse riding. Maybe you guys have those hobbies. Ice skating, to ice skate, to go ice skating. That's when you have those little boots with a rod. It has to be winter, or actually a lot of indoor ice skating facilities too. Jogging, to jog, to go for a jog. Jogging is a type of slow run. Kayaking, to kayak, and to go kayaking. A kayak is very similar to a canoe, but it can also be covered. A kayak can turn upside down in the water, and is more often used for more extreme sports, the kayak. But you also have a paddle, and the verb there we use is to paddle. It's how you move in a boat with no motor. And then we have a very general expression here, playing sports or to play sports. So these are really any type of group activity, generally outdoor activity, like to play basketball, to play soccer or football, to play badminton, to play cricket. We play a sport. We never do sports. That's a very common mistake I hear learners say. And usually when people say they do sports, what they're trying to say is they exercise. And that's coming up soon. So we have playing outside. This is very general. This is doing any type of activity outside, playing outside. It's usually kids that play outside, and often in a park or in your yard. So to play outside, to go and play outside is another expression we use. Rollerblading, to rollerblade, to go rollerblading. That's when you have a little boot and there's wheels attached, but in a row like this. Because the next one we have is roller skating, and that's when you have them side by side. So roller skates, but then roller blades. Very similar, but the wheels are in a different pattern. Then we have running, how we started, to run, to go for a run. Sailing, to sail, to go sailing. That's when your boat has a, I think, what's it called, like a mast? I don't remember. But a sailboat moves because of the wind. Or I guess this is called a sail. That's the sail, the thing that catches the wind and propels you forward or backward, left and right. Skiing, to go skiing, to ski. Skiing, you have 2 poles on your feet. They're separate. Then we have sledding. Sledding is when you usually, skiing and snowboarding are on mountains, huge mountains. Sledding can be on a mountain, but it's usually on a hill. It's shorter and it's on like just some random piece of plastic. Snowboarding, to snowboard, to go snowboarding, like skiing, but you only stand on one thing. Then we have sunbathing, to sunbathe, to go sunbathing. That's when you just sit in the sun and try to get tan, to get bronzed. Swimming, to swim, to go swimming, to go for a swim, and a more informal expression, to take a dip. All right, so for swim too, if you want to do it really for exercise, I would say to swim laps, or because usually to go swimming, it can be for leisure. I would say it's mostly used for leisure and fun when you like have a little ball that you're hitting or something like that. And to take a swim can also be for leisure or more physical activity. If you want to focus on really getting exercise, say to swim laps at a pool. Then we have traveling. Everyone likes to travel somewhere or to take a trip somewhere. To take a trip just means to travel. I took a trip to Japan. I traveled to Japan. Trekking. Trekking is a longer, more exhausting version of hiking. So hiking is just when you go outside, usually in like mountains or somewhere in nature, and you just walk. You have your hiking boots on. Trekking is similar, but it's usually a lot longer. Bigger distances, maybe more difficult terrain, more difficult mountains. We say to go for a trek, to trek, and we just have walking. If you do walking for leisure, like if I just walk around my neighborhood, that is to go for a walk. If you really try to, there's actually a fairly popular sport. It's called speed walking. So maybe you speed walk. And then if you have a pet, especially a dog, we can say to walk your dog, the noun walking your dog, or to take your dog for a walk. If your dog needs to use the bathroom, to take your dog out. So that is almost all of the outdoor hobbies. Now the indoor hobbies. Let's focus on some of these. We don't need this part. Let me change that. So if you're indoor, if you like to be in the kitchen, if you make things in the oven, the part that you actually have to open. Remember, the stove is the top part. The oven is that middle part that gets super hot. If you like making things like cakes, pastries, that kind of stuff, that is to bake. The noun is baking. So you like baking. Maybe you like to play games like Monopoly. I can't think of any other examples, but Monopoly is a very famous board game. So we say to play board games. Chess. Chess is a board game. Yeah, anything that has a board is a board game. Chess, checkers, these are board games. The cinema, if you enjoy or like the cinema, I love the cinema. And to go to the cinema. If you say I love cinema, it just means you like movies. But to go to the cinema means to specifically go to the place to watch a movie with other people. Cooking, to cook. So cooking is usually on the stove. With a frying pan, boiling water, in a pot. So we have pots, frying pans. All of that together we usually just call pots and pans. And then we have dancing, to dance. A lot of people. Dancing is fun, I think. Drawing, to draw. So that means with a pencil, charcoal, markers, crayons. And we have exercising. To exercise or to go exercise. Or, yeah, I would say that's it. Remember, a lot of you, I think, say to do sports when what you mean is you exercise. You enjoy exercising. Do sports does not exist in English. It doesn't make sense. You will confuse people when you say that. So exercising is any type of physical activity. It could be aerobic, like running. It could be lifting weights, any type of exercise. Then we have fashion. Maybe you like fashion. So we say to like fashion, to be interested in fashion is another one. If you really love fashion, you can say I'm fascinated by. We can also say fascinated by something. The gym. We can also say a fitness studio. And to go to the gym or to work out. When you say to go to the gym, It could be to run, to lift weights, a more informal expression, pump iron, or whatever else you can do at a gym. A lot of activities depending on the size of the gym. To knit, we could also say to sew, to crochet. Knitting, sewing, crocheting. I don't remember. I think crocheting has one needle. Knitting, I think, has two. Sewing has a machine. I think sewing is usually like, it's like the real machine. I think. I'm not positive there. Languages. Some people love languages. Learning languages. To learn languages. Or just languages. Lifting weights. To lift weights. To go lift weights. That's things where you have actual, like, this is resistance training, where you have, usually made out of iron or some heavy metal. You lift it up. That's lifting weights. A lot of different methods or ways or different exercises for weight lifting. All right, then we have the movies. To go to the movies, to watch movies. So this all means going to a cinema, a movie theater. If you say to watch movies, you're going to a place. But if you just say to watch a movie, that can be at the cinema or at home. We have music. To listen to music, maybe you play music, or probably more common to say to play an instrument. Whenever someone says they play an instrument, it's a musical instrument. Saxophone, drums, guitar, trombone, the bongos, who knows? Then we have painting, to paint. So now we have a brush. If you paint, you have a brush and you're probably on a canvas. So that's painting. That's how painting is different, because you use a brush with paint. Photography, to take photos or to go and take photos. If you go and take photos, it sounds like it's outside or going to a different location. Maybe you have a pet. Playing with a pet, to play with a pet. And then we have puzzles, to do puzzles, to put puzzles together. So that's where there's little puzzle pieces and you connect them all to make a bigger image of something. Then we have reading, to read, like books. Singing, to sing. I cannot sing at all. Video games, we also say to play video games or just to game. If someone says they like to game, they're talking about video games or maybe on their computer. Writing, to write. A lot of people like to write. We can also say to journal. But to journal or also to keep a diary sounds more like your personal life. So to journal, to keep a diary, and then yoga and to do yoga. Idioms. Into something. We talked a lot about the verbs like and enjoy. You hear them a ton in spoken English, but we have two expressions that are even more popular. One is more popular in the US and the other is more popular in the UK. In the US, we often say to be into something. It means to like or enjoy something, to be interested in it. I'm into sports. I'm really into Chelsea FC. I'm not into the Spanish soccer league. And as an American, I'm really into the World Cup and anything the national team does. An English person would more likely use cup of tea for what I just said, like this. Sports are my cup of tea. Watching the Spanish football league is not my cup of tea. And the World Cup is also my cup of tea because I like anything the English national team does. You don't want to repeat vocabulary as much as I just did. It becomes annoying when someone keeps using the same words. So use both. Use both cup of tea and to be into something. In fact, as Americans and Brits, we do this all the time. Notice also that in the US, we say soccer, and everywhere else in the world, they say football. And to review, the positive forms are to be into something and for something to be your cup of tea. The negative is to not be into something or for something to not be your cup of tea. Make the following examples negative. Action movies are my cup of tea. Action movies are not my cup of tea. I'm into traveling abroad. I'm not into traveling abroad. A life hack. A life hack is any trick, tip, or piece of advice that is supposed to make your life easier in some way. Sometimes life hacks can be very helpful. A lot of the time life hacks are idiotic and only to get people to visit websites and buy stuff. But if you ever find an easier way to do something, we call it a life hack. Another term we can use is shortcut. A shortcut is an easier, shorter way to do something or to arrive to a place. A life hack is just a way to do something easier. I read about this life hack to make your phone work faster, but it didn't work at all. You don't need to do it that way. There's a much easier shortcut if you just press Command-C to copy it and Command-V to paste it. If you're driving to Chicago, take this highway instead. It's a really nice shortcut. You'll get there about 1 hour faster. The good life. The expression the good life has a few different meanings. Let's start with the most common in conversation. If you're relaxing or having a good time, you can say, this is the good life. You most often hear it when someone is doing something very relaxing and enjoying their leisure time in a lazy way. Think of someone sitting on the beach, not worrying about school or work, drinking a cocktail and saying, this is the good life. Or just laying in bed, not going anywhere. That's the good life too. There's another expression, to live a good life. We all want to live a good life, but this expression is most common when someone dies. You say it to express that they lived happily and without pain or regret. So this is to live a good life. When we say the good life, it means the ideal, perfect, relaxing life we all want to live right now. He died young, but he lived a good life. I just want to retire and live on a beach and live the good life. You shouldn't feel so sad about your dog dying. He lived a good life thanks to you. Turn a blind eye. Sometimes we pretend not to see bad actions that other people commit. Maybe it's because you don't want the person to get in trouble, or you don't want them to realize that you know about their bad actions. For whatever reason, when you ignore the bad behavior of other people, this is to turn a blind eye. And we say to turn a blind eye to an action. For example, if you have a friend that steals, you probably don't want them to get in trouble. You won't tell the police, therefore, so you turn a blind eye. You pretend not to notice. Maybe the same if someone you know is taking serious drugs or addicted to them. Maybe you're afraid to confront them, to address their problem, so you turn a blind eye. Oftentimes we shouldn't turn a blind eye, but we can't think of any better actions that we could do or don't think it's our responsibility to intervene. I tried turning a blind eye to your grades in school, but you are going to fail if you don't start doing a better job. I know we all drink a bit too much sometimes, but I can't turn a blind eye to your alcohol problem. You need to do something. I saw you cheat on the test. I'll turn a blind eye this time, but next time you won't be so lucky. To be set. There are quite a few idioms with set in them. First, when talking about being ready to go somewhere, we can say, I'm all set, or all set. It means I'm ready to go. Okay, I'm ready to go to the store. What about you? I'm all set, let's go. When buying things at a store, we use this expression too. Most often you are asked this when you are paying for your items, or maybe even earlier, if someone working there wants to know if you are ready to purchase your items. Okay, all set to pay? Yep, I got everything I need. Finally, and most relevant to this section, to be set, talking about your life and especially talking about your future, means that you are prepared for anything. For example, if a child is born into a very wealthy family, he is set for life. We're saying that no matter what happens, money should not be something that this kid worries about. So in this context, to be set means prepared. But to be set for life means that your life will be much easier or better because of something. If I get this job, I'll be making 10 times more each year. I'll be set for life. If you win the lottery, your children are set for life. Hey, after I shower, I'm all set to go. So be ready. Homework. It's time to practice what you learned. Write about your interests and hobbies, the stuff you enjoy doing, and especially try using cup of tea and to be into something to express your likes and dislikes. Writing is a great way to remember vocabulary, and I'm really looking forward to learning more about the stuff you're into. Dating and relationships. In this section, we're talking about romantic and non-romantic relationships, as well as more descriptions to describe yourself. We'll look at types of relationships, different dating expressions, idioms, and terms for race and sexual preference. This lecture is going to focus on types of romantic relationships and relationship statuses. I'm going to discuss some important slang in this lecture, but if you feel like you understand this vocabulary pretty well already, skip ahead to the next one. Single. If you're single, you are not in a relationship. You have no boyfriend or girlfriend or anything else. It's just you. Maybe you like it that way. It's a good opportunity to find yourself. To find yourself means to have the opportunity to understand yourself better before getting in a relationship. But if you're ready to start dating, you are single and looking. So what types of relationships might you be looking for? Types of relationships. A less serious type of relationship is friends with benefits, often abbreviated to FWB in writing. The benefits part in friends with benefits means sex. A more vulgar term for friends with benefits is a fuck buddy. But to sum up, both of these are just casual sex, no real relationship. And if you are online dating, you might see someone say they are looking for fun. That means they want nothing serious, just sex. I met a cool girl, but she just wanted something on the side, like a friends with benefit kind of thing, but I don't want to be the side dude. I would message this guy back, but it just says looking for fun, and we all know what that means. Talking about relationships, something on the side means a non-serious relationship focused on casual sex. If you cheat on your partner, meaning you are not faithful, by having something on the side, that's an affair. And in informal English, the person you're having the affair with is your side chick or side dude. The opposite of these is a long-term relationship. Online, you will often see this written LTR. A long-term relationship is a committed relationship, usually with a focus on eventually getting married, having one partner, and not having any side chicks or side guys. Not all committed relationships focus on having only one partner, and this has become more publicly spoken about in recent years. An open relationship is a relationship where you have one main partner, but each of you has casual, non-committal sex with people outside of your relationship. You can say to have an open relationship with someone or to be in an open relationship with someone. To summarize, in an open relationship, you are generally allowed to fool around, meaning to have sex with other people, but you still have one main partner who should be given the overwhelming majority of your attention. If you are polyamorous, you have multiple main partners who possibly interact and live with each other. So if you are in a polyamorous relationship or have a polyamorous friendship, you have committed romantic relationships with multiple people. Sounds like a lot of work. If you are in a committed relationship with someone and decide to get engaged, that person becomes your fiancé until you finally marry them. We can say to marry someone or to get married to someone. Then you are married to that person. Not all marriages last. If you decide to legally end your marriage, that's a divorce. To get divorced or to get a divorce. But a lot of people will first separate before getting divorced to decide if they want to continue being married or not. If you meet someone who is separated in person or online, it's a good idea to avoid them as they are basically still in a relationship. Sexual orientation. Now that you can talk about the type of relationship you're in or looking for, here's how to discuss the gender you are attracted to. This is called your sexual orientation. It's also important because in the United States, even some government documents require your sexual orientation. Sapiosexual. Sapiosexual is not a real sexual orientation, but has become quite popular recently. It's most popular with online dating apps, not a way to describe yourself in person. It just means that you are attracted to intelligent people. It's also used mostly by women. Heterosexual. If you are hetero, you are attracted to people of the opposite sex. That is a man attracted to a woman and vice versa. But in spoken English, we don't say hetero or heterosexual. We say straight, to be straight. If you are straight, you are saying that as a man, you are only attracted to women. If you are a woman, only attracted to men. Bisexual. If someone is bisexual, they are both attracted to men and women. In spoken English, it's more common to say bi, to be bi. Two very informal, slightly inappropriate expressions to describe a bi person are to say that they go both ways or play for both teams. If you go both ways or play for both teams, it means you have romantic relationships with men and women. Gay. If you are gay, you are attracted to only people of the same sex. So a man attracted to a man and a woman attracted to a woman. We use gay for both men and women. Lesbian can also be used, but only for women. So a man is gay, a woman is lesbian or gay. I want to give you some more advice because small changes when using the word gay can make you sound like an average fluent speaker or someone who really dislikes gay people and cause some very uncomfortable situations. It's to be gay, same as to be straight and to be bi. However, it's to be a lesbian. He's gay, she's straight, he's bi, she's a lesbian. Never say someone is a gay. You don't want to say, for example, she's a gay. It just sounds bad. You can say he's a gay guy, she's a gay woman, but a gay by itself sounds terrible. Or just say he's gay or she's gay. That's fine. If you are not gay, another word you want to avoid is queer. In the past, queer was the appropriate word to describe someone as gay, but not anymore. In fact, nowadays it is very often offensive and should not be used. Race. For most people, race and ethnicity is not important when dating, but online dating apps and even the American government require it for many documents. So now I will explain race as it's most commonly understood in the US and what people probably mean when they talk about it, because it can be quite confusing. Pacific Islander. If you are Pacific Islander, your ancestry is from Hawaii, Guam, Samoa, and other Pacific Islands. Some people include the Philippines in this category, and other people categorize Filipinos as Asian. Asia is a huge part of the world made up of many different countries with very different people and cultures. But in the US, we still use it as one general category to describe race. For example, we categorize Chinese, sometimes Filipinos, Indians, Vietnamese, Koreans, and Japanese all under the ethnicity Asian, as well as many other countries in Asia. Black. In the US and the UK, we have a very simple definition of black that is very different from countries like Brazil and South America. Here, black means any African heritage or ancestry. That means black can be anything from slightly tanner than me to the darkest skin. The reason we have this definition of black is because of our history of slavery and how the government defined what a black person and a white person was. So we still basically have that understanding of black and white racial identity today as a society. Hispanic and Latino. If you come from Latin America or Spain, you are commonly understood to be Hispanic or Latin American. In the US, the common understanding is even simpler. If you speak Spanish, you are Hispanic or Latino. Actually, many Americans think that Hispanic or Latino means you're from Mexico. Obviously, this creates confusion because Brazilians don't speak Spanish. Latin Americans come in many different colors. Spaniards are often considered white, and Mexico is not a country, not the definition of Hispanic or Latino. White. If you are white, you probably look pretty similar to me. At least that is how we understand white in the United States and the UK. I know, for example, that the understanding of white can be very different in countries like Brazil and Egypt. But in the US and the UK, white means pale, pink skin, and probably a family history that comes from Germany, France, the UK, and most often Italy and Spain. I say most often Italy and Spain because 50 years ago, Spanish and Italian people were not considered white in the US, but now most often are. Interesting and confusing, huh? As well, in the US, Caucasian means the same as white. So even though people from Europe, North Africa, Central and South Asia are technically Caucasian, that is a different meaning when used in the United States. I hope you are ready because it's time to look at your genealogy, meaning how to describe everyone in your family. And we're going to start first with your nuclear family, then immediate family, and then distant family. So first of all, your relatives, that's your family. Your relatives are the people you are related to. That can be through things like marriage. So for example, if you have a brother and he marries someone, you are now related to his wife through marriage. But also your relatives can be your blood relatives, meaning related to you through this chart, like your parents. So let's start with your parents. So first we have your parents. Your parents give birth to you, right? So you are their son or daughter. And then if you have a child, now you are their parents, okay? So this is your child, and now you are their parents. And then if your son or daughter has a child, their child is your grandchild. Now if it's a boy, it's your grandson. If it's a girl, it is your granddaughter. And you are now their grandfather or grandmother. More conversationally, we'll say grandma or grandpa. Grandpa is your grandfather. Grandma is your grandmother. Okay, now let's go back to you and your parents. Now, if your parents have another child, then that is your brother or sister. Okay, so now you have a brother or sister. Now, if they have children, that child is your niece if it's a girl, and your nephew if it's a boy. If they have a child, that is now your grandniece or your grandnephew. Grandniece for a girl, grandnephew for a boy. And yeah, so that's it. And here, your parents and you and your brothers or sisters, this is typically what we consider your nuclear family. Your nuclear family is generally just parents and their children. For some people, if you have a very close family, it can also be your grandparents. But that's about as big as we will get for a nuclear family. It's your closest family because you usually live together. So that's why sometimes your grandparents can be that. And this is from an American cultural perspective, most commonly. Okay, now your parents had their own parents, right? Your parents' parents are your grandparents. So that would be your grandma and your grandpa. So those are your grandparents. Now, your grandparents obviously at least had one child, your mom or dad. And if they have other children, those are your aunts and uncles. So your aunt is the sister of your mom or dad, and your uncle is the brother of your mom or dad. Now, if your aunt or uncle has a child, that is your first cousin. Now, we usually don't say first cousin, but just remember it because right now we're describing your immediate family. Your immediate family is you, your brothers and sisters, your parents, your grandparents, your aunts and uncles, and your first cousins. Usually we'll just say our cousins. If you have a huge family, you might have to say your first cousin. But for me personally, the only cousins that I really know and talk to are my first cousins, so I just call them my cousins. That's it. So your first cousins, we'll usually just say our cousins. We usually only describe this in more detail if we're talking about our second or third cousins, or once we get like removed to this part. But we really don't talk about this family very much. Basically everything out here, this is our distant family. It's the relatives that we don't talk to a lot and are not as closely related to. So this is basically our immediate family, very close to us. This is our distant family. Everyone over here is distant, not as closely related to us. So our nuclear family was your parents, you, and your brother or sister. And then we have our immediate family, which is your grandparents, your grandma and grandpa, aunts and uncles, and your cousins. All right, and I guess your nieces and nephews can also be part of your immediate family. Now, the brothers and sisters of your mom technically are your maternal aunts and uncles. It means from your mother's side of the family. In spoken English, we usually just say from your mother's side. My uncle on my mother's side, on or from a side. And then if it is your dad's brothers and sisters, then they are technically your paternal aunts and uncles. Or more commonly in spoken English, just your aunts and uncles on or from your father's side of the family. But you can also say paternal or maternal. It's a little shorter, but actually less common. All right, so then after that, now if your first cousin has a child, their child in relation to you is your first cousin once removed. Now again, pretty much everything I'm saying now, we don't really use in spoken English, and even for native speakers, this vocabulary is very difficult, very misunderstood, and just too complicated to really care about. So technically, your cousin has a child, it's your first cousin once removed. If they have a child, it's your first cousin twice removed because we're going from generation to generation. So when we say once removed, it just means it's their child. Twice removed, it means the child of their child. Okay? It's complicated. I would just focus on the immediate family. That's the most important stuff. Okay, then we have, going back actually to your grandparents. Now, your grandparents had parents. Those are your great-grandparents, right? Yes. I'm sorry, no, so your grandparents, their parents are your great-grandparents. And now they might have more children. So if they do, your grandparents, if they have siblings, brothers or sisters, then we have your great aunts or great uncles. Now, if they have children, they are your, what do we have here? Your first cousin once removed, which is interesting, right? Because we have first cousin once removed here, and we have first cousin once removed here. So there could be huge differences in age, but it doesn't matter. We use the same expression. So it can be confusing. And this is why describing your genealogy and your family can be very, very complicated. Okay, so where were we? Your first cousin once removed, and then if they have a kid, it's your second cousin. And then your second cousin once removed. And then your second cousin twice removed. Again, this is all your distant family. We don't talk about this a lot unless if you have a very big family. Now, let's say your great-grandparents, of course they do, they definitely have parents, and those are your great-great-grandparents. Now, if they had more kids, the sibling of your great-grandparent would be your great-grand-aunt or your great-grand-uncle. We are going very far back in time now. Now, if they had kids, that would be your first cousin twice removed. Because look, we're going over again. That's why it's twice removed now. Then if they have a kid, it's your second cousin once removed, and then your third cousin, and then your third cousin once removed, and then your third cousin twice removed. And it just keeps going and getting more and more complicated. Just focus on these ones. We have your nuclear family, which is your parents, and then you and your brothers and sisters. That's the American definition. Your immediate family is your grandparents, grandma and grandpa, aunts and uncles, your parents, you, brothers, sisters, cousins, and probably niece and nephew, if you have any, as well as your in-laws, meaning if you get married, the mom and dad of your husband or wife. Those are your in-laws. All right, so that is your immediate family. All of this is your distant family. And don't worry about that. It's super complicated, even for me. Dating idioms. There's some really good idioms about dating and relationships that will be super helpful in a conversation. Here are some of the best, as well as some common expressions you just need to know. A blind date. A date has a few meanings. When you first meet someone, a date is some type of activity to see if you are compatible as romantic partners. We say to go on a date. If you decide to continue seeing each other, meaning dating and in a relationship, a date is just something fun you do together. So to go on a date means a specific event or moment you spend with someone. To be dating someone means to be in a relationship. To be seeing someone can have both meanings. If I say I'm seeing him on Thursday shows us it's for a specific date, but you don't know if we're dating. You can also use this when making plans to spend time with friends and family and making appointments, like to see the doctor. I'm seeing my parents on Sunday. I'll see the therapist on Wednesday. But if I just say I'm seeing Mark, it means we're dating. We are a couple. I met this guy at the cafe yesterday. We're going on a date tomorrow. I'll tell you how it goes. I'm not sure I'm ready to start seeing anyone long term though. Me and Lisa have been dating for several years now. We try to go on a date at least once a week to spend some time together. We've been going out so long, I can't remember what we did on our first date. A blind date is when you are meeting someone for the first time and have never met before and don't know what the other person looks like. Because of modern technology, blind dates don't really exist anymore because it's so easy today to get at least a picture or something like that. Break up with someone. If you're dating someone, you're in a relationship. Like I said, we can also say seeing someone. However, many relationships fail and come to an end. If you decide to end your romantic relationship with someone, we can say to break up with a person. The noun for this is a breakup. Another informal expression is to dump someone. A breakup can be mutual, meaning both people agreed to it, but when you dump someone, it's never mutual, and it's often done in a rude way. Another unrelated expression is to be in the dumps, or down in the dumps. If you're down in the dumps, you feel sad. So if your boyfriend or girlfriend dumps you, there's a good chance you'll feel like you're down in the dumps. To dump someone, to be dumped by someone. To feel down in the dumps. I'm just going to stay home tonight. Lisa dumped me and I'm just feeling down in the dumps right now. Let's do something tomorrow. Catfish. If you don't have serious proof that someone is actually the person they claim to be in their photos, you might be being catfished. To catfish someone is to pretend to be someone else by using fake photos or photos they stole. If you're the victim, you're catfished. If you are the liar, the verb we use is to catfish someone. I hate online dating apps because I'm always worried that I'll be catfished. That's why I don't talk to anyone unless we have a video chat early on. Chemistry. Chemistry is important in a relationship. Chemistry means that there is a connection between two people, some special connection that you don't find with everyone. We can say to have chemistry with someone or for there to be chemistry between two people and for there to be chemistry in a relationship. You and Mark are a nice couple. There's obviously great chemistry between the two of you. The date didn't go well. We had no chemistry. Also, in cinema, actors can have chemistry. This is called on-screen chemistry. When talking about this type of chemistry, it's only for actors who are portraying a romantic relationship, not if they are acting as friends or family. Out of your league. When talking about dating or wanting to date a person, if someone is out of your league, it means they are too good for you. Usually it means they are much more attractive than you, but it could also mean much more successful, intelligent, or whatever positive characteristics you don't have. Like for most of us, supermodels are out of our league because they are supposed to be the most beautiful people on the planet, and we're just normal people. To settle. If you are trying to date people that are above your standards, meaning out of your league, or probably won't be interested in you, someone might tell you to settle. To settle is to lower your standards, lower the requirements you have for a partner. So if you decide to settle, you might go on a date with a person a little less attractive or a little less wealthy or something like that. Do you really think you're going to marry a person that attractive? That type of person is out of your league. You need to settle and be more realistic or you will be single forever. Homework time again. If you are single or just for fun, create a dating profile for yourself using vocabulary from this course and try to describe your personality, interests, and passions as well. If you are married or in a relationship, describe yourself, your partner, and things you enjoy doing together by using vocab and idioms you've learned so far. A different homework option is to write about the cultural differences you notice between your country and the United States related to dating and relationships, because I'm sure there are a lot. Look forward to seeing your homework and answering any questions. Friends and family idioms. With friends and family, we have some great idioms we use to describe our relationships or a lack of a relationship. Here are some of the most important ones. If you have any questions or suggestions, send me a message so I can make a new video to explain it better. To get along with someone. If you get along with someone, it means that you are able to interact with another person in a friendly, peaceful, and enjoyable way. So you get along with your friends. But if you don't like someone, you don't get along. A British expression is to get on with someone. This has the exact same meaning, but is not as popular in the US. So I can say I get on well with my girlfriend's parents, or I get along well with my girlfriend's parents. Same meaning. Why don't you and Dave hang out more? I just don't get on well with him. For some reason, he just irritates me. Also remember, to hang out with someone means to spend time with someone in a friendly, casual way. Bad blood. If there is bad blood in a relationship, it means there is ill feeling, bad feelings towards each other for some reason. There is hostility, anger, or distrust. Basically, to have a bad relationship with someone because of something that happened previously. A very informal expression for this is to have a beef with someone. Means you don't get along because of some past experience. I used to hang out with Mark a lot, but then he lied to me about a few things and it really made me upset. So there's some bad blood between us. That's why we don't talk anymore. There's some bad blood between the two sides of my family. That's why one part of the family started hosting a different family reunion in the summer. The black sheep. In a family, there is often someone who is different than the rest. They act differently and have very different interests compared to everyone else in the family. We can describe this person as the black sheep or the black sheep in the family. If you are the black sheep in the family, you don't feel like you belong. You feel different and a little bit like a social outcast. In some cases, being the black sheep just means you are a little different, but still get along really well with your family. In other cases, being the black sheep means you don't enjoy spending time with your family and don't get on well with any of your family members. I moved out of the house right when I turned 18. As the black sheep in the family, I never felt like I belonged. I rarely talked to my family since leaving the house. My family always calls me the black sheep because they all support Barcelona FC, but I support Real Madrid. We always joke about it. Chip off the old block. Talking about your parents, if you are a chip off the old block, you resemble one or both of your parents related to physical appearance or personality. This is the same as to take after someone, but chip off the old block is more commonly used to talk about shared characteristics of a son or daughter and their father. But it can be used to talk about your mother if you want, though less commonly. Your daughter really likes working on computers, just like you. She's really a chip off the old block. Is your son playing football this year? He loves sports. A chip off the old block, huh? A falling out. Sometimes relationships, especially friendships, come to an end in a negative way that creates bad blood. An expression we use to describe this is a falling out. You usually have a falling out with someone, or we can say to be a falling out. Basically, it means your once healthy relationship is ended because of something bad. Maybe an argument, a betrayal, or whatever. In the royal family, there was a falling out when the prince decided to marry a commoner. Now there's some serious bad blood between the family members because of it. Me and my friend had a falling out because we were both attracted to the same person. I don't know if we'll ever talk again. The spitting image. To be the spitting image of someone means to look exactly like them. This is the same meaning as to take after someone and to be a chip off the old block. However, with spitting image, we are only talking about physical appearance. There is no meaning of similar personalities, just looking similar to someone, especially a parent or other relative. Look at you. You are really the spitting image of your father. You look identical to how he looked when he was your age. People say I'm the spitting image of my uncle, but I really don't see the resemblance. Homework. It's time for another assignment because you are now super capable of describing relationships with friends and relatives. To help you use this vocab, describe your relationship to a family member and a relationship with a friend. Describe how you're related or how you became friends and use some of the idioms and vocabulary from this section. And to practice asking questions, ask me a few questions about my friends and family if you want. I can't wait to chat with you a little bit more. You're going to need to be able to speak about food and drink in English at some point. Maybe you're buying food to cook and eat at home or trying to go to a restaurant for a nice night out. For whatever reason, let's start at the supermarket so you can learn some important vocabulary to ask questions and pay for things at a store, as well as being able to describe any food in English. After that, everything you need for going to a restaurant, bar, or cafe. The supermarket. But before we start, the most important vocabulary word, groceries. Groceries are the food, house supplies, and everyday essential things like toilet paper that you buy at a grocery store and supermarket. Remember, grocery store and supermarket mean the same thing, so use whichever you like more. If you're going to the supermarket to just buy one thing, we don't use groceries. We only use groceries when you go to buy at least two or more things. The verbs we use here are grocery shopping and to buy groceries. Like yesterday, I went grocery shopping. I bought some chicken, rice, toothpaste, a facial scrub, deodorant, and batteries. These were my groceries that I bought, a combination of food and important daily items that we use almost every day. Something like a new TV, furniture, or toys are not groceries, even though they might be sold at the same store. Before we move on to asking questions, send me your grocery list. That is the groceries you need to buy from the grocery store. Now it's time for asking questions. The supermarket, also called the grocery store, is a store that sells primarily food, but might also sell other things for taking care of your body. Probably has a section of the store for electronics, things for your house, outdoor equipment, and a lot more. At a store, we don't say sections though, we say departments. They have the same meaning, but this type of store is a department store, meaning that it has different departments for different categories of things you want to buy. So if you go to one of these stores like Walmart, Meijer, or Target, you can ask an employee, where is the blank department? But if it's just a grocery store, meaning they really just sell food and ingredients, just ask, where is the blank? Excuse me, where is the food department? Oh, it's that way. Go all the way straight. Hi, could you tell me where the furniture department is? Sure, it's on the other side of the building. Sorry, where is the ketchup? The ketchup is in the next aisle. At a grocery store or supermarket, the food section is usually divided by aisles, like the noodles are in aisle 1 and the milk is way at the end in aisle 20. Notice also that the S is silent in aisle, so it sounds just like the word I with the letter L at the end. Aisle. Excuse me, where is the ice cream? It's in aisle 10. Also at a supermarket or grocery store, the employees will not ask you questions. Most often they will only speak to you if you ask them a question first and while paying for your things. This is different from other stores, pretty much every other store that does not sell groceries, where the employees will often approach you and ask if you need any assistance. At these stores, the questions they most often ask are, "Can I help you with anything?" and "Are you finding everything all right?" At a clothing store, they will also often ask you if you want a bag to carry your clothes in. If you want them to leave you alone, just say, "No, I'm all right," to any of these questions. Often, after responding, you will hear, "If you need anything, just ask." Some department stores, especially electronic stores like Best Buy in the US, will have employees waiting to help you right when you enter the store. Sometimes they will just say hi, but they will also often ask, "Can I help you find anything?" or "Do you need any help?" If you want help, say, "Yes, I would like help finding blank," or "Yes, I would like help with blank." But if you don't, say, "I'm all right, thanks," or "I'm just looking around." The last situation where you might need to ask a question is when another shopper is in your way. They are blocking your access to a particular item you are interested in. If they do not move naturally after realizing they are in your way, politely say, "Excuse me," or "Sorry," and they should move for you. Paying for your things. The only time you'll probably talk to an employee when buying groceries or other items is when you are paying. A very important piece of vocabulary you need for shopping is checkout. The checkout, also called the checkout register, is where you pay. We also use it as a verb, to check out, meaning to pay for your things. There's a very different, but still very popular use for to check something out, which means to look at something. That's not the use here though. "Hi, where do I pay? The checkout is over there." Ring, ring. "Are you almost done at the store?" "Yeah, I just need to check out and then I will see you at home." When you go to the checkout, when you go to pay for your things, the cashier, the person charging you money, will very often ask a question, and this is popular for every place you shop. The question is, "Did you find everything all right?" If you got everything you were looking for, just say yes or yeah. If not, explain what you couldn't find and they will help you. Some cashiers will be friendly and might try to have a conversation with you. So be ready for questions like, "How are you today?" or "How's your day going?" If you want to be friendly, you can also start conversations with the cashier by asking these same questions first. Other questions you might hear when checking out are, "Do you have a blank card?" Usually a store will have some type of membership card so you can get rewards or discounts. So if you don't, respond no, and they will ask if you would like to sign up for the card. Say yes or no depending on if you want the card. Finally, when leaving the store, there is often a person by the door that might ask to look at your receipt. Your receipt is the little piece of paper you get after paying that has a list of all the items you bought. Sometimes they just say hello and goodbye, but if they hold out their hand or say anything else, they probably want to see your receipt. These employees, often called greeters, will also sometimes have little conversations with you. So if you want to get out of that place quickly, smile, nod your head as you continue to walk away so you don't get stuck in a conversation. Finally, a quick note about buying alcohol. In the United States, you need to be 21 years old to purchase alcohol. Alcohol is drinks like wine, beer, whiskey, vodka, and other things that have alcohol in them, meaning they can make you drunk or intoxicated. When you purchase alcoholic drinks at a store, you will be asked for your ID. Most often the cashier will say, "ID" or "ID please." Hand your ID to the employee, they will look at it quickly, and then you will pay. So let's start first of all with a topic called produce. Produce, the most common understanding of produce is just fruits and vegetables. So, vegetables, right there, as well as fruits. So here are fruits, here are vegetables. The other understanding of produce is just anything that a farmer grows, so comes out of the ground, and then sells, which is really just two things, fruits and produce. Some people think of meat as being in the produce section, but it's really mostly understood as fruits and vegetables. So some of the most popular vegetables are potatoes, tomatoes, onions, lettuce, corn, I have some of them here. Okay, so bell pepper. This is a bell pepper right here. We have broccoli. Broccoli right here. We have corn. This is a cob or an ear of corn. If you eat it like this, that is corn on the cob. We have bell pepper. These are bell peppers because they kind of look like a bell. They're bigger. It looks like we have maybe, I can't tell. Is that asparagus? I think it is. We have tomatoes right here. Especially if it's a smaller tomato, it's probably called a Roma tomato. It looks like we have some beans, cauliflower, and look, I think we have, what do we have over here? It's the name, I'm having a total brain fart right now. Eggplant. Eggplant right here. So these are, and lettuce in the background, and it looks like some, not tomatoes, potatoes. Potatoes right there. So those are some of the most important vegetables. What about the most important fruits that we consume in the US? Well, here we go. We got bananas, we got grapes, apples, I believe a pear. Yes, a pear. What, an orange, pineapple, kiwi, watermelon. What do we have over here? Coconut. We got coconut. We got a peach. Was this a lemon? It is a lemon. And these are the most common fruits in the US. I don't see any berries here, but berries are also very popular, like especially strawberries, blueberries, blackberries, all really good. Now, let's go to the meats. There are different types of meat that we have. We have red meat, we have white meat, there's also seafood, and processed meats. As well, a type of beef called steak, which has a lot more muscle. We can prepare that basically to different degrees. Preparing it a lot more time or a lot less. But let's start by looking at the types of red meat. Now, first we have beef. Beef comes from a cow. Okay, so there can be beef like this that we make hamburgers with, but there's also beef like this, which is more like a steak. So, and what we'll talk about, actually let's talk about steaks right now. For steak, we have different degrees of preparation. Sorry, I forgot to change the words. But we have rare. If a steak or any type of meat that's kind of like a steak that has more muscle, if it's rare, you cook it very little. Now we have medium rare. That means you cook it a little bit more, but you're still seeing a lot of this redder, pinker color. It's also softer, and maybe even some blood, especially maybe some blood here still. Here we have medium, so it's kind of in the middle. You've cooked it a decent amount. We have medium well, and well or well done. At this point, most professional chefs will tell you you have lost most of the flavor. If you go to a restaurant, this is pretty specific. You will most often just hear rare, medium, and well done. Those are the most common. These are quite specific in the middle there. So rare, medium, well done. Well done is really cooked. There is no pink and you lose a lot of the flavor. Rare, it's like you just sizzled it. You cooked it for a tiny, tiny, tiny bit. But going back to these, so we had beef, which is meat that comes from a cow. There's the kind of beef that's kind of used in like hamburgers especially. And then there's more like a steak. We have a lamb here. For the meat, we can also say lamb, but more often in the UK, they especially say mutton. Mutton. And then we have a pig, oink, oink, and we get, for example, bacon, and a lot of other parts of the pig that we use. So a pig, we get bacon and pork. All other types of the pig are called pork. We say lamb, we can also say lamb for the meat, or mutton. Mutton sounds more British to me. You don't hear it that much in the US. What other types of meat do we have? You can't read that because it's backwards. White meat. We have white meat too. What is white meat? Poultry is another term here. Poultry means related to birds. So when we say white meat, spelled backwards, it means bird meat, basically. But specific birds. Chicken. Chicken is the most popular white meat in the world. We also have turkey, especially in the US. Turkey is very common. And what else is poultry? Well, the eggs. If you go to a grocery store in the US, this is a carton of eggs. We eat a ton of eggs. And in the US, we put eggs in the fridge to keep them good. Most other parts of the world, you keep eggs outside of the fridge. Remember, there are other types of white meat, for example, duck and geese, but usually we use those in winter jackets for the feathers. We do eat them. Sometimes it's rarer, they're more expensive most of the time. Most of the time we just use their feathers. Some people eat them though. I don't remember the last time I had duck or geese, or goose. Not recently. There's another type of meat which is called game meat. Game meat can be smaller birds, for example, fowl, pheasant. It can also be little animals like squirrel or rabbit. Game meat just means meat that you hunt, because hunting for some people is like a game. So that's game meat. And the term for meat that tastes really bad, in your opinion, we say gamey. So if meat is gamey, means you really did not like it at all. Or you're just saying it has a really, really bad. And we froze. 1 second while I reopen the app. 1 second as I reopen the app. Are we back? All right, we are back. So I was saying that, whoops, let me just pause this again. Okay, so I was saying there's also game meat. Game meat means that it's meat that you hunt. Usually it's like lower quality, like squirrel or rabbit. And especially if you say a meat tastes gamey, it might just mean it's chewy or has like a bad flavor. That's gamey meat. The other type of meat that does not occur naturally is processed meats. Hot dogs, sandwich meat like bologna, salami. These types of meats do not occur naturally. We make them with lots of salt, additives, other stuff. Maybe we cure them, preserve them in some way. These are processed meats, generally thought to be quite unhealthy. Processed meats can be bad for your body. Lots of cholesterol, lots of salt. So you want to be careful, especially sausage too, that comes from a pig. It's a type of pork. Sausages, these are all processed meats that are prepared by us. They do not occur naturally in nature like all of the other meats we were talking about. What do we have now? Well, now we've got seafood, our last type of meat. Seafood really is any animal that lives in a body of water, a sea, an ocean, a lake, any body of water, even a pond if you find some small fish there. Seafood is any animal that we eat that lives in the water. So the most common is fish. Here is a salmon, and most often you get a fillet. A fillet of fish just means a part of the fish. So here's a fish. This is a salmon. Tuna, tilapia. These are also very common types of fish in the US. Shrimp. Here's what the little guy looks like in nature. Hey, little shrimp, how you doing? Here's our shrimp. We got a crab here, a crustacean. These are very common. And here we got some clams. Oysters are also very common. Crawfish, also called crayfish. This is seafood. Seafood is really anything you eat that comes from the water. And if you have a fish and you get his little eggs, those are called caviar. Caviar, a nice delicacy. I had caviar once. I don't like it at all. And then let's keep going. After that, we have dairy. What is dairy? Dairy, spelt backwards here, is anything that comes from the milk of a mammal. I'm a mammal. A cow is a mammal. A mammal is anything that feeds its young, its offspring, with its milk. And I think I think that's the most important characteristic. Whales are mammals, but we don't really eat whale milk or butter, do we? No. All right, so here we got milk. In the US, we get cartons or jugs. I'm sorry, jugs of milk are more common today. So we get a jug of milk. And look, there's some milk. We love milk in the US. Here is some cheese. I come from Wisconsin, the cheese capital of the US. We make a lot of cheese. Here's some yogurt. Yogurt is a milk product. And butter. Probably the most common dairy products. If you go to a grocery store, usually the dairy products are way in the back because everyone needs dairy. Also, the eggs are usually next to the dairy products. Finally, Grains. We've got grains, grains, and more grains. Grains means anything that comes from a cereal kind of byproduct. So anything made from wheat, rice, oats, barley, and other grain products. So what do we got here? We got bread. We got oats, like oatmeal. Quinoa, I think we have here. Yeah, quinoa is becoming more popular recently. We got pastas. Pastas come from grains. And we have popcorn. But also tortillas, grits, your breakfast cereal, the stuff you eat with milk, crunch, that's all from grains too. So just a lot of vocabulary here. It's basically the terminology you need to go to the store and buy everything. Also go to a restaurant and know what the items are talking about. But there you go, basically an introduction to food vocabulary. When you don't cook, you probably don't always eat at home. We often go to restaurants to pay people to cook and prepare our food for us. If you go to a place, pay for food, and eat there, that is eating out or to eat out. If you go to a restaurant, pay for the food, but then return home to eat it, that is called takeaway or takeout. The verb to order or get takeout. If you just order the food on your phone or computer, that is called ordering out or ordering food. The verb to order out or to order and then type the food. Some people also say to order in. To order in and order out have the same meaning, even though they use opposite prepositions. I hope you don't have plans tomorrow night, because we are going out to celebrate my promotion. Let's get some Chinese, but I don't feel like eating at the restaurant, so let's just get takeout. I'm too exhausted to cook or even eat out tonight. Let's just order pizza. If you call a restaurant for food, one of the first questions they will ask you is takeout or delivery. Delivery means the restaurant will deliver the food to you and you don't have to do anything except pay. For that reason, there is usually a delivery charge and you are expected to tip the delivery person. Takeout means you will drive to the restaurant and take it back, return it to your house where you will eat it. If you use your phone to order food, you will be asked questions, and we often don't hear a few things because of a poor connection, noise, or someone is just difficult to understand. So the most common ways to ask the person to repeat again are, sorry? What was that? I didn't catch that, and can you repeat that? Your total is... Sorry? We don't... Today. What was that? Your total is 32.20. Can you repeat that? You can also use these expressions when you don't understand what someone said at a bar, cafe, or restaurant. In the next few lectures, we're focusing on the vocabulary and expressions for restaurants, cafes, and bars, so you can feel comfortable using English at all of them. Restaurants and diners. A restaurant is any place that you go to sit down and eat. It can even be a fast food restaurant like McDonald's. If a restaurant is more casual, relaxed, has a warmer environment, and is generally cheaper, that is a diner. A more expensive luxury restaurant can be called upscale or an upscale restaurant. For example, if a restaurant has any Michelin stars, we can assume it's upscale and pricier. If something is pricier, it means more expensive. The most common terms to refer to the people eating at a restaurant, any type, are diners, customers, and guests. They all mean the same exact thing. Patron can also be used, but is more commonly used if you go to the same place more than once or frequently eat there. A more informal term for this is a regular. If you're a regular, you eat at that restaurant often, you eat there regularly. Sorry, I'm new, so I don't know the policy, but that customer said the steak was too raw. Should I send it back to be cooked longer? Let me see who it is. Oh yes, definitely. She's a regular, so send it back. We only do requests like that for our regulars. People who work at a restaurant. Most restaurants will have someone near the entrance who will help you find a seat and tell you if there is a wait. For a man, it's the host. For a woman, it's the hostess. The cheaper the restaurant, the more likely there will be no host or hostess. If your host follows you to your seat, they will often say, your server will be right with you, before returning to their position by the entrance. Another name for server is waiter for men and waitress for women. We call the people who clean tables and dishes busboys and busgirls. The main chef and their assistants are what we call the kitchen staff. At most restaurants, you don't see the kitchen staff while they work. If you're at a nicer restaurant, there might be a valet. The valet will park your car for you after you arrive and have it ready for you when you leave. An even nicer restaurant might have a sommelier. a person with expertise in matching drinks with your food, who you can ask for assistance. Making a reservation. When you arrive to a restaurant, the host will probably start by asking, how many? And you can simply say the number of you there are. If you want to call ahead of time before going to the restaurant to make a reservation for later, you will say, I would like to make a reservation for, and then the time. Or I would like to make a reservation for blank people, and then the number of people at blank time and the time of day. If you don't say how many people or the time yourself, you will be asked that next. If the reservation is for another day, then you want to say that as well. Making reservations isn't always necessary, so it's a good idea to call a restaurant before you go to see if a reservation is needed. Here are the different examples of reservations you can make that I mentioned before. Hi, small local diner, how can I help you? Hi, I'm wondering if I need to make a reservation for tonight, like 6 p.m.? No, there's no need to make a reservation. See you tonight. Hi, nice Italian restaurant. How can I help you? Hi, I would like to make a reservation for 6 p.m. tonight. For how many people? For 6 people. Name? Sorry? Name for the reservation. John Doe. Okay, I've made your reservation, Mr. Doe. We look forward to seeing you. Hi, nice Italian restaurant. How can I help you? Hi, I would like to make a reservation for 6 p.m. tonight. For how many people? For 6 people. I'm sorry, there is not enough space at that time. How about 7? Sure, 7 is fine. And your name? Mr. Smith. I didn't catch that. Mr. John Smith. Okay, Mr. Smith, your reservation is all set. See you tonight. Hi, upscale French restaurant. How can I help you? Hi, I would like to make a reservation for January 1st at 6 p.m. for 4 people. Which day? January 1st. At 6 p.m.? Yes. For how many again? For 4 people. How many? 4 people. What name should I put under the reservation? Excuse me? Your name to hold the reservation. Mrs. Jane Doe. Okay, I've made your reservation, Mrs. Doe. We'll be seeing you January 1st at 6 p.m. Click. How to order drinks and food. So we are at the restaurant and ready to eat. But first we must order our food. If you don't have a big food vocabulary, I recommend you first watch the Types of Food lecture to make the ordering process a lot easier. The Types of Food lecture also discusses food preparation that is very helpful when ordering. At most restaurants, when the waiter first comes to your table, they will quickly ask something like, how are you today? Before asking the second question that will be something like, can I get you something to drink? Something to drink? Or what are you drinking tonight? If a waiter does not ask this and you want to know what drinks are available to order, ask, what drinks do you have? Or, what drinks are there? You can make the question more specific by asking about cold drinks, hot drinks, or alcoholic drinks. Sometimes a waiter will also ask, are you ready to order? Or do you need more time? This question is asking if you are ready to order your food. If you are ready, say, yes, I'm ready to order. If you are not, say, no, I need more time. When you are ready to order, you will hear the waiter say something like this. What are you having? Or what would you like? You respond by telling the waiter what you want to eat. For food and drink, whenever you make a request, there are 2 ways that most everyone uses. First, you can use would. I would like a blank. In spoken English, I would is often contracted to I'd. I'd like a... What can I get you to drink? What drinks do you have? Pepsi products, coffee, and lemonade, and a wine selection. I'd like a lemonade, and she'd like a glass of red wine. Okay, perfect. And are you ready to order your food? No, I think we need more time. Thanks. The other way people request or order something is to use I will have a blank. In spoken English, I will is often contracted to I'll. I'll have. What are you drinking tonight? I'll have a lemonade and she'll have a glass of red wine. And are you ready to order? Yes, I'll have the chicken of the day and she'll have the beef platter. One important note. Most often with drinks, we use the indefinite articles a and an. That's because we are not talking about a specific drink. It's a general request for a drink that they serve. Most often with our food, we do use the definite article because we are talking about the food as a specific item on the menu. So as a general rule, use the before the food you order and use a or an before drinks you order. Only use the with a drink if it has a special name or if there are different types of a particular drink. Finally, remember that in the US, you have to be 21 to order alcoholic drinks at a restaurant. In some parts of the US, you can order alcoholic drinks under this age if your parents are with you. Otherwise, what will most often happen if you try to order something with alcohol, like wine, beer, or vodka, is the waiter will ask for your ID, your identification card showing your age. Getting your waiter's attention. If you want to get your waiter's attention, the most polite way is to raise your hand like this. And if the waiter is close enough to hear you without shouting too loudly, it's also polite to say, "Excuse me," to get their attention. However, snapping your fingers or making other noises is considered very rude and you shouldn't do it. Also, I don't recommend that you say, "Waiter," to get their attention, because if the tone of your voice is not right, you will seem rude and arrogant. "Excuse me, this isn't what I ordered." "I'm sorry, wrong table." If your waiter is not visible, but a different waiter is close by, you can make requests to them too. Noise. Remember, a restaurant is often loud with people talking and your waiter and host will be very busy. Because of this, it's very likely they will not understand some of the things you say, and you will not understand some of the things they say. You are not doing anything wrong, and most of the time in a restaurant, myself included, the problem is that I'm not speaking loud enough. So to help you understand your host or waiter, ask questions when you are confused or didn't understand. These question expressions are easy. My favorites are, "Sorry? What's that? Come again? I didn't catch that," and "Could you repeat that?" When you ask these questions, the person you are talking to will repeat what they said. There's also a very good chance that you will be asked these questions, meaning the other person didn't understand you. The problem is often not your English. The problem is usually distractions at the restaurant and the noise level. So repeat what you said, but louder and more confidently. Paying the bill and tipping. When you are finished eating, the waiter will most likely come to your table and start to remove your dishes, often asking if you would like anything for dessert after you have finished your main course, the main course being the main food that you ordered. When a waiter thinks that you are finished, especially after asking about dessert, they will ask about paying. This is most often said with these expressions. "Are you ready for the bill?" "Do you want the check?" or "I'll get the check for you." Bill and check mean the same thing. What the waiter is asking is, "Are you ready to pay for the meal?" But they don't ask that. If you are finished eating and ready to pay, get the waiter's attention with one of these. "Check please," "Bill please," "Can I have the check?" or "Can I have the bill?" Remember, in the US, it is recommended to tip at least 15% when you eat at a restaurant. Tipping means paying an additional percent based on the quality of the service. So even if the food is bad, but the waiter was nice and polite, you should tip well. 20% is seen as showing that the service was quite good, and anything higher is even more generous and a bigger compliment to the waiter. Again, tipping is essentially required in the United States, and leaving no tip is an insult. I recommend you leave at least a 15% tip. So, of course, here are a few useful expressions to help you order food at a restaurant. Some of these are to make ordering easier if you need help, and others are to help find food suitable for your diet. Start. Seeing if something is available. Sometimes you are in the mood for a type of food, but you don't know if the restaurant has it. So you can ask the waiter, "Do you have blank?" or "Do you have any blank?" So maybe fish, steak, pancakes, potatoes, who knows? It's a nice question to ask if you would like to eat something, and the waiter will be able to give you a recommendation based on this request if they don't. Now, getting help. If you're at a new restaurant and can't make up your mind, meaning can't make a decision because there's too much to choose from, a nice expression is, "Can you recommend anything?" or "What do you recommend?" The waiter should suggest a popular dish or something they like personally. However, be careful. Many times a restaurant will be trying to sell the last of something, so it might not be fresh or as good as they say. Other times they will try to upsell you, suggesting a very expensive dish or drink. So if you really need help ordering or don't understand the menu, it's a nice expression to use to make sure you at least don't starve. Now, the right food for your diet. There's always the chance that you are following a specific diet. So it's important to know if the dish you are about to order is appropriate for the food you eat. Are you vegetarian? Ask, "Is blank vegetarian?" to see if it has meat or other animal products. For any type of diet, vegetarian, vegan, keto, paleo, you can ask, "Is it blank friendly?" The blank is your diet. Is it keto friendly? Is it vegetarian friendly? Now, allergies. Another way to ask is, "Does it have any blank?" The blank is where you put a specific ingredient. This one is especially useful if you are allergic to any foods or spices. If you're allergic to peanuts and want to order a tasty looking dessert, ask, does it have any peanuts, to avoid a nasty allergic reaction. And finally, religion. If you're religiously observant, a Jewish person might ask, is it kosher? A Muslim person might ask, is it halal? A Sikh person, is it chatka? If you're concerned about food preparation, especially related to meats. Okay, so now you've got some great tips to help you eat. Good luck. Homework. You have all the vocabulary you need to order like a fluent English speaker at a restaurant. So now let's practice. I want you to think of some English speaking restaurants you would enjoy going to, or find some by searching online. If you want to prepare yourself better, look at the online menu of that restaurant, or just imagine what you would order. Write a dialogue of you arriving at a restaurant, ordering your food, and finally paying and leaving. I'll respond with any corrections or thoughts on how to improve the conversation. Bon appetit. A cafe. There are generally two types of cafes. First, cafes that focus primarily on making drinks with coffee or espresso in them and offering a very small food selection like bagels and muffins. Other cafes have a food selection large enough to be considered a restaurant. Still, any cafe should still be focused primarily on producing hot beverages like coffee, espresso drinks, and probably some tea. If a place specializes in tea and possibly sells no coffee or food, it's most often called a tea bar. A tea bar will not sell alcoholic drinks like at a regular bar, just tea and maybe coffee. One important note. In English, there is a huge difference between cafe and cafeteria. Even though cafe is just an abbreviation of cafeteria, they mean completely different things. A cafe I already explained to you. A cafeteria is a part of a building, sometimes an entire building, that provides different food options, oftentimes with different food companies selling and competing in the same area. If you work at a larger company, there is probably a cafeteria attached to your work where you can get lunch quickly. Hospitals usually have a cafeteria, as do most schools. But we never call that a cafe. There might be cafes that are part of a cafeteria, but a cafe is a place like I just described. Oftentimes a Starbucks or Dunkin' Donuts, two popular coffee shops, will be part of a cafeteria, as are other more fast food style restaurants like Pizza Hut, KFC, and McDonald's. A coffee shop is a very popular way to say cafe in English. The people who work at cafes are called baristas. A barista. Ordering food at a cafe. We use the exact same vocabulary to order food and drinks at a cafe as we do at a restaurant. That means using I would like or I'll have, and then the food or drink you will order. At most cafes, however, you usually have to go up to the barista and give your order. We can call that area the counter or the bar, but counter is more popular. So baristas don't go to you, you go to them. As well, cafes are almost always informal places. So instead of saying I would like or I will have, say I'd like or I'll have, and then what you want to eat or drink. It's also common to hear some people just say the name of the thing they want and then please. If you just say the name of the food or drink you want to order, without saying please, it can sound quite rude. Hi, what would you like? Small coffee, please? Sure thing, coming right up. Coming right up means I'm preparing your order right now or as soon as possible. When you first approach the counter where the baristas are working, they will probably give you a more informal greeting than at a restaurant. Some greetings like, hi, how are you? What can I get you? And what would you like? A very informal expression is, what are you feeling today? It means, what are you in the mood for? What do you want? As you can see, in more informal places, there is more small talk. It's the same at more informal restaurants. Most often when you hear, how are you? The waiter or barista is really asking, what do you want to order? So you can quickly respond, I'm good, I'd like blank, and then your order. However, if the person taking your order does say something like, how are you? You can also ask the same question and have a small conversation, especially if the place is not busy. Hi, how are you today? I'm pretty good, and you? It was really busy before, but I can finally relax now since most everyone left. All right, what would you like to order? I'd like a large latte and a ham sandwich, please. Hi, what can I get you? I'll have the vegetarian burrito and a medium green tea. Remember also, usually we use the definite article before food and the indefinite article before a drink, unless the drink has a special name. We can also use the indefinite article before a food if it's a very general thing, like a ham sandwich. Cafes are also a popular place where drinks come in different sizes. It's the same at fast food restaurants too. In English, the sizes are small, medium, and large. Some cafes like Starbucks have their sizes in Italian. So at Starbucks, a small is a tall, a grande is a medium, and a large is a venti. Most coffee shops just say small, medium, and large though. This is also the same vocabulary for clothing sizes, small, medium, and large. At most cafes, your drink will be prepared quite quickly and then put somewhere on the counter. Many cafes will have the barista ask your name when you order and then write it on the cup. So when your drink is finished, you will hear your name called. However, most often with food, it will be delivered to your table. This isn't always true though, and Starbucks, for example, will prepare everything for you to pick up right on the counter. This situation can be confusing when you go to a new cafe. So if you just order a drink, you can be 99% sure that it will be prepared as quickly as possible and then left on the counter, not delivered to your table. And some baristas will only yell out the name of the drink and not your name, so pay attention to that. However, if you order food, it's common that a barista will say something like, "I'll bring that out to your table as soon as it's ready." If you don't hear anything like that after ordering food, I would ask. Ask a simple question like, "Should I wait here for the food?" When going to a new cafe, you don't know if the barista or cook will deliver the food to you or have it waiting at the counter. So ask and avoid the confusion. Always ask questions in English to avoid confusion. Finally, depending on the time of day, cafes can be very loud or there might be loud music playing. So speak loudly and be prepared to ask if you didn't understand. Say something like, "Sorry, I didn't catch that. What was that? And come again?" to show in a fluent way that you didn't hear properly. If the barista didn't hear you, they will also say one of the same expressions. It's not because of your English, it's because of the cafe environment. Oh, and after buying a drink or some food at a cafe, remember to tip. 15% is a social requirement. 20% means the service was good. Anything higher is a compliment to the person who served you. A bar. The most popular type of bar is a place that is focused on selling alcoholic drinks. That means beer and liquor. Some popular types of liquor are rum, whiskey, and tequila. In the US, you need to be 21 years old to enter a bar. Often, there will be a person by the door of a bar or nightclub called a bouncer. A bouncer might have 3 jobs. First, to ask everyone who enters for their ID, their identification with their age, to prove that they are 21 or older. If there isn't a bouncer at the entrance and the place sells alcohol, the person serving you the alcohol should ask you for your ID when you order a drink. Second, the bouncer removes people from the bar who are too drunk or doesn't allow people in if they appear too intoxicated. The verb we use for this is to bounce someone, meaning to remove them from a bar or nightclub. Finally, at exclusive nightclubs where not everyone is guaranteed entry, the bouncer decides who can enter and who cannot. At these popular clubs, the bouncer is basically your enemy, at least in my experience. I have never been bounced, but I have met some mean bouncers in Berlin. There is another use of bounce that has nothing to do with bouncers working at a bar or club. To bounce also means to leave a place to go somewhere else. So if a bar is really boring, you might decide to bounce, meaning you decide to leave. You bounce at parties, bars, and other public events or places. A bar can be upscale or really cheap. If a bar is really cheap, there is a higher chance that it is really dirty and attracts mostly lower income individuals. This type of bar is called a dive bar and typically has the cheapest alcoholic drinks you can find, though possibly in a very shady, meaning dangerous neighborhood. A bar is the entire place, but there is also the part of the bar where you order your drinks. This is also called the bar. You order your drinks at the bar from the bartender. If you work at a bar, that's you, the bartender. Many bars also sell food, usually finger food like burgers, fries, pizza, and chicken wings. These are some common types of bar food. Upscale bars, the more expensive ones, usually only sell drinks, no food. A nightclub, a more upscale bar with focus on music and dancing, almost never has food, and it would appear funny to ask if they did. How to order food at a bar. But if you're hungry and at a bar, just ask, because it's not always obvious if a bar serves food or not. The most popular question to ask the bartender is, do you serve food? This is a general question, meaning, do you serve food at some point of the day? And a lot of bars do, typically from the time they are open until around 10 to 12 at night. But if you arrive too late, the kitchen might be closed. If the kitchen is closed, it means they usually serve food, but it's closed at the moment. They are not currently serving food, most often because it's too late. If you know a bar serves food, but you don't know if they are serving at that moment, ask the bartender this question: is the kitchen open? They will most likely respond with yes or no. Yes means you can order food because the kitchen is open. If you don't see a menu with the food options, you have two choices. One, ask the bartender for a menu. Do this by asking, do you have a menu? Or can I have a menu? Or two, you can just ask, what do you have? Or what is there? To hear some of the food options from the bartender. A bar is a very loud and busy place. So when ordering, we don't say I would like or I'll have. Okay, you might order like this at a very upscale bar that is quiet. But if it's louder, just say the thing you want to order. If you want to be polite and not worry about appearing rude, say please at the end. But if the bar is really loud, don't worry about saying please. Just worry about saying the thing you want in a loud and clear voice. And if there are a lot of people trying to order things at the bar, you will have to try to push yourself in so that the bartender notices you, or try to find an opening to get the bartender's attention. If the bartender responds with no when asking if the kitchen is open, it means you cannot order food because the kitchen is closed. It's probably too late at night, or maybe they just turned on the stoves and they need time to heat up. And maybe you were confused. There isn't even a kitchen. So the bartender will say, we don't serve food, or maybe something like, we only serve drinks. Even if the bar doesn't have a kitchen and doesn't sell food, there is still a good chance that they have little snacks like nuts or popcorn to make you thirsty and consume more alcohol. Snacks are nice, so if you are curious, just ask the bartender, do you have anything like nuts or popcorn? It's a common question, so don't feel embarrassed if they don't. How to order drinks at a bar. But most people don't go to a bar to eat. They go to a bar to drink something. To start with, most bars are loud, busy, and very informal places, so we don't need to use any special vocabulary when ordering a drink. Just say the drink you want and make sure to say it loudly and clearly while speaking directly to the bartender. This is especially important if the place is loud, and most bars and nightclubs are. So if you know what you want to drink, just say the name of the drink and put the number of drinks at the beginning. If you are worried about appearing rude, add please to the end. How to order beer. At a restaurant, you might ask, what drinks do you have? But not at a bar. It's too general. They have a ton of drinks. If you want a beer but don't know what types of beers are available, ask, what beers do you have? If you want a specific brand of beer, ask, do you have blank? Like, do you have Heineken? If you ask that question, or if you order a type of beer, you will often be asked a second question, bottle or on tap? Bottle means the beer comes in a bottle. Some bars, especially dive bars, will often have canned beers too. So they might also ask, bottle, can, or on tap. A tall boy is a canned beer that is taller than normal, so it has more beer and is more expensive. If a beer is on tap, it means that the beer comes from a keg and comes out of a tap. If you've been to a bar, the bartender pushes the tap down and the beer is poured into a glass. Another way to say on tap is on draft, also spelled draft. It's spelled D-R-A-F-T most of the time in the US and D-R-A-U-G-H-T mostly in the UK. They have the exact same pronunciation. Some people prefer draft beer and other people prefer bottled beer. It's a personal preference. But when you order a bottle, you say a bottle of blank. And you say a glass of blank when you mean on tap or on draft. If you don't specify, the bartender will ask you. Well, if they have both options available, they will ask you, hi, 1 bottle of Heineken, please, and 2 bottles. A Bud Light, please? Coming right up. Bottle or on tap? On tap. When you pour a beer from the tap, there will be a layer of foam at the top. That is called head. Some people like a beer with a nice thick head. When the keg, where the draft beer comes from, is empty, it is kicked. A kicked keg means an empty keg. When a keg is nearly kicked, there will be way too much head, way too much foam. That's how you know the keg is almost kicked and needs to be replaced. If you get a beer with too much head, it is appropriate to ask for it to be replaced. How to order liquor, mixed drinks, and shots. Liquor, also called hard liquor, means alcoholic drinks like brandy, gin, rum, tequila, vodka, and whiskey. A term for all of these liquors together is spirits. We can also just say a spirit to refer to one of them, because when you drink them, they make your spirit rise. So for example, if you go to a store and they sell wine and spirits, they sell wine and liquor, probably beer too. Anyways, if you want to order a type of liquor, you can say a glass of blank or just the name of the alcohol. Just saying the name is probably more common. But remember, use the indefinite article unless if the bar or nightclub has super fancy or joke names like the Donald Trumptini for a type of martini. But the bartender will have more questions about your drink if you're ordering a spirit. So let's look at the different ways liquor can be prepared. Neat, straight, straight up. In the US, Canada, and the UK, if you order your spirit served neat, straight, or straight up, that means the liquor is by itself, not mixed with anything else. So it is quite strong. Technically, neat is different from straight because that means the drink is never cooled. But I don't think most people drinking at a bar know the difference, just the bartender. With a twist. If you order your spirit with a twist, that means that the bartender will add some zest, a bit of citrus fruit flavor to your drink, maybe a garnish. On the rocks. If you order your liquor on the rocks, ice cubes will first be put into the glass and then the drink will be poured over it. So if you order a whiskey neat or a whiskey straight, that means it's room temperature and not cooled. If you order a whiskey on the rocks, that means it will be chilled by putting ice in the drink. With ice, it's probably easier to drink. A mixed drink. A mixed drink is a combination of liquor and something with more flavor like juice or soda. Mixed drinks are much easier to drink than plain liquor by itself. We can also call a mixed drink a mixer. Some popular ones are vodka and orange juice and a Long Island iced tea. A shot. A shot is a smaller quantity of a hard liquor that is served to you straight in a shot glass. You are supposed to drink it quickly in one gulp or in one go. A regular shot is a single shot, the average. If you want a bigger one, that's usually a double shot. After taking a shot, some people have a second drink called a chaser. It's called a chaser because you chase the shot with something that has a better taste. A chaser is still usually alcoholic, but tends to be something easier to drink, like a beer. Rail drinks and top and bottom shelf drinks. There are different quality spirits that a bar will serve. The cheapest spirits are called rail drinks or bottom shelf drinks and are in an easier to access part of the bar, usually lower to the ground. They are also called rail shots when drunk from a shot glass. The more expensive ones are top shelf and are usually higher in the bar, at the top of the shelf, hence their name. Paying at a bar. When you buy food or drinks at a bar, you have the option to pay right away after you purchase or to open a tab. To open a tab means you give the bartender your credit card and that you can continue to purchase things and only be charged once when you finally decide to leave. So if you actually plan on buying more food or drinks, it's more convenient to open a tab. But if you don't, then when the bartender asks if you want to pay now or open a tab, just say, close it, or I'll pay now. If you did open a tab, when you finally pay, that is when you close your tab. Don't forget to close your tab. Tipping. You are also supposed to tip the bartender, just like you are supposed to tip your waiter. But the bar is a little different. If you are at an average bar, meaning not expensive, but also not dirt cheap, it's common practice to tip $1 per drink. If the bar is a little nicer, $2 per drink. If you open a tab and pay for everything at the end of the night, it might be a better option to tip around 20% for everything. Remember, 15% is viewed as being the minimal tip. 20% means good service, and anything higher is a compliment. However, while tipping at a restaurant is seen as being critical, something you must do, I think fewer people tip at a bar or probably get too drunk and forget to do it. Either way, if you are going out to eat at a restaurant or getting some drinks, be prepared to tip. There's a good chance you'll have some questions about the vocab we just discussed, so please message me if you do, and I will see you in the next lecture to discuss some food and restaurant idioms. But first, practice time. Write some example dialogues to pretend you are at a bar or cafe so you can practice using these awesome vocabulary and expressions and get any important corrections before you're actually there. Food and drink idioms. We've discussed all the situations you'll find yourself in related to food and drink. Now here are 5 of my favorite idioms that will help you when discussing food and drink. Go bad. Most foods and drinks are only good for a certain amount of time. After that time, they spoil and rot and should no longer be eaten because they can make you sick. For example, if you fry a chicken and put it in your fridge, it will only be good for a few days before it goes bad. To go bad when talking about food and drink means to expire, spoil, and rot. When you buy most foods and drinks, there should be either an expiration date or best buy date somewhere on the container. The expiration date is important and gives you an accurate estimate for when a food or drink will go bad, will no longer be good to consume. Another way to say that something goes bad is to say that it expires. Food expires after the expiration date. However, the best buy date is only talking about freshness. The best buy date can actually be ignored. For example, if you buy some bread, it might have an expiration date and a best buy date. The best buy date tells you it will be freshest for a certain amount of time. The expiration date tells you when it will go bad or expire. No, did you feed the cats that meat that was way back in the fridge? No wonder they are sick. The meat must have went bad weeks ago. If you're going to make that much food, please put most of it in the freezer so that it doesn't go bad. Last time you made way too much spaghetti and we didn't eat it quick enough. So it went bad and stunk up the fridge. I think you have to throw that meat away. The expiration date says it went bad last week. I don't think you want to risk it. To chip in. We have to pay for things in life, but if you don't want to pay for 100% of something, other people can help by chipping in. To chip in for something means to pay for part of something. Chipping in for something just means to help pay for something, maybe to help by contributing a lot of money or a small amount of money. Let's imagine that I am having dinner with two friends and our food is going to cost us $50. I chip in $25. One of my friends chips in $10 and the other chips in $15. So to chip in means to contribute any amount of money to help pay for something. It's your mom's birthday next week. Want to chip in with us so we can get her something nice? The weather is going to be really nice this weekend. You and your friends should chip in so you can rent a boat for a couple hours and enjoy the lake. I'm so sorry guys, I forgot my wallet, so I can't chip in for lunch. You cover me and I'll pay for the next meal. To cover someone when talking about money means to pay for someone else, to pay the amount they should pay. To go Dutch. A popular type of date is to go to a restaurant, cafe, or bar and have some food or drinks. In the US, it's very common for the two people on the date to each pay half of the cost. Half of the bill. That means if the meal costs $40, one person pays $20 and the other person pays $20. This is to go Dutch. To go Dutch is mostly used for dates, romantic dates with someone you are attracted to. If you are eating or having drinks with family, friends, or colleagues, we have a better expression to use, to split the bill, or just to split it. To split it can mean to divide the cost 50-50 between two people, meaning you pay 50% and the other person pays 50%, but it can also mean to divide the cost equally depending on how many people there are. So it's different than to chip in, because chipping in can mean you pay more than your share, the right amount, or less than you should. To split something means to share or divide it equally. We can also split things, meaning to share them. So we split a taxi, meaning we share the ride and share the cost. You can also split a dessert or any other food you order. So you share half of the food, you split it. There are so many nice things to try. How about we order a ton of different dishes and split them all so we can try more of them? You live close to me, don't you? How about we split a cab so we can both save some money? Are you guys okay with just splitting the bill evenly so we don't have to worry about calculating how much we each owe? To be stuffed. After eating a lot of food, your belly just doesn't have any more space and you become full. If you are full, you don't want any more food. But if you eat too much, you are not only full, you are also stuffed. If you are stuffed, you ate too much food. Your belly might hurt because of it. So if you are just full, you are no longer hungry, but you don't feel uncomfortable. You had an appropriate amount of food. If you are stuffed, you ate too much and you probably feel sleepy or have discomfort in your stomach because of it. If someone is trying to offer you more food, but you really don't want it, say you're stuffed as a nice way to say, no thanks. We have another expression, which is to stuff yourself full of something. This is a more general way of saying to eat too much, drink too much, or take too much of something. So it can even be alcohol, medicine, or anything else you can put in your body. I hate eating pizza by myself because I eat too much and I feel way too stuffed to do anything productive for the rest of the day. I'm going to need to take a nap. I am stuffed. Whenever I eat too much, I get tired. You shouldn't take so many pills. I know the doctor prescribed them to you, but if you stuff yourself full of so many different medications, you might overdose. Travel, transportation, and directions. I think most of us like to travel, but even if you don't, you still need vocabulary to go places where you live and understand what other people are saying. This section focuses on types of transportation, travel vocabulary, asking for directions, and other tourism-related questions you might have while abroad. Right now, though, let's start with the types of private and public transportation and how to communicate about them. Private transportation. Private transportation means that the service to bring you to another location is generally funded by a private company and usually offers more luxury and personal space. Many people own a car or motorcycle to go places. They own the vehicle, so it is private transport. If you have a bicycle, skateboard, hoverboard, or scooter, those are also types of private transport because they are private and not shared. Even walking is considered private. On the other hand, there are taxis and private bus companies that you can pay to take you somewhere. That is also private transport because it is a privately owned company offering a service without any assistance from the government. To get a taxi, most people now use an app like Uber or Lyft, so you don't even have to verbally communicate with the driver. If you want to take a taxi, you can call to make a reservation on the phone or raise up your arm like this if you are on the street. This is called hailing a cab or to hail a cab. If the cab pulls over, meaning stops in the street next to you, tell them where you want to go and the driver will tell you if they will take you there or not. Taxis in the US will have a meter, meaning they charge depending on the distance and length of the trip. If you are ever in a taxi and there is no meter, you want to negotiate the price of the trip before you enter the vehicle. Private buses usually only offer long distance rides. City buses, which are a part of public transport, take you to places inside of the city. If you are not sure if you are on the right bus or have any questions before boarding, meaning before getting on the bus, find an employee or even a passenger at the bus station and ask one of these questions. Where should I go for the bus to blank and then your destination? Or is this bus going to blank and then your destination? A bus terminal can be a confusing place and the announcements are hard to hear. So don't be afraid to ask these questions or you might miss your bus. Here is some more of the most important vocabulary to describe the most common types of private transport and the traffic we encounter. Traffic. We always talk about traffic, meaning how many vehicles there are in a road. If we say there's no traffic, we mean that there are few cars on the road and we can move at a normal speed without interruptions. If we say there is some traffic, moderate traffic, or light traffic, we're saying that it's pretty normal, but there could possibly be some minor delays. If there's heavy traffic, we're saying that there are a ton of vehicles on the road and we are going to experience severe delays. Finally, if there is a traffic jam, that means traffic has stopped moving completely. Traffic jams are the worst. Also for traffic jams, we say to be in a traffic jam or for there to be a traffic jam. Are you going to be on time for the wedding? I'm not sure. There's some traffic where I am right now, but there is supposed to be some heavy traffic before getting on the highway. As long as there isn't a traffic jam, we shouldn't have to worry. Cars, trucks, and motorcycles. If you have a car, truck, or motorcycle, we drive them places. To drive a vehicle, we drive things that have motors or a large battery. When entering a car or truck, we say to get in. With motorcycles and other vehicles that do not have sides or a roof surrounding you, we say to get on. To get in a car or truck, to get on a motorcycle, get on a moped, get on a scooter. With smaller vehicles like hoverboards and electric scooters, you can also say use. To use a hoverboard, use an electric scooter. A more formal term related to the law is to operate a vehicle. Operate is something you're more likely to hear a police officer or lawyer say. I don't say that I operate my car, I say that I drive my car. If you just want to drive around for fun or take a longer drive to visit a place or person, a nice expression is to go for a drive. Want to go for a drive this weekend and visit grandma? Hey, I'm kind of bored. Want to go for a drive in the countryside and then get something to eat? What is a motorcycle, moped, and scooter? English learners often confuse a motorcycle, moped, and scooter. A motorcycle is a powerful two-wheeled vehicle capable of traveling at very high speeds, as fast as most cars at top speed. A moped and scooter can be used to mean the same thing. They have the same shape as a motorcycle, but go much slower, have less power, and are typically smaller. Mopeds are very common in Europe and Asia, where the streets are smaller and they allow for more people to drive at the same time. There is a different type of scooter that traditionally has no motor or battery. You stand on it with two legs and balance and steer with a handlebar. This type of scooter is now popular in big cities with a battery or small motor. When an American says scooter, this is what they're talking about, especially nowadays with e-scooters, also called electric scooters. In the UK, a scooter probably means a less powerful and smaller motorcycle. That's what Americans call a moped. Non-motorized transportation. There are also types of transport that are non-motorized, meaning no engine or battery. The most common ones are bikes, scooters, wheelchairs, roller skates, rollerblades, and skateboards. For verbs, we say to bike, to scooter, to roller skate, to rollerblade, and to skateboard. But if you are in a wheelchair, it is to go somewhere in your wheelchair. We can also say to ride a bike and ride a scooter, as well as to ride in a wheelchair. With a bike, scooter, roller skates, rollerblades, and skateboard, we say get on. With a wheelchair, get in. Get on your bike. It's time to go. Get on your rollerblades. I've already got my roller skates on and ready to leave. Get in your wheelchair. You have to go to class. And the last type of private transport for now, walking. To go for a walk means to walk somewhere, usually for fun or for leisure. Many people enjoy going for walks, but if you are just talking about going from one place to another, that is to walk to a place, or to walk from one place to another place. I walked to work this morning, and when I finished, I walked to the cinema. If we have enough time, let's walk from the store to your house instead of getting a taxi. One cultural note about non-motorized private transportation. In the US, wheelchairs are allowed on the sidewalk. That means not on the street. However, skateboards, rollerblades, roller skates, and bikes should be ridden in the road, preferably in a bike lane if there is one. However, Americans can be very passionate about their cars and trucks, so you might experience some aggression and harassment when doing this. The United States is becoming more friendly towards non-motorized transportation, but it is still much less friendly than Europe and Canada. Now let's move to another type of transport that is not really just private or public, but kind of both, and that is flying. Flying can be a pain in the butt, meaning annoying, because of time delays, connecting flights, missed flights, and canceled flights. Thankfully, the vocabulary you'll use to survive all of those situations is really easy to learn. Let's start with arriving at the airport, checking in. The first thing you need to do when you get to the airport is check in. That means finding your airline and finalizing your documents to make sure everything is correct and that you are allowed to fly to that place. An airline is a company that operates the flights you take, like Delta, United, and Air France. Most people still do this by going to a check-in counter and talking to a real person. Other people use self-check-in kiosks without any assistance. If you have luggage, you probably need to find the check-in desk to see if you have an appropriate amount. Luggage is an uncountable noun that refers to all of the things you have with you that you are not wearing. We can also say baggage. Your luggage is probably in the form of suitcases or bags. So a suitcase and a bag are both countable. One suitcase, one bag. Two suitcases, two bags. When plural, suitcases and bags have the same meaning as luggage when you are traveling. The luggage you have that will be kept in a different part of the plane than where your seat is called checked baggage or checked luggage. The question most agents working at the check-in counter will ask you is something like, do you have any bags to check in? If you have a checked bag, you usually can't use the self-check-in kiosk. You need to talk to a real person. Do you have any bags to check? Yes, 2, and this carry-on. Hello, ma'am, how much luggage do you have? I have 2 suitcases. Your carry-on is a smaller personal item or bag that you can carry with you on your person during the flight. Usually this is something like a purse, backpack, or other smaller bags that should fit in the overhead compartment, the space for luggage above your seat, or should be small enough to fit below your seat. I'm sorry, sir, your carry-on is too big. You will have to check it in and pay an additional $75. Okay, fine. All right, that's all set. Here is your ticket. Your flight is taking off from Terminal 1, Gate B9 at 10 o'clock. Okay, thank you. Parts of an airport. In the previous example, the person working at the check-in counter told me that my flight was leaving from Terminal 1 Gate B9. A small airport might only have 1 or 2 terminals, but a large airport will have many, and each terminal has different purposes. Some terminals might be for arrivals, others for departures, and specific airlines are located in specific terminals. It's very important to know which terminal you need before arriving at the airport, especially if you are running late, meaning you are behind schedule or expecting delays. If you arrive to the airport and you don't know where to find the airline you are flying with, almost anyone working at the airport should be able to help you. Just ask, "Excuse me, can you tell me where blank is?" And then the name of the airline. Make sure to say thanks too. And if one person doesn't know, go and ask the next person. You don't want to miss your flight, so you have to ask questions. "Excuse me, can you tell me where Delta is?" "Oh, it's in Terminal C. You're in Terminal A. So you want to go that way and take the train to transfer to Terminal C." "Oh, thank you so much." If you don't know which direction to go for a terminal or gate after you get your ticket, ask the check-in agent before walking away. Ask one of these. "Can you tell me which way to the terminal?" Or, "Can you tell me which way to the gate?" If you forgot to ask the check-in agent, ask anyone working at the airport and you should find help quickly. At most airports, you experience no security before getting your ticket. And if you do, it's usually just a metal detector. After getting your ticket and entering the correct terminal, you show your passport and your ticket to enter the main security checkpoint. If you're in the US, that usually means taking off your shoes, putting any electronics like a computer in a separate bin, and taking off all metal objects that you are wearing. In the United States, the people who do security are TSA agents, and they earn very little money for the type of work they do. For this reason, it's common for these agents to be short with you. To be short with someone means to be a bit rude and communicate as little as possible. The best thing you can do is pay attention, look at what other passengers are doing, and ask a TSA agent questions if you have any. And remember, no individual liquid container should be more than 3.4 ounces in size. And if you have more than one, they should be held together in a clear, sealable bag. Boarding. Sometimes the gate you were supposed to take off from changes, delays occur, and in the worst situation, flights are canceled. For these reasons, pay attention to announcements and gate information that is displayed. Boarding and flight announcements can be really hard to understand. So if you hear an announcement and you are not sure what it said, don't be afraid to ask other passengers. A nice polite question to ask a fellow passenger is, "Excuse me, did you hear what the announcement said?" If you have any questions about your flight or are concerned that something has changed or might be happening, go up to, meaning approach your gate and ask the employees working there your question. If you're not sure if it's the correct gate for your flight, ask, "Excuse me, is this the gate for flight blah?" And then give your flight number. If you are not sure if your flight or a different flight is boarding, meaning getting ready to go on the plane, ask, "Excuse me, is flight blank boarding now?" Again, ask questions or you will miss your flight. "Excuse me, is flight 404 boarding now?" "No, this is flight 101. 404 to Chicago will be boarding next." "Excuse me, is this the gate for flight 404? "No, we announced a while ago that it was changed to gate C10. You'll want to hurry." Questions on the plane. First, some essential vocab. It's to fly on a plane, to be on a plane. If you're simply describing the mode of transportation, you are flying by plane to your destination. "I can't talk right now. I'm on the plane and we're about to take off." Take off is when the plane leaves the ground and enters the sky. Landing is when you get back on the ground and finish your flight. "How are you getting to Las Vegas?" We're traveling by plane." Okay, you've boarded the plane and are on your way to your destination. But maybe there is someone in your seat. If someone is in your seat, say this, "Excuse me, I think you're in my seat." If they don't move, ask for assistance from a flight attendant by saying, "Excuse me, someone is in my seat and they won't move." Another popular situation is that you are given customs forms or traveler entry forms near the end of the flight. They ask for basic information and are filled out with a pen. It's a good idea to fill it out, complete the form immediately so you can pass through customs and leave the airport so much faster. If you don't have a pen, ask for one. Ask this question to a flight attendant or to passengers sitting near you. "Excuse me, could I borrow a pen?" Just make sure to give the pen back when you're finished and say thanks. A layover is when you wait at an airport before getting on a second or third flight to continue your trip. These are called connecting flights. Hopefully your layover is long enough so that you can easily catch your connecting flight, but sometimes layovers are very short, or your first plane might have been delayed. If you are worried about not having enough time to catch your connecting flight, get the attention of one of the flight attendants near the end of the flight and ask this: "Excuse me, can you tell me if I'll be able to catch my next flight?" And then they will ask for your flight number. They can't always help you, but it's a good idea to ask. Oftentimes, the flight attendants will already be making announcements about connecting flights, especially if your flight is arriving late. So pay attention for that. But if they're not, they might be able to contact employees at the airport and tell them that you will be arriving late because of a flight delay. So ask if it is a major concern. Homework. Traveling by plane is a long ordeal, but it really helps if you have some of these vocabulary items and expressions ready to use. So write a scenario for me, a situation where you have to use some of the stuff we just discussed. And if you can't think of an important word, try to describe it and I will give you the correct vocabulary or expression to say exactly what you want. All right, look forward to seeing your writing. Public transport. Public transport is also known as public transit and mass transit. It is a type of transportation that moves passengers around in large groups and is available to everyone for a fee and sometimes free depending on where you are. The biggest difference between public transport and private is that public is usually funded, given part of its budget by the local government. Because of that, public transport is often cheaper, but also characterized as slower and more crowded. Anyways, let's look at the most popular types of public transport like buses and subways and the vocabulary you'll need to use them easily. Buses. Public buses, also called city buses, drive around the city taking you to many stops. Where the bus gets you, picks you up, is called a bus stop or just a stop. If we are going somewhere new in a city or a place we don't visit often, we will ask the bus driver to make sure we are on the correct bus. To do this, when getting on the bus, but before paying, ask the driver, "Does this bus go to blank?" and then your destination. People who live in that city will ask this question all of the time when going to neighborhoods they don't visit often, so don't feel embarrassed asking. In fact, if there are other passengers waiting with you at the stop, ask them first. If the driver says no, it is polite to ask, "Can you tell me which bus I need?" If the driver says yes, it is polite to ask, "Do you know how many stops?" Meaning, do you know how long it will take? Or you can ask, "Do you know which stop I need?" to know when you should get off the bus. Sometimes you will need to transfer. That means that one bus will not take you all the way to your destination and you will have to transfer or move to a different bus at some part of your journey. In some cities, the first thing the bus driver will say to you after you pay is, "Do you need a transfer?" If you are not sure, tell the bus driver where you are going. If you think you might need a transfer, ask the bus driver by saying, "Do I need a transfer to get to blank?" and then your final destination. Bus lines or bus routes, meaning the paths they drive along, can be very confusing, even to residents of that area. So I recommend you download transit apps on your phone or tablet before visiting a large city to save yourself a lot of time. Also, in the US, public transport can be very late, which is another reason I recommend downloading apps that will give you up-to-date arrival times. Google Maps will be able to tell you the bus schedule for most cities in the US and allow you to plan a trip in advance. If you get off the bus, meaning exit the bus, from the door close to the driver, it is common to say thank you to the bus driver as you leave. The subway. First of all, in general, when referring to a type of public train that transports people within a city, we can use subway or metro. But in spoken English, it depends on the city. For example, in Chicago, this train is called the L and much less commonly subway. In New York, it's mostly called the subway and less commonly metro. In London, it's the tube. In Boston, the T. In Washington, D.C., metro. In San Francisco, BART. Think of these all as the local names that residents give to their subway or metro system. Do some research on a city before you go. Because if I go to Chicago and ask, "Where is the metro stop?" most people will be confused and think I am talking about something else. But a local Chicago resident will understand perfectly when I ask, Where's the L stop? For the rest of these transportation lectures, I will just use the term subway. Do research, ask questions, and download apps. The bigger the city, the more confusing the subway system is. New York has the most subway stops of any subway system in the world, and I hate it. But if you want to use it, I really recommend a few things. First, map out where you are going, meaning look on Google Maps or another app and it should tell you how to easily use any subway, tell you the price, and even when you should arrive. Second, ask questions. I have been on the subway in Chicago and New York plenty of times when the train stops and you hear an announcement probably saying that something is wrong. The thing is, these announcements are almost always impossible to understand and sometimes don't tell you what to do. If you don't understand what the conductor said, the person driving the train, you need to ask someone riding with you because the train might not be going to where it normally goes or might be turned off and sent back the other way. A nice informal way to ask someone on the train or outside of the train on the platform is, did you hear what they said? If they did, they will tell you, and they are probably a good person to ask for more advice. If they didn't, ask someone else, because like I said, even I usually can't understand those messages. Also, if you are on the train or about to get on the train, but not sure if you are going in the right direction, ask a different passenger this. Is this train headed to blank? And then your destination. If they say they don't know, ask someone else. When exploring a city, asking questions like this can seem embarrassing, but it's much better than getting lost. Again, download some public transport apps and see if the city you're in lets you buy tickets online. Buying public transit tickets from a machine can be a huge headache and cause you to miss your train or bus. Save time and money by buying your subway and bus tickets from your phone or computer. When the subway is packed, meaning full, and you need to get out. Riding the subway when it's not busy is easy. You can look at the maps they have in the train, stretch, and be ready to get off, meaning leave at any time. However, when it's busy, packed full of people, you need to tell people you are getting off if you are not close to the door or you will miss your stop. This is the same when riding the bus. The most common and polite expressions for this are you getting off here? And, is this your stop? I recommend you tap the person on the shoulder as you say these. You see, when you ask these questions, you're really saying, this is my stop, or something like, if you are not getting off the train at this stop, I am. You will want to start asking this before the train stops so that people have enough time to move out of your way. If the person answers yes, they will not get out of your way because they are also leaving the train. So follow them. But if they say no, they should move out of your way so that you can exit. Just like with buses, we call the places you get on and off stops. Also, you can just say, excuse me. The more urgent you need to get off, the louder you should say, excuse me, and the more you should just push yourself outside of the train. It can be a lot of exercise, so good luck. Don't be afraid to use your elbows. Travel idioms. At a good clip. If you are moving at a good clip, it means you are moving at a relatively high speed, at least faster than average. So you are definitely not moving slow. We can also say at a steady clip. It's most often used when talking about actual movement, any type. A person walking at a good clip means walking fast. A rocket ship blasting into space at a steady clip means flying fast. As well, it can be used more abstractly to describe how quickly something is being done. So if you're studying this course, I imagine that you are learning English conversation at a good clip. Seriously, keep it up because you're doing a great job. Or maybe you got a new job and you have to learn a lot of new skills, but you're learning them quite fast. So you're adapting to your job at a steady clip. I feel like I'm not learning this fast enough. What do you think? To be honest, you're not going at a steady clip. We need to find a way to make you go faster. You really took that turn too fast. If you slow down, we'll still be moving at a good clip. You're a reckless driver. To take a turn just means to turn. And if you take a turn too fast, you might go off the road and crash. Backseat driver. When you're driving, you might have a passenger who doesn't like the way you drive or criticizes you as you drive. That's a backseat driver. We call that person a backseat driver even if they are sitting in the front of a car or truck next to you. If you're driving and someone is being annoying by saying you're driving too fast or too slow, too carefully or too recklessly, they are a backseat driver. Why are you driving so slow? The speed limit is 70 miles an hour. Okay, I get it. Stop being a backseat driver. I'm comfortable at this speed and it's fast enough. You didn't come to a complete stop at that stop sign back there. Jesus, stop being a backseat driver and let me drive. But in line. A line is when there are a lot of people waiting for something, usually single file, meaning one in front of the other. People might form a line when ordering food, waiting to speak to someone, or waiting to be allowed into a building. Waiting in line is important in the US and even more so in the UK. It is not polite to go in front of people when there is a line already formed. This line can also be called a queue, though it's less common in spoken English, especially in the United States. If you try to avoid waiting in line by pushing your way or trying to sneak your way into the front of it, that is called butting in line, or to butt in front of someone. We say butting in line because you kind of push people out of the way with your butt. We also say to cut in line and to jump the queue. Also, 99% of English speakers all over the world say to wait in line. However, in places close to New York City, you also hear people say to wait online. That is the only place in the world where people say this. It's even confusing to other Americans. So always say to wait in line and don't butt in line unless you want to appear rude. Hey, I was in line first. You can't butt in front of me. Go to the back. If we don't try to cut in line, we're going to miss our flight. So let's try to politely do it and see what people say. On your way. When talking about a trip or a journey, to be on your way means you already started traveling or going somewhere and are in the process of moving somewhere. Hey, are you still at home? No, I'm already on my way to your house. Good evening, I'm on my way home. Do you want me to get anything for dinner? Yeah, because if you're already on your way, I won't have enough time to cook anything. Live out of your suitcase. Do you live out of your suitcase? If you do, it means you travel a lot. Like, if you have to travel for business several times a week, you live out of your suitcase. Do you try to travel a lot for fun? That's also to live out of your suitcase. A lot of people want to live out of their suitcase, but are unable to because they have obligations with work and family. I hope to retire next year and start living out of my suitcase. It's been my dream to travel and roam the world. I used to live out of my suitcase, but then I got married and had a few kids, so I can't travel much until the kids are older. Asking for directions. When you get lost or don't know how to get somewhere, the first thing you have to do is get someone's attention so that you can ask for directions. When I say directions, I mean the instructions to arrive at your destination. If you feel like you understand these expressions already, skip this lecture and go directly to the next lecture for important vocabulary to understand directions. Here are the most common and polite expressions to do that. Remember, not everyone is going to respond to these, so I'm going to focus on the expressions that work the best when you need assistance from someone when out in public. One last point. Don't introduce yourself when asking for assistance. If someone introduces themselves to me on the street that I don't know, I assume two things. One, they are going to ask for money, or two, they are going to try to take something I have. I have seen some YouTube videos that start with giving an introduction, like saying your name. Don't. That would be bizarre in the United States, and people will try to get away from you as quickly as possible. Here's how you should do it. First, get someone's attention. Excuse me. Excuse me is the most common expression in English for getting someone's attention, meaning to get someone to notice you and listen. Outside of the US, you also hear pardon me, but in the US, excuse me is by far the most common, especially when asking for directions. Sorry to bother you. Sorry to bother you is also pretty common and much more polite, but don't use it. The main reason is because it's a popular expression used by people trying to sell you things on the street and homeless people asking for money. The second reason I don't recommend sorry to bother you is that it takes too long to say. If someone is walking when you say this, they probably won't even hear what you're asking about. Excuse me is better because it's quick, polite, and gives you time to start your question before the person walks away. May I ask blank and could you please blank? Don't use may I ask if you need help or directions from someone. May I ask is a common expression used by people conducting surveys on the street. They usually go something like this. Hi, may I ask a couple questions about what you think about the current president? So when I'm walking and someone starts by saying, may I ask, I naturally assume they're just trying to ask me questions for an organization, and I try to ignore them. Could you and can you are good by themselves. You don't need to put please into any of these expressions because you have very little time to get someone's attention when you are outside, especially in large cities. What's more common is just put excuse me at the beginning. I'm lost. Saying I'm lost can be very helpful, but only for desperate situations. Be careful using this with regular citizens, because when you say I'm lost, it becomes obvious that you are not from the area and can be taken advantage of, meaning manipulated. I recommend you use it with police officers or if you go inside a store and talk to an employee. My biggest concern is that if you start saying I'm lost to random people on the street, you become a target for thieves who have found an easy victim. For that reason, only ask employees of stores if you ask for directions inside or if you find a police officer or other city employee. Now that you have the person's attention, let's look at the 2 most popular questions to actually ask for directions. I'm giving you not just the 2 most popular, but also the 2 most useful questions to make sure you get the answer you need. Asking about places you think you are far from. Do you know how to get to blank? If you ask someone this question and they know the place you're talking about, they will tell you and give you directions to get there. This question is used for destinations you don't think are close to you. You assume that the location is fairly far away. So if you ask this question for directions to get to a place that is really close to you, you might first get a surprised response. Excuse me, do you know how to get to the Winnebago Beach? First go left at the lights, then go straight until you see blah, blah, blah. I'm sorry, do you know how to get to Pisano's? What? Do you mean a Pisano's in a different part of the city? Because it's right here. A question you don't want to ask is, do you know where blank is? The question is general. It's only asking if the person knows where it is located. It's not exactly asking for directions. Don't ask, do you know where blank is? Because you will likely have to ask a couple more questions to finally be given instructions on how to arrive there. Do you know where Malcolm X Middle School is? Yeah, what you need help with? I'm sorry, can you repeat that? I said, what do you need help with? Oh, I can't find it. Oh, okay. So go down First Street and blah, blah, blah. So use specific questions when asking for directions. Questions that tell the person you're talking to that you want to know how to get there and nothing else. Otherwise, you might be confused by the response you get. Asking about a place close to you. With the last expression, we asked about a location we assumed was far away. But now let's ask questions about places that we think are close to us. The most popular question to do this is blank around here? When you ask this question, it means you think the place is close, but you can't find it. That is why we use it to ask about places close by, that is, near us. Don't use this question for places that you think are far away. If you do that, people will start by telling you that the place isn't far away and probably act confused and confuse you in the process. Excuse me, is there a red line stop around here? Yeah, it's just right around the corner. Just go left. Thank you. Excuse me, is Pisano's Pizza around here? Yeah, you're standing right in front of it. Asking in an emergency. Finally, if it's an emergency, if you are absolutely lost, it might be best to call someone. Now, if you have a phone with you, you can probably just order a taxi from Uber or call your hotel or friend to get help. But if your phone is dead or not working properly, it is acceptable to ask a stranger to use their phone. Asking a stranger to use their phone. Of course, you want to ask people that look approachable. Not everyone will let you use their phone, and I first recommend that you go into a restaurant or cafe to make this request. Again, a police officer is also a good person to ask for help like this. If you ask a stranger, ask this. I'm so sorry, could I please use your phone? You probably also want to quickly explain why you're making the request. So say that your phone is dead, meaning has no more battery, isn't working properly, you got mugged, or whatever excuse. Not everyone will let you use their phone, but I can almost guarantee that someone will. Personally, I have let people use my phone while walking around Chicago to make an emergency call. But it's much more likely that a stranger will let you use their phone if you make the request inside a restaurant or cafe, because there is much less risk of you stealing it if you are inside by other people. For example, if you desperately need help and you are in a city, there are many fast food restaurants and cafes where you can go inside and calmly ask someone if you can use their phone. I'm so sorry, my phone died and I'm lost. Can I use your phone to find my way to my Airbnb? Sure, no problem. As well, you can also try asking the people working at the cafe or restaurant if they have a phone you can use. In this case, you don't want to ask to use the employee's personal phone. We're actually asking to use a shared company phone that most businesses have. So the question becomes, I'm so sorry, is there a phone I can use? And then probably explain why you need to use it. I'm so sorry, is there a phone I can use to call my hotel? My phone is dead and I don't know how to get back. Sure. Come with me, we have a phone in the back. And finally, if you are in any emergency situation, any police officer you see should be able to assist you in some way. Now that you can get someone's attention and ask for directions, here's the vocabulary to understand where to go. Directions vocabulary. Let's start with a street. A street is a narrow type of road in the city, oftentimes with houses or businesses on each side. When two streets intersect, meaning pass each other, that is an intersection. So technically a street is narrower than a road, and a road is narrower than a highway. A highway is for very fast traffic. There is also an alley or alleyway. These are narrower than streets and usually shorter too, and most often used for parking your car and putting your garbage outside. With an alley, the most common preposition is in. With a street, road, or highway, we most often use on. But when we are first entering a street, road, or highway, we say to get on. To get on a street, get on a road, get on a highway. I'm in the alley behind your house. Can you see me? First, you need to get on First Street. Once you are on the street, continue straight for 10 minutes. No, you're on a smaller road right now. You want to get on the highway. Here is a picture of an intersection where First Street intersects with Second Street. Most often at an intersection, you will see a stop sign or stoplights. We say to stop at a stop sign and to stop at the lights. In spoken English, stoplights is often just the lights. Stop at the lights. And in parts of Wisconsin, Michigan, and Minnesota, we call them the stop and go lights. This is what a stop sign looks like, and this is the most common style of lights in the United States. Now, let's say we are at an intersection. We have a lot of choices about where we can go. Maybe someone tells us to go straight. Here's what that means. It's to go in the same direction without turning. We can also say to go straight ahead and straight down plus a street. Go straight down the road until you see a big church. Means the same thing as go straight until you see a big church. Similar to go straight is go along. We usually go along something like go along the street until the bank. This is a little more specific than just saying go straight because it's telling you to follow a specific path, usually a road. So go straight ahead until the bank and go along the street until the bank have the same meaning. Go straight or straight ahead just means you don't have to turn or do anything else until a specific point. Go along something just puts more emphasis on what path you are following. Another similar expression is to go past or continue past something. It means go straight and continue to go straight after you pass a specific place. Go past the theater and then you will see a big intersection. Go right at the intersection. Continue past the stadium and then you will see my house 5 minutes later on the left side of the street. At some point you will probably have to turn. When we want to describe a turn, left or right, we have a few options for verbs. Turn, go, or take. Turn left, take a left, go left. Turn right, take a right, go right. They all mean the same exact thing. If you want someone to turn at a specific place, use at after the direction and then the place. Turn left at the intersection. Take a right at the corner, go left at the lights. As well, we can also say to go around the corner. We have corners at intersections. These are all corners. To tell someone to go around a corner also means to turn. We say to go blank around a corner. That means left or right. Go left around the corner and you will see me. Go right around the corner and then go straight until the street ends. If the person knows if you're talking about left or right, then you can just tell them to go around the corner. If someone tells you to go around the corner, but you don't know left or right, simply ask, which way? Or which way around the corner? If you're at an intersection, the best way to tell someone where you are is to tell them you are at the corner of blank street and blank street. For example, In this image, I'm at the corner of 1st Street and 2nd Street. And as you can see, that means I am at one of the 4 corners of that intersection. Hey, can you give me a ride home? I'm at the corner of Division and Bluemont. Sure, which part of the intersection are you on? Which corner? I'm next to the pharmacy. There's also a very common expression to describe how close something is to you. If you say that a place is just around the corner, it's a very popular way to say that something is close or in the same neighborhood. Where is the bar we're going to tonight? Oh, it's just around the corner. We'll be there in 5 minutes. Is her house far from here? No, not at all. It's just around the corner. We live really close to her. At the intersection, take a left around the corner and you're there. When someone says you're there, it means you arrived. When you arrive and you want to tell someone, just say, I'm here. Sometimes you need to turn around. That means to go back the way you came or were coming from. When you're walking or using any type of non-motorized vehicle, it's more common to use turn around or go back. But when you're driving, this is called a U-turn. And in spoken English, we often say U-ey. To make a U-turn or U-ey, to do a U-turn or U-ey. U-ey isn't a real word, so always write U-turn. If you see this symbol while driving, it means that it is legal to make a U-turn. So there's the legal driving maneuver you can do, but also we say U-turn more often in general English, even when not talking about driving, just to mean to do the opposite of what you were doing. You need to make a U-turn in your life right now because the direction you're going is only going to be bad for you. No, you're going the wrong way. You want to make a U-ey and go back the other way for about 15 minutes. There is a newer type of intersection called a roundabout. For people walking, a roundabout is not very different than any other intersection. But if you're driving, it is quite different. First of all, a roundabout has no stop signs or stoplights. There is only a yield sign, which means slow down, but don't stop completely. A roundabout will have various exits you can take, and you choose when to exit. When exiting, we can say to exit or to take an exit. When I get to the roundabout, do I exit right away or at the second exit? You should take the first exit. If you take the second exit, you'll get on the highway. If you're driving or walking, you'll probably hear cross the intersection. That means to go across the street at a point where it intersects with another street. When at an intersection, cross the street has the same meaning. When you cross here while walking, there will usually be stoplights or a stop sign with a crosswalk to show you where to cross. If we just say to cross the street, it can also mean to cross the street where it does not intersect with another street. We often do this away from intersections, so there is no crosswalk, lights, or stop sign to help and protect us. In the United States, this is called jaywalking and is technically illegal, especially when it's a big street, but almost everyone does it. Here is a group of people jaywalking. You can see that they are crossing in the middle of the street, away from the intersection and away from the stoplights and crosswalk. If the police wanted to, they could arrest this group of people or fine them for jaywalking. However, that almost never happens, and if you're crossing a smaller street, you really have no other option. This is a crosswalk. It's called a crosswalk in the United States, but in the UK, it's also called a zebra crossing. If you call it a zebra crossing in the United States, people will laugh at you. We say to cross at the crosswalk. You shouldn't jaywalk. You should always cross at the crosswalk. If someone tells you that something is next to something else, that means that it is beside it, literally to its side. Like here, the museum is next to the theater, and the theater is next to the museum. Next to is much more common when giving directions, and beside sounds quite formal. If something is between or in between two other things, it is in the middle. So this bistro is between the bar and cafe. We can also say the bistro is in between the bar and cafe. There's really no difference. And we're just saying the bistro is in the middle of the bar and cafe. Finally, when we say something is on the other side, usually other side of a street, it means this, because there are the sides of a street and any other type of road. So the subway and the cafe are on opposite sides of the street. But when we say something is on the other end or opposite end of the street, we are expressing something quite different. For example, on this street there are 2 subway stops. However, they are on opposite ends of the street. It's the same with these cafes. They're on opposite ends of the street. You went to the wrong cafe. You went to the one at the end of the street. I meant the one over here. Do you want to meet at the subway or at the cafe? It doesn't matter. They're just on opposite sides of the street, aren't they? I'll just see you outside when I get there. That's it for directions. It's homework time to put your new travel direction mastery into practice. Homework. There's two parts. To begin, there are a few places on this map that I have not told you about yet. So let me just quickly explain what they are and give you some important vocabulary. Second, I'm going to give you some directions to follow on the map, and you tell me to what location they take you. A laundromat is where people do their wash their clothes if they are not able to do it at home. The machine that washes your clothes is a washer, and the machine that dries your clothes is a dryer. Your dirty clothes that need to be washed is your laundry. Second, a daycare is a place where a parent takes their young children for most of the day while they are at work or doing other things. If your child is not old enough for school yet, they probably go to a daycare while you work. You drop your kids off at the daycare, meaning you leave them there, and then you pick them up at the end of the day. To drop someone off, to pick someone up. Third, jewelry is necklaces, rings, bracelets, and other accessories covered in jewels or gems that usually cost a pretty penny, meaning they are expensive. A jewelry store, also called a jeweler, sells these types of things. Finally, a bank. You know what a bank is, and you really don't need much money to use one. First of all, you'll most often use an ATM, an automatic machine to withdraw money, but it's not always easy to find one. So you might ask someone, is there an ATM around here? Most likely, if you are at a bank, you want to exchange some currency. We can also say to exchange money. This means to change a foreign currency into a local currency. To do this, just wait for your turn and then ask the bank teller, the person working at the bank, can I exchange this into blank, like dollars or pounds? Okay, enough vocabulary. It's time for directions. You can download this map or just use the one I have up here. Whenever I say start, I mean from the X at the bottom of State Street by the stoplights. First, directions. Drive straight until the roundabout and take a right. Go past the library and turn right again onto Capitol Way Alley. Staying in the alley, go to the place that is across from the grocery store. What is it? It's the bistro. Second, directions. Turn left at the lights. Do a U-turn because actually, I think we're going the wrong way. After making your U-turn, go past the lights until the end of the street. At the end of the street, we go to the building next to the movie theater to ask for help because we are lost. What building is it? It's the bank. We ask the bank teller where the place is we're looking for. They say it is at the other end of the street, beside the gas station. Which place is it? It's subway stop 2. Last directions. Someone tells us to meet them at the corner of Capitol Way Alley and First Street. What two places might we be meeting them at? There are two corners at First Street and Capitol Way Alley, so the place we're meeting them might be the library or the police station. I'm hoping the library. If you have any other questions for giving or understanding directions, just send me a message. Creating your business identity in English. You're ready to focus on some business English, which means we need to start by looking at how greetings can be different. And when I say different, I mean generally more formal, but not always. You're also going to learn great vocabulary, idioms, and about business culture in the US so you can feel comfortable working with Americans. What we'll do now is translate the business skills and confidence you have from your native language into English so that you are taken seriously. To take someone seriously means to respect someone and view them as important. And you deserve respect for all the hard work you've been doing to improve your English. Let's get started and look at greetings. Business greetings. When you're not greeting a friend or family member, the most important question to ask yourself is, what is my relationship with this person? Because depending on the type of work you do, you don't always want to be formal. If you appear too formal, you look and sound like a robot, which means you will appear inauthentic. Inauthentic means fake, not honest. And the type of business English you need might even change throughout the day. So in every situation, ask yourself, what business identity do I need for this moment? Is it a serious meeting with the board of directors or a casual lunch with a client where you need to appear relaxed and friendly while drinking a beer? Let's start with formal greetings and then move on to casual greetings so you can speak English with dignity and command respect in any type of business conversation. Formal greetings. I recommend formal greetings with people you are meeting for the first time, don't know well, and with anyone who is in a more senior position. Meeting someone for the first time. When you meet someone in person for the first time, you have a few options. Hello, Mr. So-and-so. Nice to meet you. So that's for a man, and we use their last name. For women, it's a little trickier because women have two titles. Miss, if she is unmarried, and Mrs. if she is married. So if you are meeting a woman for the first time, do your research before you meet her so you know which title to use. Hello, Miss So-and-so. Nice to meet you. Hello, Mrs. So-and-so. Nice to meet you. So Miss sounds like Miss, and Mrs. sounds like Mrs. We use so-and-so when we are giving examples and the person's name isn't important. Like here, I wanted you to focus on the titles, showing if a woman is married or not. You can also use it when you're telling a story and forgot someone's name. If you don't know if a woman is married, it's probably better to avoid saying her last name and just say, hello, nice to meet you. Using the wrong title when meeting a woman can be insulting because generally Mrs. is for married women or older women. Miss is for younger women or single women. Who you're meeting. If the person you're meeting is in a more senior position or you're in a more formal situation, like an interview, use hello, like we just did. However, if they are a new colleague, meaning someone you work with and has a similar job or position, feel free to use hi and then nice to meet you. That is a small difference, but I always suggest you treat your superiors, the people like your boss, manager, or supervisor that work above you, a little more formally, especially at the beginning of your professional relationship. No matter who you are talking to, say the greeting confidently and sincerely to appear professional and direct. As well, you want to give a nice, firm handshake when starting the greeting. Depending on where you are from, I need to stress this. Do not give a weak handshake. As an American, I can tell you that it's better for your handshake to be too strong than for it to be too weak. A weak handshake is the worst way to introduce yourself. But don't do this. Don't give a Donald Trump handshake. That's too much. But I would rather your handshake is closer to whatever that is than a limp handshake. The opposite of a firm handshake we call a limp handshake. It is insulting to have a limp handshake. For many Americans, the handshake is more important than the spoken greeting. Remember, you are making your first impression, meaning the person you are meeting is creating a mental image of you that can last forever. A limp handshake shows them that you are not interested, weak, and lack confidence in yourself. So be firm. This is especially true if you are negotiating and need to appear in command of the situation, meaning you are the one in charge, in power. After your greeting, the focus will turn to the main topic or small talk first. Small talk always has the same structure no matter if you're speaking informal English or business English. Small talk is usually talking about the weather, bringing up a current events topic, or asking questions about the other person that are appropriate depending on how well you know them. To bring something up means to introduce a topic for discussion. And current events are the things happening in the world, the popular news stories at the time. Small talk happens after the initial greeting and is used by Americans to fill pauses in a conversation or when the conversation doesn't start naturally by itself. As well, it's often used when you first meet someone but don't know what to talk about. Also, when you are with other people but you can't think of a good conversation topic, so you pick an easy one that everyone should know about. Like a hot topic in the news or the weather that day. A hot topic is an issue that a lot of people are talking about, but that also creates a lot of disagreement. And other times, small talk for Americans is a way to try to avoid being silent and not appear rude. Casual first-time greeting. If you're meeting someone for the first time and the situation is less formal or more business casual, we can just say hi or hello, followed by great to meet you. Even more casual is hey. But Only use hey if you want to sound quite informal. Often with first-time greetings, we will say, you must be so-and-so. You only say this the first time you meet someone in person, and it's used to make sure you are greeting the correct person. Hi, you must be Bill. How was your flight? Hey, it was long, but it's finally over. And you must be Samantha. It's nice to finally meet you in person. If you want, you can put the person's name you are meeting after the hi or hello. It's especially helpful if you're not positive it's the person you're looking for, or to practice saying someone's name to find out how to say it correctly. Hi, Abhishek? Yes, great to meet you. If you're not sure you're talking to the right person, like maybe you have to pick up a client at the airport, a great expression is, hi, are you blank? And then the person's name. We can also say their name and then right? If we aren't positive we are talking to the correct person. They're both very common. To pick someone up means to meet someone at a place and give them a ride to their destination. Hi, are you Mr. Smith? No, sorry, you must be looking for someone else. Hi, are you Mr. Smith? Yes, that's me. You must be from the law firm. Yep. Do you have all your bags? Are you ready to go? I've got everything. Let's go. Hi, Mr. Smith, right? Yep, that's me. Okay, great. Let me take you to your car. Ready for some homework? Let's start with some culture. I already told you about the cultural importance of a handshake in the US when meeting someone. What about where you come from? What are some important aspects of your country's business communication that you think are the same or different than how Americans communicate? Write them down and I look forward to chatting with you a little bit more about them. Explaining your work. After you meet someone new and introduce yourself, it's typical to be asked about your work and then explain the job you have or the type of work you do. Usually, in a more formal setting, the first question you get asked after introducing yourself is about work. In a more informal setting, the first question you are asked is usually about your hobbies or interests. The most common questions people will ask about your job are, what do you do? What do you do for work? What kind of work do you do? And what kind of job do you have? There's a few ways you can respond. First, I work in blank. Here, the blank is the sector, area, or type of work, like sales, education, politics, finance, engineering, hospitality, etc. The next way you can respond is I work as a blank or I'm a blank, and then the specific job or position that you have. For example, I work as a chef. He works as a freelancer, she works as a teacher. We can also say I'm a chef. He's a freelancer, she's a teacher. What kind of work do you do? I'm an accountant at Deloitte. And you? I work in advertising as a sales representative. So what kind of job do you have? I work in education. I'm an economics professor. What about you? I work in the food sector. I used to be a chef, but now I help farmers sell their crops. So as you can see, if you want to return the question to ask someone what they do for work, you can simply respond with, and you? Or what about you? Homework. And now I've got some homework for you. Tell me about the type of work you do. What field or area of work do you work in? And what is your specific position, or what do you hope your position will be in the future? Can't wait to see your response and look forward to learning more about your career. Greeting people you see often. I suggest business casual greetings for people you work with every day, speak to often, or have developed a more casual relationship with when doing business. By business casual, I mean you won't use very informal street slang type greetings that you learned at the beginning of the course, but you also don't want to be too formal. I suggest business casual greetings for people you work with every day, speak to often, or have developed a more casual relationship with when doing business. By business casual, I mean you won't use very informal street slang type greetings, but you also don't want to be too formal. Americans are generally more informal in business situations, so we use business casual quite a lot. But it still depends on your relationship with the person, especially if you are on a first name or last name basis. First name or last name basis. We have two expressions, to be on a first name basis and to be on a last name basis with someone. If you call someone by their first name, then you are on a first name basis. This is quite common in American English and indicates you know each other and are more casual in speech. This is often the colleagues you work with and see every day, as well as other employees that are in similar positions or paid similar salaries at your work. The only time you should call your boss by their first name is if they tell you it is okay. Otherwise, you might appear impolite. If you are on a first name basis with someone at work, you can use more informal English greetings. Even greetings like "what's up" can be acceptable. But a more business casual level would be "how are you?" and "how are things?" To respond to these greetings, you can say "I'm good" or "things are good." And to return the question, ask one of these: "And you?" "And how are you?" "And how are things with you?" Or just "and what about you?" Let's try now. I'm going to ask how you are, and then you respond and ask me how I am. How are you today? Good to hear. I'm good too. I'm having a lot of fun helping you with English. Now, if you are on a last name basis with someone, it means when you talk to them or address that person, you only use their last name, not their first name. This always indicates that your relationship is more formal and that you should avoid more casual or informal English greetings, vocabulary, and expressions unless if you notice the other person using them first. Regular greetings to use in more formal situations are good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, followed by the person's title and name. Slightly more informal, you can also say hello or hi, and then the person's title and name. Business culture in the US is generally seen as being more informal than other parts of the world. So don't be surprised if business titles are ignored and first names are used right away. However, it's always a good idea to start more formal and then use informal English after you understand the work environment better. After these greetings, it's common to ask how the other person is. The most common way to do this is by asking, "How are you?" or "How are things?" This is often done quickly as a courtesy to be nice, but not always because we want to talk to the person. It's a very general question that allows the person to give a very quick and polite response or to respond with personal information if they want to share it. If someone doesn't really want to continue the conversation, they will just say, "I'm good," "things are good," or something brief like that. But if they are polite, they should at least respond with something like, "And you?" so that you can answer. You may respond the exact same way or share any information you want to. If the person didn't finish by saying "and you" or "and how are you," it's a clear sign they don't feel like talking. The quicker the response you get, the less likely the person wants to have a real conversation. Your guide to small talk. If small talk were an app you download, it would be called Conversation Lite. You've probably downloaded an app on your phone that has a light and premium version, meaning a free and paid option. Small talk is the light, free version. It's a sample of conversation we use with people to get to know them, to learn more about a person. Small talk happens after greeting and introducing yourself, is more informal, and is used primarily to help you talk to someone you don't know very well or with a person you just met, like when networking and at social events. Because in these situations, we are just experimenting with topics while we learn about new people. What topics work, what topics don't work, and who is this person I'm talking to anyways? We also use the same small talk topics with people we know well, but with people we know well, it's now the paid premium version, which is called Conversation. We go into much more detail and can ask much more personal questions related to these topics because we are already comfortable with each other. As well, small talk is a tool you can use to see how someone is feeling. It's what we call a barometer, to check someone's mood, to see if someone's feeling happy, sad, angry, or joyful. For example, before you ask your boss for a higher salary, use small talk to see if he's in a good or bad mood that day. If he's in a bad mood, ask for the raise after his mood improves. And finally, related to US culture, we use small talk a lot because we don't like silent pauses in our conversation, and making small talk is a good way to avoid that. As you become more comfortable with someone, the need for small talk in these situations tends to disappear. We say to make small talk. That just means to start talking to someone about the topics we associate with small talk. How to be good at small talk. If you want to be good at small talk, you need 3 skills. First, asking open-ended questions about a person or about things you think they are interested in. It's easier for us to talk about ourselves. We have the answers to all these questions and are usually more eager to respond to them. So ask these types of questions. It also shows the person you're talking to that you are interested in getting to know them. A yes/no question is a question that is designed to have you respond by saying yes or no. Because of that, they are more difficult to make small talk or real conversation with. Open-ended questions encourage the person you're talking to give longer, more thoughtful, and meaningful responses that allow you to learn things or be able to continue the conversation easier. To get to know someone means to learn more about someone, to build some type of relationship. Second, actively listen and be engaged so you can remember the most important information and be able to ask relevant questions or make small talk smoother, meaning easier in the future by remembering helpful information about that person. Small talk with someone is always hardest the first time, but if you actually listen, it immediately gets easier because you continue to build your knowledge and understanding of that person. Third, be enthusiastic. Focus and pay attention, but don't stress yourself out too much about small talk. It's actually a fun activity you can do to learn more about another person. So be excited about it because your positive energy will encourage the other person to say a lot more. But at the same time, also be ready to stop making small talk because maybe a person is just having a bad day and you should try again later when they are feeling more talkative. What topics to discuss? Topic 1. Where are you? If you're making small talk for business situations or for meeting a cute person at a bar, look around you. What questions can you ask about the city? Is there a sports team? What about the room or building you're standing in? Mention something you notice about the conference room or the bar you're in to get things started. Talk about a place you recently visited, or ask the other person about places they recently visited or plan to visit in the future. And are you a local or just visiting? When talking about a city, a local is someone who lives in the city and has more knowledge about places and activities than someone who is just visiting, like a tourist. If you're both locals, you have a lot of things to talk about because you both know the city really well. If one of you is only visiting, you can offer suggestions about things to do or ask for advice about things to do or how to navigate the city. And remember, if you don't know someone at all, the main use of small talk is to see if the other person even wants to talk to you. Sometimes people don't want to network with you or are not interested in becoming a friend or romantic partner. And that's when even the best small talk fails. So don't waste any more energy on that person unless it's a business VIP. You have to keep happy for your boss. Topic 2. What do you do for fun? I enjoy listening to someone talk about things they are passionate about, and it's very easy for me to talk about things I enjoy as well. So ask what they do during their free time, or mention what you enjoy doing for fun to see if they appear interested in your hobbies. Your free time is the time that you have available to do whatever you want. We also call this leisure time. This is our time to relax or do something we enjoy. Topic 3. What are they wearing? If you're in a business setting, you're less likely to talk about what other people are wearing, especially if you're talking to someone of the opposite gender, like a man talking to a woman, because it will probably be viewed as flirting. Flirting is when you talk to someone because you are attracted to them, and you talk in a way that tries to show that you are romantically interested in them. But if you're a guy and you see another guy wearing a really nice suit that you want to wear at next week's meeting, feel free to give a compliment and then ask, "Where did you get it?" Or "Where did you buy that blank?" The blank being a suit, tie, dress shoes, or whatever. To be more polite, put, "Do you mind if I ask?" and then your question. But don't ask about price. In American culture, asking how much something costs is usually inappropriate, usually related to a person's house. As you get to know someone, this becomes less of an issue. The one thing you can always ask the price of is food and drink. "Hey, I'm Mark. Great suit, man. Do you mind if I ask where you got it?" "No, not at all. I'm Dan, by the way. I bought it a while ago when I was in Italy." "What was that place called? That blouse you're wearing is so gorgeous. Where did you get it?" "I'm Deborah, by the way." "Great to meet you. I'm Lisa. I bought it at Macy's last week. It was on sale. Isn't it great?" If you start talking to someone or making small talk before introducing yourself, or if someone you are with forgot to introduce you, we often say, "I'm so-and-so, by the way," or "By the way, I'm so-and-so." It's just a nice expression to introduce yourself after already starting to talk to someone. Remember though, if you're a man talking to a woman or a woman talking to a man, don't compliment someone's clothes in a business situation. But what if you're not in a business situation? Then complimenting anyone's clothes is fine. But remember, it's mostly used by native speakers to show physical attraction, to show you find that person attractive. If I have a very close friend of the opposite sex, it's fine to ask this question. With someone I'm just meeting, however, it's often used for dating and flirting. So be careful and only use it if you want to give that meaning. Topic 4, food and drink. Most people like food. Some people love it so much that they cook and bake at home, and other people love it so much that they spend hundreds of dollars on a nice meal. If you're at a restaurant with someone, ask, "What are you feeling?" Related to food, "What are you feeling?" means, what do you have an appetite for? What are you interested in eating or drinking? Another question is, anything pop out? Meaning, does anything on the menu seem interesting? And to see what someone's going to order to drink, ask, "What are you drinking?" Or, "What do you want to drink?" If you see someone at a bar or club that you want to talk to, and you see that they have a drink, an easy way to start talking to them is to ask, "What are you drinking?" It's an easy question because they will respond, and you can mention whether you like that drink, give a suggestion for a drink they might like, or just say something like, "Cool," before completely changing the topic to whatever you want. If you meet someone without a drink and you would like to offer them one, you can say, "Can I get you a drink?" or "Can I buy you a drink?" This question is usually asked when we are trying to pick someone up at a bar or begin flirting. So this is for dating and romantic situations. If they are interested in you, they'll say sure and probably tell you a drink they would like. To pick someone up is a dating expression we use for when you go to a place trying to get a cute person's telephone number, informally called their digits, or to take someone back home with you. Topic 5, sports. Sports is a reliable conversation starter, especially when talking to men. The biggest mistake I see people make is talking about sports when they are not actually interested in the topic. But if you like practicing the sport itself, then mention that. For example, you don't watch basketball, but you play it every night with friends at a local gym. Mention that, because if someone is interested in a sport, there's a good chance they play it as well or do other physical activities that you might have in common. Topic 6, weather. Talking about the weather is the most popular topic for small talk. We talk about the weather when it's nice, when it's bad, and everything in between. With friends, we like to complain about bad weather and talk about what we're going to do when the weather's good. But for small talk, weather is mostly for starting the conversation with someone you don't know well, and then changing to a different topic. For any type of weather, a great question you can ask someone is, "How about this weather?" If you ask this question and the weather's really nice, you're basically saying, "Good weather, don't you agree?" And if it's bad weather, you're saying, "This weather sucks, doesn't it?" You are guaranteed a response from, "How about this weather?" And the more extreme the weather is at that moment, the longer you will talk about it. The more average the weather is at that moment, the quicker you will want to move on to a more serious topic. But you can also ask questions about what they like to do when the weather is behaving a certain way. Like, what do you like to do when it's raining so much? Or what do you like to do when it's so sunny out? Topic 7, work. For networking or talking to people you work with, work is probably one of the first things you will talk about because it's relevant to the situation. It makes sense that you will talk about your work because it's something you obviously have in common and the other person won't mind talking about. But in some situations where you're with colleagues or people from networking events, you might want to avoid it. For example, an informal lunch or having drinks after work and other more casual situations you might find yourself in with people you also work with. It's easy to know when to avoid the topic because someone will say something like, "Can we not talk about work?" or "Do you have to talk about work?" after someone tries to talk about it. "I can't believe someone opened an attachment and downloaded that computer virus this week. Do we have to talk about work? This is a time to relax." Yeah, that's fine. What do you want to talk about then? In any other situation not related to networking or people you work with, you might mention what you do for work right when you meet someone. But the more informal the situation, the less likely you are to do that. Usually we start by talking about interests and hobbies and don't ask about work until we've talked to someone for a little bit. If you mention your work too early in informal conversation, you risk appearing too formal. If you want to appear business-oriented and focused on work, mention it as early as you want. But if you want to appear more casual, relaxed, and approachable, save it until someone asks you about it or if you have a very interesting story to tell other people. Topics to avoid. In the United States, there are a few topics we only want to discuss with people we know well. That's because these topics often cause disagreement and argument. So obviously, not the best way to meet someone. 1. Avoid politics. If you want to have an argument, Politics is an easy way to do that. A political issue might be the thing most people are talking about, but rarely is political news good news, and many people actively try to avoid it. In fact, if politics is being discussed, it's easy to become the center of attention, the person people want to talk to, if you can find a different topic that is less divisive, meaning less likely to cause a dispute. Small talk works best with topics that unite people, not separate them. 2. Avoid talking about physical appearance. I think it's obvious that in business settings, you don't talk about how someone looks. There's no reason for it. Second, is just not something we make small talk about in English-speaking countries. We do talk about how people look, but it's for real conversation with people you know well, because it's usually talking about people you are attracted to or possibly commenting on what someone is wearing or how they look. Not a topic for people you just met. 3. Avoid religion. The only reason you might talk about religion in small talk is because your job is connected to it, or you are meeting people for the purpose of talking about religion. For example, if you join an online dating app that is supposed to help you find a partner of the same faith. In American culture, the topic of religion is often related to abortion, birth control, and other very political issues. So don't talk about it. Mature content, dirty jokes. If you don't want to be known as the person telling dirty jokes or always talking about dirty topics, when we use dirty this way, it means anything related to sex and inappropriate adult humor. Of course, we all talk about these things, but it's with our friends. Sex is a taboo topic, even more so in the US compared to other English-speaking countries. So using it in your small talk will immediately make people avoid you. A person's age. In business, talking about or asking about someone's age can likely be viewed as discrimination or harassment, so just avoid it. If someone is older, there is the chance they think you're asking about their age because you assume they're too old, should retire. If they're really offended, you might be reported for ageism. That means discrimination against a person because of age. Ageism usually refers to older employees, but can be applied to younger employees as well. For example, younger employees might be treated as unknowledgeable or not taken seriously, meaning not listened to with respect. So if you ask a younger employee for their age, they might be offended because it's typically a question people ask when they think someone is too young for the amount of authority they have been given. But what about outside of work? Culturally, there are several important factors. First, young children always seem proud of their age. So asking a kid how old they are, boy or girl, is something they will happily answer. For teenagers, they are around the legally defined ages of smoking cigarettes, 18 in the US, and drinking alcohol, 21 in the US. For those reasons, age might be a question they are often asked about. But unless you are a police officer or a bouncer working at a nightclub, I don't know why you would be asking them their age. And for adults, the general cultural understanding in the US is that it's fine to ask a man's age if you're curious, but that it's impolite and rude to ask for a woman's age. Here's my advice though. For both men and women, only ask for a person's age if it's actually important or necessary for you to know. Because I think both men and women are offended if you ask, as it might indicate you think they look either too old and ugly or young and immature. Be ready for bad responses to your questions. Whenever you ask a question when making small talk, be ready to answer the question yourself if the person you're talking to doesn't give much of a response. For example, if I ask someone, "Do you like to cook?" and they just respond, "No, not really," I'm going to explain why I either really enjoy it, dislike it as well, or why they should start doing it. This is a good strategy to see if you just asked a bad question and should move the conversation on to a different topic, or if the person is just not interested in you. And remember too, people might be upset before they start talking to you or really exhausted from a difficult day. A lot of the time it has nothing to do with your English skills. Fun goals. To start enjoying meeting people, give yourself goals and objectives like talking to a certain number of people in a night, exchanging contact information at least once or maybe 5 times, and most important, just try to enjoy it. And maybe the best advice, treat new people you talk to like they're already your friends. This will help eliminate some of that anxiety you feel and make others see you as a much warmer and nicer person that they want to talk to. Now that you can greet people in any type of business situation and have a new, profound understanding of small talk and its implementation in business and general situations, let's look at some of the most important business idioms related to marketing, meetings, and negotiation. But first, Homework. It can be hard to make small talk. So to help prepare, I want you to imagine that we are colleagues or business associates meeting for the first time, and I want you to have some small talk topics prepared as a way to start a conversation, or just make the time we're spending together less awkward. So give me at least 3 topics you can use for those moments. And if you really want a challenge, give me 3 topics for a formal business situation and 3 for informal situations with friends or meeting new people outside of work. Marketing idioms. Marketing is promoting products, doing market research and advertising. More generally, marketing is goods and services starting from the creation of an idea all the way to delivering it to a customer. So let's look at a few important idioms to help discuss marketing. Bring something to the table. If you are part of a team, what you bring to the table is your talents and skills. It is what you contribute that can be beneficial to a larger group. This is almost always used when talking about an individual and how that person can help other people. But it might also sometimes be used to talk about how something will be helpful or have a positive impact. This is also a common interview question, basically meaning how will you contribute to this company? What skills do you have? How will you help us? And to respond, you can just mention the positive traits you have or use the idiom in your response. What I bring to the table is, or I bring blank to the table. If we hire you, what will you bring to the table? I bring years of excellence to the table, as well as a proven track record of success that has helped companies succeed. A track record is your performance over a period of time. Hopefully you have a good track record and not a bad track record. Why do we want to sell this product? What will selling this luxury product bring to the table for our company in the long run? In the long run is another way of saying in the long term. And what they both mean is far in the future, not immediately, but further down the road. After a long period of time, eventually. The opposite is in the short term, which is used to talk about immediate consequences and things that will happen soon. So the long run is talking about things that are far away in the future, and the short term is talking about things that can be seen quickly. In the long run, where do you see yourself in 20 years? I see myself at this company, building a strong team and continuing to improve the marketing department. And let me ask you now, in the long run, what do you see yourself doing for work in the future? All right. And what does your near future look like? Tell me about your short-term career goals as well. Very cool and well said. To land something. To land something means to get something. We can land a job, land an account, land a promotion, land a raise. We can land a lot of stuff. When we land something, we're saying that we got something that we worked very hard to get and deserved it. As well, there's often an element of surprise when we land something because it's never certain that we'll get it. Great news! I landed the job. I start next week. You got the job? That's awesome. We landed the contract. They're going to use our firm to market the new product. That's great. We're going to make a fortune working with them. No, I didn't land the job. They said they preferred a candidate with a better track record. To pay off. If something pays off, it means that it delivers. It gives a return on investment, or you get your money back from a bet you made, or you get even more money. So basically you are profiting, gaining, or getting rewards from something. If you purchase something and it pays off, it means that the product was worth the money. It was a smart purchase. If a new employee you hired pays off, it means that they are doing a great job and were the best employee that you could hire. They are worth the money you pay them. If a bet pays off, it means that your bet is successful and is returning a lot more money than you bet, than you wagered. We can also use this as a noun, a payoff, or for there to be a payoff. Oftentimes a payoff is a payment of money given to someone, sometimes as a bribe, a reward, or an amount of money an employee gets when leaving a company. There was supposed to be a huge payoff for taking such a big risk, but almost nothing has changed. It really paid off deciding to call in sick because I feel 100% better now. I'm investing in this new company and I really hope it pays off in the near future. Word of mouth. Word of mouth is basically free publicity that something receives from people talking about it with other people. It is sharing information by oral communication among interested consumers. Usually word of mouth is positive. It is sharing positive information about something with others. There might be some initial money spent to publicize or promote a product, but when people start talking about and discussing it in large numbers, that is word of mouth. As well, happy customers will tell people they know about the product and convince them to use it as well. People found out about the documentary by word of mouth. I think it really started to be talked about after a few celebrities posted about it, and then everyone else wanted to find out what it was. I didn't find out about your company by doing research. Actually, a friend told me about your service and suggested I try it. So I discovered it through word of mouth. Sales idioms. We've looked at some marketing idioms, and now let's shift to, meaning change to, sales idioms. Sales is most generally defined as exchanging a commodity, something you sell for real money. A salesperson tries to sell things, right? A sales team is a group of salesmen and saleswomen doing that. And now you can do it a little better with these expressions. Not all it's cracked up to be. This expression is almost always negative, and what we're saying is that something is disappointing or leaves us feeling disappointed. The thing, or sometimes a person, fails to meet our expectations, is not what we hoped it would be. If I buy a phone and I think this phone is going to be super awesome because of what people have told me, but after I buy it and experiment with it, play around with it, it's not so good, then it's not all it's cracked up to be. It's not as good as I was told. I'm disappointed in it. It's disappointing. If I hear that a movie is supposed to be amazing, but then I watch it and it's just okay or maybe even bad in my opinion, I can say it's not all it's cracked up to be. So this expression is used when we want to say that something is not as good as other people say it is. We're saying other people are exaggerating its value. We're saying it's overhyped. If something is hyped, it has a lot of attention and publicity. So people are paying a lot of attention to it, and it's a neutral term, not good or bad. But if something is overhyped or really hyped, that means too much attention in the opinion of the person talking. I played the new game you told me about. Honestly, it's not all it's cracked up to be. I got bored pretty fast. I like his paintings, but they're not all they're cracked up to be. I mean, they're just average. Deliver the goods. If we expect that a product will be amazing, like a new phone we buy for a lot of money, but then it's not all it's cracked up to be, that is disappointing. And we can say that the company that produced the phone did not deliver the goods. To deliver the goods means to provide what is promised or expected. And this expression is especially used when talking about the performance of a product or the performance of a person. We can also just say for something to deliver or not deliver by themselves and have the same meaning. In fact, it's more common in general English to use this shorter version. So if I hire you to work at my company, I expect that you will deliver the goods, meaning that you will work hard and contribute in a positive way. If you don't deliver the goods, it means that I might need to fire you or try to improve your performance in some way. If I buy a new TV that is supposed to have the clearest image imaginable, but then it just looks average, I can say it didn't deliver the goods. So when a thing doesn't deliver the goods, it's very similar to saying that it's not all it's cracked up to be. But when talking about a person or company, it means to underperform, to not do what is expected. Apple used to deliver the goods every year when they announced a new iPhone by introducing huge software advancements. But nowadays, their big announcements aren't all they're cracked up to be, and they only introduce gimmicks. A gimmick is a feature that doesn't offer any real value and is only really applied to something as a trick. Essentially, it's a way to convince people to buy something without offering any extra value. The adjective we can use is gimmicky. Their announcement today didn't deliver at all. Consumers were expecting a huge improvement in the camera, but all they introduced was a gimmicky new feature that is nothing more than a Snapchat filter. Their customer service reps always deliver the goods. That's why I pay more to use their service. In the pipeline. If something, especially a product or service, is in the pipeline, that means that it is currently being developed or worked on. Another expression we can use is in the works, for something to be in the works. To work on something means to develop something. Tech companies always have a lot of products in the pipeline. Like, there's always a new phone in the works to be released next year. I'm always busy creating new courses. Right now, I have a new business English course that's in the works, and I hope it will be finished next month. Apparently, Tesla has a new car in the pipeline that will only cost $30,000. That's a lot cheaper than the cars they currently sell. Selling point. A selling point is a feature of a product you buy that makes it attractive to potential customers. So a specific product will have several different selling points. If you enjoy taking photos, an important selling point of a smartphone is its camera. If you play video games, maybe a more important selling point is the types of games available on the phone. And for some people, the most important selling point is that you can actually call people. So almost every product has various selling points that are more or less important to various people. We can generalize an important feature by saying it is a main selling point. To say the opposite, we just say it's not a main selling point. We can say a selling point or the selling point in most situations. Both are good. For wealthy people, the low price is not a main selling point. However, for regular consumers, it is the main selling point. There are several selling points we are focusing on for this product. First, it's reliable and never turns off unexpectedly. The second selling point is its affordable price. And the third selling point we want to focus on is the customer service you get if you do experience any problems. Sold on something. If you are sold on something, it means that you are convinced. You believe in something or you trust what someone told you. When you finally accept that someone is right or that you believe something, you can just say, I'm sold. If you're not convinced yet, you can say, I'm not sold, or I'm not sold yet. We have a phrasal verb for this, to sell someone on something. To sell someone on something means to successfully convince someone, to persuade someone to believe what you are saying. I'm telling you, invest in the company. You are going to get so much money back after they go public in the stock market. I don't know. I'm not sold yet. They have a great product, but it's still under development, and I don't like the CEO. Hi, Mr. Smith, we have a new type of paper that will be great for your business needs. It's a little more expensive, but just give me 5 minutes to explain its benefits, and I'm sure you will be sold. All right, tell me about it then. But if you can't sell me on it in 5 minutes, then I don't think I'll ever be sold on it. And we'll just continue with the same paper we've been buying already. Negotiation idioms. Negotiation is a skill that you need no matter what you do in life. A good negotiator is a person that makes sure they only do the things they want to do and that they always reach the best agreement available. So if you're a business person or not, these idioms will be great for making sure the ball is always in your court. The ball is in your court. If the ball is in your court, we are basically saying two things. One, you take the next move, meaning you decide what to do next. Second, it is now your responsibility. It's up to you. It's your decision what to do next. So if negotiating with someone or debating and they say, the ball's in your court, they are saying, your turn. Your turn, your opportunity to now try to deal with a problem or issue, and after you do this, someone else will probably have an opportunity to act. The ball will then be in their court. If you're in a negotiation and someone says, the ball is in your court, they are saying that it is now your opportunity to do something, to take action or to decide what you want to do next. When the ball is not in your court, that means it is not your responsibility or that you don't have control or cannot decide what to do. Let's imagine that we work for a manufacturing plant in China. We want to charge Apple more money for the hardware components we manufacture to be used in their phones. So, in our negotiation to earn more money, we say something like, we are going to charge you more. Here is how much money we want. If you decline, we will completely stop producing these components for you. And we end by saying the ball is now in your court, meaning you can now decide what you are going to do. Are you going to accept our deal, decline, or try to find a compromise? It is Apple's turn to negotiate now. In more general English, the ball is in your court can also mean that something is your problem now. It can also be a way to say, I did what I was supposed to do, now you do the rest. You do your part. And finally, it can just mean you decide. I prepared my part of the presentation. And now you need to finish your part before tomorrow. So the ball's in your court. When you are elected president, the citizens of a country are basically telling you that the ball's in your court. You decide what to do now. What should we eat for lunch? I don't care. Ball's in your court. You decide. What? The ball's in my court? Why do I always have to decide? Beat around the bush. If you beat around the bush, it means you are indirect. You are trying to avoid direct confrontation. We can also say you are doing something in a roundabout way. In the US, we are typically very direct. We don't beat around the bush when doing business or expressing our opinions. However, especially in parts of Asia, it's part of the culture to beat around the bush, to be less direct as a way of being polite. What about in your home country? Do people tend to beat around the bush, or is it generally encouraged to say exactly what you're thinking directly to someone? Sir, there was a problem yesterday. We don't know whose fault it is, but stop beating around the bush and tell me what happened. If you want to get a raise, you need to tell the boss directly how much of a raise you want and why you deserve it. If you beat around the bush, it will appear that you don't really deserve it. Plus, it's always better to be direct when negotiating. When talking about your salary, how much money you earn, a raise is an increase in the amount of money you earn. And typically we either ask for a raise or get a raise. Call someone's bluff. To bluff is when you pretend to be about to do something or lie or exaggerate about a situation to deceive someone. When you bluff, you don't know if the other person will believe what you're saying or not. When the other person suspects that you are being dishonest, they can call your bluff, meaning to make it clear that they don't believe what you're saying. So if you think someone is bluffing, you think they are lying or being dishonest about what they are saying. Almost always someone bluffs in order to trick you, to deceive you in order to take advantage of you. This happens all the time when playing cards, especially poker. One player will bluff, meaning pretend that they have really good or bad cards in order to trick other players. But if the other players are really good at the game, they will know when other players are bluffing. When you make it clear that you don't believe someone, we say this is to call someone's bluff. This manufacturing plant in China threatened to stop doing business with us if we didn't pay more for their components. I knew they were bluffing though, because there are no other companies that will pay the price we pay. So we called their bluff and told them that we would buy the components from a different plant. They didn't think I would call their bluff, and now they are pleading with us to buy from them again. I was playing cards against this guy who always smiled when he had a really good hand. So when he would say that his hand was poor, I knew that he was bluffing because he was smiling. When playing card games like poker, your hand is the value of all the cards you have. So if you have good cards worth a lot of points, you have a good or strong hand. If you have cards with little value, you have a bad, weak, or poor hand. Common ground. Do you have friends with whom you share the same opinions and interests? So you agree about certain things or enjoy doing some of the same activities? Well, then you have common ground. Most commonly, if you find common ground with someone, it means that you agree about something. You share the same opinion. Like, you're studying English, so we can agree we find common ground about the idea that learning English is important. Maybe we both also think that it's important to dress well. Now we have common ground on two things. So we find common ground with someone. That means to discover the things you agree on. And in general, to be in agreement with someone about something means to have common ground with someone about or on something. Common ground can also be used, though less commonly, to talk about shared interests or hobbies that you and another person have. Generally, it's used this way when you meet someone new and you don't know what you have in common with the other person, what things you both enjoy doing and talking about. When talking about interests, it's common to say to find common ground in something. That means to find a specific activity that you both enjoy or find interesting. Let's say I meet someone at a party. It seems like we have nothing in common. No shared interests until we find out that we have common ground in the music we listen to. We both like the same kind of music. That is our common ground. And in this case, common ground really means shared or similar interests. We don't share all interests, but we have at least a few, which is our common ground. But I think common ground is much more commonly used when talking about having the same opinion or finding some way to agree on something by locating areas that you are in agreement on. The politicians at first said they did not agree with each other at all. However, they finally found common ground when they realized that they both support giving money to low-income citizens who have jobs. The last example is good because often we try to find common ground in order to solve a problem or locate a position we both agree on so that we can move forward from there. So finding things that we have in common is a great way to understand each other better or work better together. My girlfriend and I have very little common ground when it comes to our interests. She likes country music and I like rock and roll. She wants to live in the countryside and I want to live in the city. But when it comes to how we view a relationship and starting a family, we have tons of common ground. I'm having trouble finding common ground with this new client. The client doesn't want to spend money, but I believe you need to spend a lot when starting a new advertising campaign. The client also doesn't want to use social media, but I think it's essential. The only common ground we have right now is that the client agrees that I'm the best person for the job. Now we just need to have some common ground on how to best start this project. It's time to practice what you just learned, and the idioms you just learned are great for business negotiations and for use in general English outside of work too. So make some examples for both types of situations, and I'll be here to help if you need it. Meetings. A meeting is a gathering of people, also called a conference in business settings, where you generally discuss and debate certain topics. For the idioms related to meetings, I'm going to focus on the best ones for starting and ending a meeting, introducing new information, and showing who should be speaking. This way, you can be in control of a meeting with just 5 easy to learn but super helpful expressions. Hold a meeting. To hold a meeting just means that it is going to happen. We can also say to have a meeting. If we want to describe where, we use in after these expressions and then a place. Like, we're holding a meeting in 5 minutes in the conference room. The sales team will be having a meeting in the cafeteria to discuss quarterly profits. If you're having a meeting where people mostly communicate by phone or a similar device, we can just say to have or hold a teleconference. If there is video of the people you are talking to, that is a video conference. To focus on who is organizing the meeting, we can just change the subject. The boss is having a meeting in 5 minutes. Lisa from HR is having a meeting to discuss the dress code. The dress code is what a business allows employees to wear and what clothes it does not allow them to wear at work. The person who runs a meeting is the person who is in charge. They decide what the meeting will be about, what topics will be discussed, the length of the meeting, and everything else. Jim is running the meeting, so if you have any questions, ask him. And when the person running the meeting is ready to start, we can also say to get the ball rolling. To get the ball rolling just means to start, to begin. A less common expression, but used specifically for meetings, is to call a meeting to order. This is much more formal, and I don't recommend you use it. Instead, use one of these. Let's get the ball rolling. Let's get started, or time to get started. Okay, listen up. Let's get the ball rolling because we only have 30 minutes to discuss the merger. A merger is when 2 or more companies or different parts of the same company combine. They merge into one. All right, time to get started. How are we going to drive sales? In business, drive often means to increase. So drive sales means increase sales. Drive interest means to increase interest. But when someone says your drive, it means your motivation and determination. To have the floor. Now that you have gotten the meeting started, there's a very good chance that you want a specific person to talk and have other people listen attentively. To introduce the person who should be listened to, we say that person has the floor. All that means is that it's their turn to speak. Listen to that person. That's all I have to say about the issue. Now Lisa has the floor to tell you what the advertising department is working on. Please listen. I have the floor, and you especially need to know what our plan is and how it's going to change next year. Save any comments you have until you have the floor. So if someone has the floor, it's just their turn to speak. In a formal situation, if someone is interrupting you, say, "Excuse me, I have the floor." It's a nice way to tell them to shut up. If it's not as formal, or if you want to be stronger in telling someone to shut up, say, "Excuse me, I'm speaking." It's still polite, but much firmer, more direct, and better for formal and informal situations. To shut someone up means to tell someone strongly that they should stop talking. If you tell someone to shut up, it is quite offensive and rude. We only use shut up when we are upset or in a bad mood. Put something on the table. When you want to make a suggestion or offer an idea that other people will decide on and debate, we say to put something on the table. When you put something on the table, you are presenting or suggesting a plan to other people to be discussed and either agreed on or rejected. When something is taken off the table, that means it is no longer available for discussion. It is no longer an option or available for debate. So if something can be discussed or changed, it's on the table. If something is not able to be changed or discussed, it's off the table. In American English, to table something means to discuss it later, to make it temporarily not a topic for debate or discussion until a later date. So basically the same as taking something off the table, but for a temporary period of time. When an American says to table something, it means postpone or delay until later. However, in British English, it's the complete opposite. To table something in the UK means to discuss a topic immediately and without delay. So if you are in the United States, it means discuss later. But if you are in the UK, it means discuss now. Finally, there is a similar idiom, to bring something to the table. This expression is used when describing a person and what traits, skills, and characteristics they offer and will contribute. A popular interview question is, what will you bring to the table at this company? Meaning, what good skills and benefits will you offer? I think I bring years of experience, insight, and the ability to lead teams to the table. What I bring to the table is the ability to think outside the box, to think of new ways to do things, to move that. After an idea is put on the table, everyone needs to express what they think should be done related to it. Basically, show their opinion and what direction they want to go with it, like being in support or in opposition of it. One way to show your opinion is to say, I move that blank, and then what you think. I move that we accept the offer before they change their minds. Our board of directors moves that we find a new CEO. To change your mind is to change your decision or opinion about something. But move that is quite formal, probably too formal for you. So instead, I think you should use I propose that blank or I suggest that blank. These are both great for sharing your opinion and what you think should be done. I suggest that we hire a freelancer to fix the website interface. I propose that we freeze bonuses for top executives until we fix this problem. A follow-up meeting. It's very difficult to discuss everything you need to in a single meeting. So oftentimes we have a follow-up meeting. A follow-up meeting is a second meeting on the same topic that is held at a later time. Remember, we will have a follow-up meeting next month to see how well this plan operates. You might have a follow-up meeting because you ran out of time during the first meeting, or because you need to see how things change in the future and then reanalyze the situation in the follow-up meeting. So the follow-up meeting will be on the same topic but held at a later date. I had my first interview with the company last week. Tomorrow is actually my follow-up interview, so they must be considering hiring me. Two other super popular expressions are to follow up with someone and to follow up on something. To follow up with someone means to talk to someone later in order to get new or updated information about something. And to follow up on something is quite similar, but we are focused on the thing we want to discuss instead of the person we are going to discuss it with. Are you free next week to follow up on what we talked about today? Sure, I'll be happy to follow up with you to see how things are going. I love the topic of the book you're writing. Whenever you have some free time, I would love to follow up with you to see how it's going, or if you need any help to avoid writer's block. Writer's block is when you can't think of anything to write or are unable to write anything new. We say to have writer's block when we have trouble writing anything new. Your next assignment. So you are now ready to hold a meeting, express your opinion, tell people to shut up if you need to, tell someone it's their turn to speak, end a meeting, and schedule future meetings. As well, you've also learned the best negotiation, sales, and marketing idioms. To make sure you never forget these terms or how to use them, write some examples with this vocabulary so it stays fresh in your head. Before you turn in a job application or have an interview, there is some pre-preparation that's quite important. So let's look at some of this. First, recommendation letters. Oof. No matter what job you're applying for, there will be a part of the application that asks for some recommendations. A person that basically verifies your skills and qualifications, most often 3 or more. As a general rule, never use family members as a recommendation unless if you work together. And even then, try looking somewhere else because it just doesn't look good to use someone if you're related. But what should you do if you don't have enough recommendations? Well, it's time to find some, right? If you are still in school or had a good relationship with any faculty, contact them. It might seem out of the blue, meaning not expected, but if you want the job, you will do it. Start going to networking events and attending social events related to the type of work you want to do. It's a great way to meet people who probably have connections, meaning they know people who might be able to help you find a job. Finally, volunteering is always a good idea because it makes you appear enthusiastic, motivated, and a person who takes action. Any type of volunteer project is great, but try and find the best one suited for the work you see yourself doing in the future. When you have your recommendations, you must give them some information about the job. Mention the position and highlight the skills they are looking for. You want the recommendation letter to specify your strengths and personality related to the job you want. And next, practice. In these interview videos, we're highlighting the most important interview questions to practice. And by yourself, you should be practicing out loud with as many questions as you can find. If you can, practice in front of family or friends. If you can't, use a mirror and record yourself to see how you sound. Everyone applying for a job will have similar experience and education. By practicing and becoming comfortable and confident with all possible questions, you will set yourself apart, meaning get noticed, and do it quite easily. Now, let's talk about the night before. Assuming you have been practicing regularly up until the day of the interview, relax and visualize what the day will be like tomorrow. Plan your morning so you don't have to worry about being late. Determine what you will wear and do any last-minute research about the company, the position, and what specific type of employee they are looking for so you can present yourself accordingly. Accordingly just means appropriately. One important note if you have a phone interview. Phone interviews are tough because the connections usually are not perfect and you can't see the other person's body language. Because of this, the most important thing is to speak clearly, confidently, and deliberately. When I say deliberately, I mean with purpose and on topic. It's all the same advice for a video interview, but even more important is to pre-plan where you will sit for the interview. You want a clean, bright, and clutter-free background for a video interview. Clutter is small junk that makes you look disorganized. You don't want that. Many people think a cafe is a good idea, but cafes are really loud with grinding beans and making espresso. So if you don't have a good location at home, find a comfortable, professional, and quiet location somewhere else and test the connection beforehand. Because today we are looking at the most common interview questions for starting the interview. So, saying hello, introducing yourself, and other questions that usually come towards the beginning. Hi, how are you? You probably don't even associate the first interview question with the actual job you are applying for. It's just small talk. It's very likely there will be at least some small talk, but the amount varies. These are greetings like, how's it going? How are you today? And nice to meet you. If it's your first interview and there's lots of candidates, the small talk will be brief, but you still need to appear like the type of applicant they're searching for when making the small talk. If it's your second or third, the small talk will be longer and more intimate, so be prepared for that. Because even if the small talk is just, hi, how are you today? It's going to demonstrate a lot about your personality and how you communicate with others. So depending on the type of job you're applying for, you need to either be more casual, outgoing, relaxed, or professional from the second you say hello. Small talk is your first impression, so you need to be comfortable with it. Then, tell us about yourself. To start an interview, the most common question that companies ask is not actually a question, it's a request. Tell us about yourself. It looks like a very open question, meaning there are a lot of possible ways to respond, but it isn't. There's a very simple formula. This question is basically asking you to outline your resume, what Europeans call a CV, by describing your present or most recent experience first, then outlining relevant past work experience and education before finishing with the future, yourself moving forward. You should be able to do this in under 2 minutes, and everything you're discussing related to your present, past, and future should be relevant to the position you're applying for and make you seem like a better candidate than the rest. Remember, relevant experience and knowledge only. Don't go off topic. Like when writing an essay, if you go off topic, you lose points, even if your response is amazing, because you're not answering the right question. What tell us about yourself is really saying is this. Tell us why you are the right person with the right experience and the right future ambitions for this job. And then, what do you know about the company? This question requires you to do previous research about the company to understand their mission statement and priorities. Beyond that, it requires you to think about how your career ambitions, experience, and skills will complement the business's mission and goals. So don't simply dictate what you read online or from talking to other people with insider knowledge. Personalize what you know about their company to show that you care about what they do and how they do it. Do find the most important keywords that the business uses to describe their mission. Then personalize it into a response that demonstrates how compatible you are with it. As well, by doing this research, you might find that you have some questions to ask them. Questions to ask about what the company's growth plans, or about the company's growth plans, why the interviewer likes working there, and similar questions to decide if the job is a good match for you. Your turn to ask questions is usually the last part of an interview. We already looked at introductory questions a little bit. So now let's look at some of the meat and potato questions related to your strengths and weaknesses. Whenever we talk about the meat and potatoes of something, it just means the most important part. We can also say the meatiest part. Number one, what is your greatest strength? When you're asked about your strengths, it's important to characterize them according to the job you're applying to. You can use the same specific strength for any job you're applying for, but you want to make adjustments targeted at keywords they used to describe the position and highlight your amazing abilities in ways you think they will appreciate them the most. So before the interview, match your greatest skills and achievements with what the company says are their requirements and preferences in the job listing. Make a list. What requirements do they have that you can do well or are more than qualified to accomplish? You will likely be asked similar questions related to different responsibilities for the position you're applying for, so pick at least 3 things you do above average. You want to show your skills, not just talk about them. So have clear and concise stories ready to talk about your skill in the appropriate context instead of rattling off random qualification after qualification. Giving more details is always better than giving more examples. To rattle something off means to speak without stopping, to speak a lot and quite quickly, but with no important information. To give an example, let's say that I am excellent at anticipating market changes. I should tell a story about a time I read the market well, how I did it, possibly mention how I developed that skill, maintain it, and how it will bring great ROI to the company hiring me. ROI is return on investment, and if you don't present your strengths with credible stories, they won't hire you because you don't appear to present any ROI. What's your strength and how can you describe it with a story? Okay, number 2 now, your greatest weakness. To answer this question well, you need to be honest with yourself. To answer it brilliantly, you need to honestly want to improve who you are at work and already be working to improve yourself. Because what you want to do is mention a skill or qualification that is not your strongest, but how you are actively working to improve it. Now, If you are being honest about the skill, you probably have a good story to tell. If you're being dishonest or picking something out of thin air, it will be obvious that you're lying and didn't think about how you can become a better employee and a bigger asset for the company. To pick or choose something out of thin air means to choose it randomly and without preparation or purpose. So don't do that in an interview. You are not saying that you're still really terrible at something. You're showing them ways that you have improved personal weaknesses and persevered to turn them into burgeoning strengths. For something to burgeon means to grow, and you always want people to think you're growing. This question is likewise asked in different ways throughout an interview. So pick 3 things you have worked to improve in your professional life that demonstrate your value to the person interviewing you. We've discussed introductory questions, your strengths and weaknesses, and the importance of creating stories. Now let's look at the most common tail end questions. Tail end meaning the latter part, the second half of an interview. Let's start today with why are you leaving your current job? If you are quitting a job to find a new one, you want to be honest, precise, and direct. Don't lie about the situation because most likely they will be contacting people you worked with to inquire about your performance and job-related skills. When answering this question, especially if the last job situation wasn't a pleasant one, think forward and think positive. Reference the future and design your answer to present yourself as a developing and ambitious employee, ideal for the work environment you're applying for. Do this to give the interviewer the idea that you are thinking of the future and the possibilities that come with it, not stuck in the past. To be stuck on something means to be obsessive, to not be able to think about other things. And if you didn't have any recent employment history, I suggest immediately finding independent ways to show that you are serious about improving your skills and presenting yourself as a professional. Take in-person or online courses related to your career. Volunteer. Go to networking events, attend conferences, and do whatever you can do without holding a traditional job. Blogging and creating a social media profile on a site like LinkedIn is also a great way to get noticed and stand out. Next question. What are your salary expectations? That's my question. What are your salary expectations? The salary question looks simple, but is very tricky to answer if you haven't done research. If you give a price that's too low, you're lowballing yourself, meaning not getting what you are worth. If you overprice yourself, you are probably out of the running for the job you're applying for. To be out of the running means to no longer be a competitor, no chance of winning. Sites like Glassdoor.com are excellent to see what the median average salary is for similar job positions and prepare you to confidently answer this question with no hesitation. Now, describe a blank type of situation you handled or experienced and how you dealt with it. This type of question is going to be about a typical type of conflict related to your type of work. And the reason in the last part I wanted you to think of 3 strengths is because it's really asking for how you positively react to negative situations at work. So think of a difficult situation you managed and a strength you have that allowed you to do it while keeping control or keeping the problem under control. This is also more of that storytelling we talked about. So find something specific and go into detail. More detail is always great, but just giving more generic examples is not. And finally, how most interviews end. Do you have any questions for me? First of all, if you say no, it appears that you're not terribly interested in the job or aren't well informed or experienced enough to know what questions to ask. So before the interview, prepare a list of questions you can ask that are 1, relevant to the position you're applying for, or 2, related to the company that might hire you, so you can learn more about their mission and directive. And probably the most insightful, 3, definitely consider asking other people in the room what they think about their jobs and about the work environment you might soon be spending countless hours in. So, good luck. School and education. Because everyone in the world has experienced some amount of education, it's a super popular topic for discussion. I'm an American, so I'm going to focus on the American education system and culture from the very beginning until the very end, which is pretty much from pre-K all the way to getting a PhD. When I can, I will do my best to explain how things are different in the UK. As we do this, you're going to get a ton of vocabulary, cultural knowledge, and context to talk about your studies when you were a kid, a teenager, adult, and your goals for the future, so you can participate in any conversation on the topic and know what other people are discussing. After focusing on the school system and vocabulary, we'll end with my favorite education-related idioms. I really recommend you watch all these education videos because I'm going to introduce a lot of vocabulary, and there will be plenty of homework exercises along the way, meaning as we continue to the end. But if you really want to, jump ahead, meaning go straight to the lecture you're most interested in. Elementary school from pre-K to grade 5. Firstly, if you are a student anywhere from pre-K to grade 5, we can say you are an elementary school student. In elementary school or an elementary schooler. A less common term for elementary school is primary school. So we can also say you are a primary school student. In elementary school, you only have one teacher for the whole year and share the same classroom with the same students. This changes once you start middle school. Let's start with pre-K, also called nursery school and preschool in the US. I believe in the United Kingdom, this is reception. In the United States, most people use the term pre-K. So that's what I'll use. Pre-K is short for pre-kindergarten. Kindergarten is the first real year of school for a child. Kindergarten is called year 1 in the UK. We can say you are in pre-K, in nursery school, or in preschool. We can also say you are a pre-K student, a nursery school student, or a preschooler. Generally, you are in pre-K from the ages of 3 until 5. For the United Kingdom, reception is most often from the ages of 4 until 5, and the year before that is called nursery school. The main goal of pre-K is to teach children how to behave in a real classroom. You might be introduced to some real subjects like math, but the primary focus is on learning about good and bad behavior and school customs. Finally, pre-K is not required. It is optional for students to attend. Kindergarten. After completing pre-K, there is 1 year of kindergarten, most often from ages 5 to 6. We can say you are in kindergarten or a kindergartner. Notice that the T in kindergarten is pronounced with a D sound, kindergarten. So it sounds like garden, but is not spelled the same. That's because this word comes straight from German. Most states in the United States require students to attend kindergarten, but not all. Kindergarten, or year 1 if you're in the UK, is still pretty similar to pre-K, but with a little more focus on real elementary school topics like math, language, reading, science, social studies, and art. In the United States, we say math. In the United Kingdom, they say maths with an S at the end. This is because they are abbreviations for mathematics. So an American student will say, I study math, and a British student will say, I study maths. As well, social studies is a required class that focuses on society, geography, history, culture, and government. There is another class that students start to take later in their education called civics. Civics focuses specifically on the government, how it functions, and what it means to be a citizen. It's fairly common for teachers and parents to agree to hold their children back for another year of kindergarten. In education, to be held back means to not progress, to not move on to the next level of education. Usually it's because you are not academically prepared for the next grade, but sometimes, especially for kindergarten, it might be because the child is so small compared to other classmates or not yet adopted the appropriate behavior for a real classroom. As you get older, if you are held back, it simply means you failed too many classes and do not meet the requirements to continue to the next grade, which is very embarrassing when you're older. To fail a grade has the exact same meaning. To fail a class means that you did not pass a specific class and will have to repeat it, or we can say retake it. So fail too many classes in 1 year and you are held back or have to repeat a grade, meaning you failed the grade. In the US, we have a grading system for the classes you take that correspond to a percentage from 0 to 100%. An F is the worst grade you can get and means failed. That's anything from 59% and below. A D is next and usually means you barely passed. That's from 60% to 69%. But some teachers require a C to pass a class. A C means fair or average and is from 70 to 79%. Next is a B, which means good. A B is from 80 to 89%. Finally, the best grade you can get is an A, which means excellent. An A is from 90 to 100%. We can say to get a blank grade or to receive a blank grade. When I say blank, I mean like A, B, C, D, or F. Get is much more common. If we're describing a percentage, we'll also use the verb get plus a percent, to get a percent. What did you get on the test? I got an A, or I got a 95%. How do you think you'll do on the test? I need to get at least a C to pass this class, or I need to get at least a 70% to pass this class. It's most common to talk about the grade you receive, and we usually talk about the percent to be more specific. For these grades, you can also get a minus or plus. A B plus means you are very close to getting an A, or more specifically, an A minus. A B minus means you are closer to getting a C, more specifically, a C plus. Did you get all A's this semester? Almost. I got 3 A's and a B+. Starting in elementary school and continuing until you finish high school, you also get a report card. You get at least 1 report card per semester, and it gives a list of your classes and the grade you got. There are 2 semesters in a school year. Each semester is made up of 2 quarters, so there are 4 quarters in a year. For this same time period, you also have parent-teacher conferences. These are meetings your parents and your teachers have where they discuss your grades and classroom behavior. Most often, the student will also attend these meetings. It's an opportunity for parents to talk to their child's teachers and see how they are performing. For children, these conferences are often torture. Finally, field trips also start to happen in kindergarten and will continue until you finish your education. A field trip is when you visit a place outside of your school in order to learn more about a specific topic. So for example, a student might take a field trip to a bank to learn more about money and finance. You might also go on a field trip to a university when you are in high school to learn more about college. The expressions we use are to go on a field trip and to take a field trip. Especially when you are younger, you need to get a permission slip signed by your parents. The permission slip gives the school permission to take the student to a place outside of the school. Mom, I need you to sign this permission slip. What's it for? It's for a field trip to the zoo to learn about animals. Oh, sure, I'll sign that. Do you have a pen or pencil? First grade. After kindergarten, students enter first grade, and it is mandatory for everyone, meaning required. Starting in first grade, every year you enter a new grade, and this continues for the rest of your education. When I say you enter a new grade, I'm saying that you begin a new grade, a new level of academic learning. In first grade, you are a first grader, or we can say you're in the first grade. The next year, not much changes, and this is second grade. You are in second grade, or we can say you are a second grader. First and second grade are for students aged 6 to 8 years old. In the UK, first grade is called year 2, and second grade is called year 3. After second grade, you enter third grade. So you are now a third grader, or in third grade, and between the ages of 8 and 9. In the UK, this means you are in year 4. Third grade is important because this is when you start to really study science. Fourth and fifth grade. Fourth and fifth grade are the last years of elementary school. So you are in fourth grade or a fourth grader, as well in fifth grade or a fifth grader. What you study doesn't change very much in these grades, but the social aspects are starting to change. If you're in fourth or fifth grade, you're between the ages of 9 and 11. In these grades, students look obviously older than the younger elementary school students and are close to experiencing puberty. Puberty is when you reach sexual maturity and are biologically able to sexually reproduce, meaning have sex. In spoken English, we most often say to hit puberty. To hit puberty means to start to experience those bodily changes that indicate you are becoming an adult physically. 13 is when you are technically a teenager, and before that you are a pre-teen. Another word for teenager is adolescent, but that's a more formal word. What's more common is teenager or just teen. So you're a teenager from 13 until 19. Homework. Elementary school is something that most of us finished a long time ago. So it's a great opportunity for you to tell me about your past. Tell me what kind of student you were. Were you a good student or a bad student? What were your favorite subjects? Me, I was a pretty bad student. I hated school, but now I love it. In this section, I'm telling you everything about school in the United States. I would also love to know more about school in your country. So please tell me how things are similar and how they're different. I can't wait to learn more about where you're from and about you specifically. Middle school. Middle school is grades 6, 7, and 8 for most students in the US, from ages 11 to 14, and is less commonly called junior high. We can say someone is a 6th grader, 7th grader, or 8th grader. Additionally, we can say they are in the 6th grade, in the 7th grade, or in the 8th grade. In the UK, this is years 7 to 9. Middle school is still part of your primary school education, and to generally describe yourself as a student who attends middle school, we can say you are a middle schooler. In middle school, students can start to choose some of their own classes. These are called electives. An elective is a class that a student chooses to take or not take, meaning it is elective or their choice. As well, middle school is when periods are introduced. Some schools have up to 10 periods in a school day that last for about 45 minutes to 90 minutes. Each period is a different class or activity. For example, one period for history class, one period for gym class, one for lunch, and another period for English class. The list of all your classes or periods is your schedule or your class schedule. When describing your schedule, we use ordinal numbers like 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th to refer to each period. Organizing your schedule with periods will continue until you graduate from high school. Did you get your schedule yet? I have 1st period gym. What about you? Dang, I have 6th period gym with the other teacher. I have 3rd period study hall. Do you? I do. Awesome. So we have the same study hall. Study hall is a period where students do their homework and study with the supervision of a teacher. In middle school, the required classes everyone must take are English, history, science, math, and physical education. Physical education, also called PE for short, is gym class. The most popular elective classes students can choose from in middle school are band and orchestra, which means playing a musical instrument, chorus, which means singing in a group called a choir, art, which means painting and drawing, home economics, which is learning about things around the house like cooking and parenting, drama, which means acting and performing, and computer science, which teaches kids how to use computers and other tech stuff. Another class students start to take in school and is sometimes taught in home economics is sex ed, short for sex education. You might take your first sex ed class near the end of elementary school and will probably take your last one the first year of high school. Sex education should teach children about sexual activity, relationships, reproduction, birth control, and their sexual anatomy to better understand parts of their bodies like the vagina and penis. Finally, because students are hitting puberty and starting to date and have romantic relationships, it's also the time that schools will host special events like dances. At a school dance, there will be music and possibly some food. That's really it. It's an opportunity for students to begin dating in a controlled environment. If you invite someone to go to a dance with you, that person is your date. The dances are usually chaperoned, meaning supervised by teachers and the parents of students to make sure nothing crazy happens. The person who chaperones is called a chaperone. We also call these dances mixers and socials. At most schools, there are a few dances each year, and the biggest dance is prom. That is specifically designed for the last year you are in high school. Prom is often the first time people have sex and experiment with alcohol. It is culturally very important in the United States. High school. After you graduate from middle school, you are now in high school. You are a high schooler. High school is your secondary education. High school is for grades 9 to 12, ages 14 to 18. In the UK, that is years 10 to 13. In high school, you still have grades that you enter, but we don't say you are a 9th grader or anything like that. We stop saying we are a something grader in middle school. In high school, we can say that we are in a grade, in 9th grade, in 10th grade, in 11th grade, in 12th grade. That's not so common though. What's most common is to say you are a freshman for 9th grade, you are a sophomore for 10th grade, you are a junior for 11th grade, and you are a senior for 12th grade. Again, don't say you are something greater when you enter high school. It will sound ridiculous and makes no sense. Your freshman and sophomore years. Freshmen and sophomores mostly take the required classes in high school and just a couple electives. But in high school, there are many more electives to choose from. Every type of math, business, physical education, performing arts, science, foreign languages, social studies, visual arts, vocational education, and advanced placement classes. Advanced placement classes, most often called AP classes, are classes for smarter students, sometimes college level. You might also see these called gifted classes for gifted students. Here, gifted just means smarter. These classes can be the same topic as regular classes, just requiring more work. Or they can be classes that the school otherwise doesn't offer. Sometimes students go to a local university or attend a university online in order to attend the AP classes if the high school doesn't have a qualified teacher. AP classes usually have a test at the end that, if you pass, will be counted as college credits. Credits. In high school and college, you start to receive credits for the classes you take, and you need a certain number of credits related to different subjects in order to graduate. In high school, it's pretty basic. 1 credit for a 1-year class and half a credit for a half-year class. In college, the amount of credits you get for a class depends on how many hours of class you have to attend each week. A class where you only meet once a week for 1 hour will not give you as many credits as a class where you meet Monday to Friday for 1 hour every day. In college and in high school, you are required to obtain a certain amount of credits related to different subjects taught at school. You automatically receive credits for passing a class, which most often means getting at least a D grade. Starting in high school and continuing to university, your overall grade, the average, is called your GPA. Understanding your GPA. GPA stands for grade point average, basically meaning the average of the grades you receive for every class you take. It's used in high school and in college to calculate your overall performance in school. You still receive letter and percentage grades for your individual classes. Your GPA is mostly used to combine and compare all the classes you took during a semester or year to see what your average grade is. Your GPA is basically creating an image of what type of student you are and grading you as a student. Anything under a 0.7 GPA is absolutely terrible. That is an F. You cannot graduate with this GPA. A 0.7 GPA up to a 1.3 GPA is a D. This means you barely passed and is still quite bad. A 1.7 GPA up to a 2.3 GPA is a C. A C means fair or average. Not bad, but also not that good. A 2.7 GPA up to a 3.3 GPA is a B. It's good. You are above average. A 3.7 GPA up to a 4.0 GPA is an A. You are an excellent student. A 4.0 is the highest grade you can get, though maybe with some extra credit, it can technically be higher. When talking about homework, extra credit are optional homework exercises that will give you extra grade points. So doing these are the only way you can get above a 4.0, and not every teacher offers them. If you want to go to a very selective, renowned university, you need at least a 3.0 GPA or higher. If you want to go to a more typical, less famous, or prestigious university, you will likely be accepted with a 2.0 GPA or higher. Junior and senior years. As a junior or senior, you are close to graduating from high school. Because you should be close to graduating, you have a lot more electives to choose from and take fewer required classes. However, if you are behind on credits or not doing too well, you might be going to school in the summer. This is called summer school. Actually, a lot of students go to summer school to get ahead as well. Anyways, if you plan on going to a traditional 4-year college for an undergraduate degree, you will start the college application process your junior year. The most important thing to do is take the ACT or SAT entrance exam. These are the 2 most popular college entrance exams in the US. They are part of your application to a university to see if you are a good enough candidate for a school. The 2 exams are super similar, and where you want to go to school in the US will decide which exam you take. When you apply to a university, the most important things are your ACT or SAT entrance exam score, your GPA, and your extracurricular activities, also called extracurriculars. Extracurriculars are the activities you did outside of school during your free time that will make you a better candidate. Some schools are easy to get accepted into. Other schools are very difficult, and for the difficult ones, you want to be able to show a lot of extracurriculars, like joining clubs at school, volunteering, and participating in sports, grants, scholarships, and loans. College in the US is more expensive than any place else in the world. An average public four-year university, the cheapest place to get a bachelor's degree, will cost about $10,000 a year. However, if you live in one state and want to study at a university in a different state, like going from New York to California, it's about $25,000 a year. If you are studying as a foreign student, you'll pay close to the $25,000. Everything I just mentioned was for public schools. Private schools are much more expensive because they're supposed to be nicer. This is the Harvards, Princetons, and Columbias of the world. These schools, on average, cost $35,000 a year, but go as high as $70,000. Because of these costs, students will apply for grants, scholarships, and loans. If you receive a grant or scholarship, this is money that is given to you for free. You do not need to pay this money back. Usually you receive a grant or scholarship for a very high GPA, for something related to an extracurricular activity, or because you come from a poorer family that cannot help pay for your college. If you are applying to a university, you want to research what grants, scholarships, and loans are available to you. A loan can be from the government if you are from the United States. But if not, it's probably a private loan from a bank or company. A loan means that you must repay, give the money back sometime in the future. Most often, you begin repaying the loan after you graduate from college. The price of attending college in the United States is a very big issue right now, especially as it becomes more and more expensive every year. And student debt is a very serious issue. As a consequence of the expensive price of attending college, many students are unable to pay their student loans. Remember, with the word debt, the B is silent. Debt. We'll talk more about university in a little while, but for now, let's talk about the end of high school, graduation. Graduation. Graduating high school is one of the most important parts of a young person's life. Some communities in the US also put a lot of importance in graduating 8th grade, going from middle school to high school, but that is not as universal as the high school graduation. High school graduation is largely about becoming independent, leaving home, and beginning life on your own at university. You aren't 21 yet, so you can't legally drink, but most people now view you as a mature adult. The high school graduation uses all the same vocabulary as other graduations earlier and later if you continue your education. Most people call the ceremony where you receive your high school diploma the graduation ceremony, but it's technically called the commencement. For graduation, you buy your cap and gown to wear when you walk up and get your degree and take a photo. The cap is what you wear on your head, and the gown is that fancy dress you wear around your body. The student with the best grades, the highest GPA, is the valedictorian, and they give a special speech called the valedictorian speech or valedictorian address. All of this is the same when you graduate from college. You're now done with high school and can start your post-secondary education. Homework time. But wait, before we continue to higher education, let's review high school. Did you start high school yet? In high school right now? Or did you finish high school in the past? I really want to know about your experience in high school, or what you know about high school, and how it's different or similar to what we just talked about. Personally, I did not like high school at all. Do you notice a pattern? Yeah. I was not a good student until university because I loved video games too much. What about you? What kind of student were you? Did you enjoy high school? Do you have stuff like high school dances or prom? Tell me all about that super cool stuff. Post-secondary education. Post-secondary education means all education that comes after high school. This is also called higher education. For most people, that means either a 2-year associate or 4-year bachelor's degree, which can be followed by even higher degrees like a master's or PhD. When talking about post-secondary education, college and university are both very commonly used. The majority of the time they are used the exact same way. College campus, university campus. The campus is the area where all parts of the school are located. University soccer team, college soccer team. University dorm, college dorm. A dorm, short for dormitory, is housing and apartments provided by a university for students to live in. One example of when to only use college is when we are describing a part of the school, often with its own building related to a specific area of study. For example, the College of Nursing, the College of Business, the College of Medicine. We say the College of blank, and then the specific part of the school. For any degree, we most often use the verb get. To get an associate's degree, get a bachelor's, get a master's, get a doctorate, or a PhD. A more formal expression, if you are in the process of doing this, is to work towards a degree. Your major. When you finish getting your degree, you now say that you have a degree in blank or majored in blank. When I say blank, that is where you say what you majored in, meaning what your main subject of study was. We major in a topic. That means we focused primarily on that topic. If you are still studying, you can say, I am majoring in blank, or I am a blank major. A popular question people will ask you when studying is, what's your major? They're asking, what's the main thing you're studying in school? Like politics, art, history, literature, music, or any subject. What did you major in school? I majored in political science. What about you? My first major was economics, but I hated it. So I changed my major to history. In the United States, you can change your major as often as you want. One important note for English learners whose first language also comes from Latin. Your major is what your studies focus on. Your career is what you do for work. So your major will largely decide the type of work you will do later. Said another way, your major will largely decide the type of career you will enter. Your major is only talking about what you study. Your career is only talking about the type of work you do for money. I majored in business because I thought it would easily allow me to find a high salary career. My career is not at all related to what I majored in. Your minor. Your major is your main topic of study. In the US, most universities also require you to have a minor. A minor is a secondary, less important topic that should complement your major or show a secondary professional interest. Your major and minor don't always have to be related, though it is helpful and recommended so that you have a higher chance of finding a job after you graduate by having multiple relevant sets of knowledge. An associate's or bachelor's are both your undergraduate education. If you are getting an undergraduate degree, you can say you are an undergrad or an undergraduate. Undergrad is much more common in spoken English. An associate degree. An associate degree most often takes 2 years to receive. Your first year, you are a first-year student. Your second, a second-year student. Typically, you go to a vocational school or technical institute for an associate degree. Technical institutes are most often called tech schools in spoken English. Some popular associate degree programs are for nursing, computer science, and generally many jobs that require you to work with your hands. If you're studying for an associate degree, you can say, I'm getting an associate in blank. In spoken English, many people also say associates. I'm getting an associate degree in nursing. What about you? I already got my associates. It's in electrical engineering. Tech schools usually allow you to easily transfer the credits you earned to a 4-year college. And because tech schools are also much cheaper, some students will go to a tech school for 2 years and then transfer to a 4-year school to get a bachelor's degree. Bachelor's degree. A bachelor's degree is the most popular and well-known post-secondary degree that people study for. Most commonly, it is achieved after 4 years of study. Your first year, you are a freshman, second year, a sophomore, third year, a junior, and your fourth year, a senior. A very informal expression for both high school and college students who spend an extra year in school is super senior. If someone is a super senior, they spent 5 years instead of the typical 4. This is much more common for high school, where spending a 5th year in high school is quite embarrassing, and a super senior is an insulting term. In college, many students study more than 4 years to get their bachelor's, and super senior is not an insult. If you're still studying for your bachelor's, you can say, I'm getting a bachelor's in blank, and then the subject. Once you finish your degree, you can say, I have a bachelor's in blank, or I got or obtained a bachelor's in blank, and then the major you studied. Most people don't care about your minor, and you'll probably only be asked about it while you are still in school. When someone asks about it, they'll say something like, what's your minor? Or what are you minoring in? If someone does care about it after you graduate, like if you have a job interview shortly after, they'll ask, what did you minor in? Or what was your minor? In the past, most people would stop studying after getting a bachelor's degree, but today, master's degrees are becoming almost essential to find well-paying work. Professional schools. Before talking about a master's, we need to talk about professional schools. If you want to become a doctor, a lawyer, or study theology, you don't get a master's degree. You get a professional degree and go to a specialized school for that area of study. You still need a bachelor's degree first, but you go to a professional school instead of a grad school to continue your education. A law student goes to law school for an average of 3 years. The main thing taught at a law school is law, and primarily how to become a lawyer. After graduating, you receive your JD degree, meaning Juris Doctor. In the United States, you must then take the bar exam to earn your license and be allowed to practice law, meaning be a real lawyer. When studying at a law school, we can say you are a law school student, that you study law, or are studying to become a lawyer. To describe your past studies, you studied law or went to law school. What do you do for fun? I don't really do anything for fun since I entered law school. Oh, cool, so you're studying to become a lawyer? Yeah, I didn't realize being a law student would be so difficult though. A medical student goes to medical school for an average of 4 years. The main thing taught at a medical school is medicine, and largely how to become a doctor. After you finish medical school, you acquire the title MD, meaning Doctor of Medicine, and can now work as a doctor. When studying at medical school, we can say you're in medical school or in med school. To describe yourself, we have a few options like medical school student, med student, studying medicine, and studying to become a doctor. If you did this in the past, you can say, I studied medicine, or I studied at a medical school. How's med school? You know, not bad. My professors are great, and I really enjoy studying medicine. A theology student goes to seminary for an average of 4 years. A seminary focuses mostly on allowing students to find careers related to their faith in God. And in the US, that mostly means becoming a priest. If you study theology, you are a theology student. We don't say go to a school. Instead, you go to seminary. Some universities have a special school for theology. When the theology school is part of a larger university, it is typically called a divinity school. What do you plan on doing after you get your bachelor's? I've already enrolled in a seminary. I plan on becoming a priest. For students that attend medical school, law school, and a seminary, this is often the most education they will need. Basically, they are the highest levels of education for those areas of study and related careers. It's not essential to get a master's or PhD. There are higher degrees and specializations that can be acquired, but they are different than most other ones that we will now discuss. Master's degree. You now know that a doctor, lawyer, or religious person like a priest don't get master's degrees, but everyone else does. Some popular subjects are business, engineering, education, English, architecture, music, and really anything else you can study. Most often we say to get a master's in blank. The blank is where you put the subject you are studying. A master's in political science, a master's in music, a master's in communication. For business, you can say get a master's in business, but it's more common to say get an MBA, meaning a Master of Business Administration. As well, many professional schools exist for business, so you can also say to go to business school. But business school is usually the same length as a regular master's program, which is 2 years. It generally takes 2 years to complete a master's program. If it's your first year, you are a first-year grad student. Second year grad student. When you are studying for your master's, you are a graduate student, more commonly called a grad student or a master's student. In the US, it's much more common to say you are a grad student. Grad student generally means that you are studying anything higher than a bachelor's, but is commonly understood to mean master's student in the US. There is another term, postgrad or postgraduate student, which is also very general and describes any type of study done after getting your bachelor's degree. In the US, it's not used much, and when it is usually a very general term to describe any type of study done after finishing your undergraduate degree. So if you're trying to get a postgraduate degree, that could mean from a professional school we discussed earlier, a master's, a PhD, and other types of degrees. A general way to describe where you go to school is, I'm a grad student at blank, and the blank is where you put the university you are studying at. Grad schools are often connected to a main university that offers both undergraduate degrees, like a bachelor's, master's degrees that we're talking about now, and doctoral degrees to get your PhD. To give a quick and general response if someone asks what you do for study, you can also just say, I'm in grad school. Again, grad student and grad school are also more general terms for anything above undergraduate study, but most commonly understood, especially in the US, to mean master's level. Oftentimes, graduate programs at a school will have a special name. So you can also say, though likely to cause confusion with people who don't know what it means, that you study in a specific program. Like at Harvard, they have a master's program to study the Middle East. When I say the Middle East, I mean that region in the world that primarily speaks Arabic and is a majority Muslim. Anyways, their Middle East program is called the AM program. If you are in this program, you can say, I'm in the AM program. Most people outside of your school won't know what that means. So you probably just want to say, I'm getting a master's in Middle Eastern Studies at Harvard. So it's much better to say, I'm getting a master's in blank at blank university. If you don't want to mention your specific subject of study, you can also say, I'm in a master's program at blank university. To pay for your master's, you can look for scholarships and grants that we discussed before, and depending on how qualified you are, the school might pay you for your research and teaching assistance. However, the average cost of a master's degree varies greatly, from $30,000 to $120,000. An MBA is typically the most expensive, but it really depends on the school you want to attend. Your master's thesis. When you are a grad student, the main differences are that your classes require you to do more work. You assist with tasks related to your department. Your department is everything related to the subject you study, like hosting events and helping professors, and you might teach some of the introductory level classes related to your field of study. But the biggest difference is that you can only graduate after completing your master's thesis. Thesis is just a fancy word for essay, and thesis is sometimes used to mean dissertation, but your dissertation is the essay you have to write in order to get your PhD. And we'll discuss that in a little bit. The thesis is much simpler, and is basically research you compile, put together, to prove that you are knowledgeable about what you studied for 2 years in your graduate program. Sometimes high-level undergraduate classes at the end of your bachelor's also require a thesis, and that will be about 40 to 60 pages. Your master's thesis will be about 60 to 100 pages long. With your master's thesis, it's common to prepare for a thesis defense after it's written. Basically, all you really do during the defense is answer some questions about the subject you studied to make sure you really understood the topic and explain more about what you wrote. Once you have successfully defended your thesis, you are done with grad school and will attend graduation. The graduation vocabulary is all the same from the high school lecture. After grad school, you might decide to attend a PhD program. PhD programs. A PhD literally stands for Doctor of Philosophy. Although most PhDs are actually not related to philosophy at all. When you complete your PhD, you are technically a doctor, but we really only call people who completed med school and practice medicine doctors. Besides PhD, we can also say doctorate. So to get your PhD or to get your doctorate, though PhD is much more common. As well, we can use PhD as an adjective or use doctoral as an adjective. Again, doctoral is a popular word for people familiar with postgraduate education, but the majority of people in the world are not. So use PhD because it's more commonly understood outside of academia. When we say academia, it is everything and everyone related to higher education and university research. So when studying for your PhD, you are a PhD student or a doctoral student. You are doing PhD research or doing doctoral research. To describe yourself, you can say you are getting your PhD in blank, and then the subject you are researching. And we say we are in a PhD program at blank university. A PhD program can take you 3 to 4 years to complete and might have different funding compared to previous degrees we discussed. For example, a graduate student typically pays the majority of their tuition being all the fees to attend a school. But it's slightly more common for doctoral students to have their research funded, paid for by the university. So your tuition is sometimes paid for, and you might be given some money for your living expenses like food and rent, though typically a very small amount. And if you get none of this funding, the average price of a doctoral program is quite high, at about $36,000. Your dissertation. So a thesis is what you write at the end of your master's program. Your dissertation is what you write at the end of your doctoral studies and is much longer, comprehensive, and should be groundbreaking, meaning introducing completely new ideas and concepts. A PhD dissertation can be 2 to 3 times as long as a master's thesis. A master's thesis just shows that you understand at a very high level what you studied. A dissertation takes tons and tons of research you have been gathering in order to look forward and create new ideas and ways of thinking. There is also a dissertation defense, just like a thesis defense. However, because of the rigorous level of study and research, a dissertation defense is typically more thorough and intensive. If you successfully defend your dissertation, congrats, doctor. If not, you'll get them next time. The expression "get them next time" just means better luck in your next attempt. You might pursue different degrees and styles of education after obtaining a PhD, but they are all very specific depending on what field of study or work you are in and what type of research catches your interest, gets your interest. Homework! Thanks to the previous lectures, you basically have a PhD in understanding the American education system. Did you go to college? Do you plan on getting any degrees in the future? I'm super interested to hear your story and learn more about your country. I think the United States is different than a lot of countries because we can always change what we study, and whenever we want. What about where you're from? Anyways, I can't wait to see your response. School idioms. We have made it to school and education idioms. Here are my favorites, so let's not waste any time. Here we go. Clique. A clique is a small group of people who spend time together. They hang out and have shared similar interests and might have a similar physical appearance, especially related to the clothes they wear. Cliques are most common in middle school and high school in the US. Some common cliques are goths, people in school that are characterized as wearing all black clothes and makeup. Jocks, those that are seen as being very athletic but not very smart. Preps are supposed to be much wealthier and wear more expensive clothes. Geeks are super smart and dorky. Think of big glasses and reading lots of books. And the popular crowd or popular kids. This is the clique for the students thought to be most popular and most liked in the school. Those are some of the most popular cliques. And the idea is that people in a certain clique will spend most time with other people in their clique because of shared interests, and there are often fights or disagreements between different cliques. You probably notice already that clique is spelled C-L-I-Q-U-E because it's coming straight from French. When we talk about social groups at school, it's always spelled this way. If we're using any other form of clique, it's spelled C-L-I-C-K. I didn't like high school because you have to belong to a clique or no one will talk to you. Yeah, and I started in one clique and then somehow ended up in a different clique. When that happens, you lose friends from the other clique. No, click up there. Move your mouse and click the second option. Click it. It's funny how the office seems to be divided into different cliques. The sales department has their own clique, accounting is a clique, and then there's the HR clique. Copycat. Were you ever in a class and noticed someone trying to copy, duplicate, or imitate what you did? Especially if taking a test. Maybe someone trying to cheat from your test, trying to steal your answers. That person is a copycat. A copycat is someone who copies another person's behavior, dress, or ideas. So a copycat tries to take your behavior and claim it as their own. Steal the way you dress and say it was their style from the beginning, or take your ideas and tell everyone they were originally theirs. So a copycat takes things that you did and claims that they did them or created them. If it's just an exam, however, if someone is trying to steal your test answers, that's a different type of copycat. They're just cheating. If you like someone else's behavior, dress, or style, but give credit to them, tell people where you got the idea from, you are not a copycat. A copycat pretends that it was all their idea. Hey Mark, stop trying to cheat off my test. You're such a copycat. Is she really telling everyone that it was her idea? That's not true, and I have proof. She's a lying copycat. As an artist, you need to be careful that you don't get labeled a copycat. You need to have your own style and credit other artists' styles that you borrow from. Cram. Imagine that you have 1 month to study for a test. The first 2 weeks you don't study at all, because often we procrastinate, meaning we don't do things when we should. The third week, and most of the fourth, you barely study. Finally, the last couple days before the test, you start studying 24/7, all day and all night in order to pass it. To study like this, to study intensely for a short amount of time is to cram. We say to cram for something, to cram for a test, to cram for a presentation, to cram for whatever you were not studying or preparing for earlier. In my example before, if you studied regularly for the entire month, that would not have been cramming. Cramming is only studying for a short period of time right before a test or presentation. Cramming isn't good because we often forget all the information that we crammed into our head. We also say to cram things into places. For knowledge, it can be our head, meaning we force it in there, but it's probably not a good fit, so not enough space. So when you cram knowledge, it's also not good. Popular in parts of Asia are special schools designed to help students with important exams, like end-of-year exams in high school and college entry exams. In English, we call these schools cram schools. They are designed to help students with specific goals, like doing really well on an exam to get into a good university. My parents are worried that my grades aren't good enough for Harvard, so they want me to go to a cram school to do better on the SAT. In the US, your finals are the final exams, the last exams you take each year and test your knowledge on everything you studied that year. We can also say final exams. As well, it's to take an exam. We also say to sit an exam, but that's less common. And in the US, to pass an exam means to succeed at an exam, to get the score you needed. It's the opposite of to fail an exam. I wish I started studying earlier. Now I have to stay up all night and cram for my finals tomorrow. I really hope I have enough time to review everything. Sucks to be you. I'm going to bed because I studied a little bit every day this month and don't have to cram. Good luck cramming in everything we studied this year in your overnight study session. Crank out a paper. No matter what you study or what your major is, there is a very high chance that you will have to write at least a couple papers in high school or college. Often with a paper, we don't do it gradually like we should, and instead we try to do it all at once. This is to crank out a paper, meaning to try to write a paper or essay as quickly as possible. We also use crank out generally to mean doing something as quick as possible in a lot of other situations too. Most often we will just say crank it out. The it is for whatever we want to do quickly, whatever we want to crank out. Do you need to clean? Try to crank it out and get it done as quick as possible. The it there was for the task of cleaning. Do you have a lot of tasks to do at work? Don't be lazy. Just try to crank it out as fast as possible so you can relax a little bit when you finish. There, the it referred to your tasks and your work waiting for you to be finished. Listen up, team. We have to finish this proposal by the end of the day. If we focus and work together, I think we can crank it out in under an hour. Let's get started. Did you start writing your paper yet? No, but it's not long and I have the sources I want to use, so I'll just crank it out in the morning before school. We only needed 3 citations, so it shouldn't take long. In writing, your sources are the documents and references to other research that validate the arguments you're making. Source is the noun, but the verb for this is to cite someone. And in your paper, you put citations either at the bottom of the page with your sources or at the end in your bibliography. Drop out. Not everyone finishes school. If you start high school but don't graduate, or start college but don't graduate, this is called dropping out. To drop out of school means to stop attending and not graduate. Most often it's because you are performing badly and decide to give up, or for some other reason are required to drop out. But not always. Bill Gates is a famous example of someone who dropped out of college in order to start his own business, Microsoft. To flunk out is similar, but it puts more emphasis on your poor performance. Bill Gates definitely did not flunk out because he's incredibly smart. He chose to drop out. So to drop out is usually understood to be a choice. To flunk out is more understood to be a result of a very poor academic performance, a bad student. The noun for someone who drops out of college is a college dropout. It's also the name of a famous CD by rapper Kanye West, who is also a dropout. As well, we can say to drop a class, drop out of a class, flunk a class, or flunk out of a specific class. So before, we were using them to mean that you stop attending school entirely. You never graduate. But we also use them with specific classes you take. It's very common for students to drop a class. It means you decide you don't like a class or find it too difficult and take an easier class. And sometimes you might be taking too many classes and realize you need to drop one in order to maintain a high GPA. This is super common. Almost every student drops a class at some point. For example, if I think I will enjoy calculus, but find the math too difficult, I will drop it and find a math class at a better level for me. Or maybe I take a film and cinema class because I think it will be super interesting, but it's the most boring class I have ever taken, so I drop it and look for a more entertaining class. However, to flunk a class or to flunk out of a class means that you failed it. You did terrible, you got an F. If you flunk a class, usually you can take it again to pass it. You can also flunk an exam, meaning you do not pass the exam. So we say to flunk or flunk out of a class and to flunk an exam. How did cramming for the test work for you? Did you pass it? No, the opposite. I flunked the test. If I still can, I think I'm going to drop out of the class because it's just too much work for me. I really hope you don't drop out of school because it's very difficult nowadays to find a good job without a diploma. I didn't see you in class today. Where were you? Oh, I had to drop out of it because it interfered with the track team schedule. It's homework time. You know the drill, meaning you know what to do. It's time to write some sentences using these idioms and send them to me so I can see your super awesome examples. I can't wait to see them. And of course, if you want some practice speaking, I really recommend you record yourself or practice with a free language partner on one of the apps I mentioned before. Time and memory. Get ready to be able to talk about things in the past, present, and future, how to tell time and use more awesome vocabulary and idioms to never be confused by what people say related to time. But let's start with understanding the most important tenses related to the past, present, and future. There are 12 tenses in English. You don't need to use all of them for a solid level of fluency. For good control of the past, present, and future, I'm going to focus on the 4 most used tenses: past simple, present continuous, and the future simple. Talking about the past. The past simple is a very dynamic tense. When I say it's dynamic, I mean that it has multiple uses. But first, how to form the past simple. Forming the past simple. To form it, we just take the infinitive of any verb, meaning the base form, or just what a verb looks like unchanged, and add an ed to the end of it. So if we don't change a verb at all, let's call it its base form for the rest of this lecture. Here are 5 verbs in the infinitive, and you know a verb is in the infinitive when you see to in front of it. So to cook, to clean, to work, to play, to go. The past simple forms of these are cooked, cleaned, worked, played, and went. But what is went? You see, there are also irregular verbs that do not follow the rules, so you have to memorize them. The regular verbs, the overwhelming number of English verbs, follow the rules. But the irregular ones, like to go, see, and be, you must memorize. Past simple use 1, a single action. First, we use the past simple for actions we did once in the past. We did them once, and then it stopped. A clear and obvious start and finish point. Let me give you some examples using this image. I ate breakfast this morning. It is something I did earlier today and then finished. I started and finished eating. This is what the past simple is primarily for, to describe actions that we did once. We did the action once, and then it was completed. She washed her hands after using the bathroom. What was the single action that happened before? She washed her hands. We talked to her on the phone. What did we do? We talked to her. Clear start and finish. Past simple use 2, past habits and customs. In spoken English especially, we often use the past simple to talk about things we regularly did in the past. Our hobbies, interests, and customs. That means we did these actions more than once, regularly, reliably, and consistently. To generalize, let's refer to these as past habits, past repeated actions and states of being. If you look at this image, you can see a past repeated action and hobby I did in the past. I played saxophone. I did it a lot. It was a hobby of mine. It was an action in the past that I did repeatedly. It's also a clear action. When describing past hobbies and habits, we can also use subject plus used to plus the base form of the verb, as well as subject plus would plus the base form of the verb. So I can say, using all 3, past simple, I played saxophone when I was younger. Using would, I would play saxophone when I was younger. Using used to, I used to play saxophone when I was younger. When talking about a real action, all three of these can be used for past habits. Just mention a period of time or part of your life to make it obvious that you are referring to a habit. I mentioned when I was younger, so you knew it was a longer experience from my past. But when you describe a past state of being, you can only use the past simple and used to. Look at this image for states of being examples. I used to be a baby, or I was a baby. When we are something, like a baby, a child, an adult, these are states and not actions. Would, for the past, is only used with actions. Some more states of being examples. I used to be a student. I was a student. This is a state, so don't use would. I was a chef. I used to be a chef. I'm describing a profession, so a state. If I focus on a real action, I can say I used to cook a lot, I cooked a lot, I would cook a lot. What about this? I was an angry person before quitting my job. I used to be an angry person before quitting. Do you think we can use would here? No, it's a state, not a real action that repeats itself. Present simple and present continuous. Let's quickly start by reviewing how to form the present simple. In the last lecture, I told you that the base form of a verb is the verb unchanged, how it looks before we put it in a sentence. We also often see to in front of it, and I gave you some examples: to cook, to clean, to work, to play, to go. Now in the present simple, we just have to make sure that the verb agrees with the subject. When I say subject, I just mean the person, animal, or thing doing the action. So with the subjects I, we, you, and they, we don't change the verb at all, but just throw away the to part. So it's I cook, we clean, you work, they play, I go. If the subject is he, she, or it, we add an S to the end. So this becomes he cooks, she cleans, it works, he plays, she goes. And again, to go is irregular, so it gets an extra E when you spell it. How to use the present simple. The present simple is used to talk about repeated actions like hobbies and customs and things that are generally true, like facts. Look at this image. Here is our first example. I eat lunch. When I use the present simple, I am not focusing on right now. I am saying that I do this always. It's a habit. I did it before, today, and I will do it again. It's constant. Another example, I am a student. If I say I am a student, that means I was a student in the past, I am still a student right now, and I will be a student for some time in the future. This is a stative verb, the same thing we talked about in the last lecture. It's not an action, it's a state of being. We do not usually use the present simple to talk about things we are doing right now. To do that, we use the present continuous. How to form the present continuous. Let's pause for a second, because it's really easy to explain how to use the present continuous, but forming it is difficult for most people. The subject comes first, and then the conjugated form of the verb to be. The conjugated forms are I am, he is, she is, it is, we are, you are, they are. After that, we just put the verb, meaning the action we are doing, in the present participle form. All that means is we add an ing to the end of our verb. It's also called a gerund. So altogether, this becomes I am cooking, he is cleaning, she is working, it is playing, we are going, you are sleeping, they are running. Using present continuous in the present. I was telling you before, we use the present continuous for actions happening now. In this very moment, this action is happening. We don't know when the action started or when the action will finish. We just know it's happening now. Look at this image for examples. I am eating lunch. I'm doing this right now. We don't know when I started eating, and we don't know when I will finish. All we know is that I am doing this action now. We can't use the present simple here. That is for things we do generally. Remember, our example was I eat lunch. It's a habit, actually a necessity for all of us. And when I say I eat lunch, it means I ate lunch yesterday, plan to do it today, and will eat lunch tomorrow and every day until I die. It's a fact. I am studying. I am studying now. Probably I am studying now for a test in the future. If you say I study, you are explaining a habit that you have as a good student. Good students study. Bad students don't study. Those are habits. With the present continuous, I'm focusing on what I am doing now. The present simple example I used was I am a student. This is a stative verb. It's not a repeatable action like studying. Most of the time, we don't put stative verbs in the continuous tenses. We use them in the simple tenses. The future. In spoken English, there are two popular ways to talk about the future. They are the present continuous and the future simple. Present continuous for the future. In the last lecture, you learned how to form the present continuous. So you're all ready to go. The only thing we want to add to our present continuous sentences when we're talking about the future are time adverbs and other time references so the person you're talking to knows you're talking about the future. If you don't add these time references, the listener won't know you mean the future and it will confuse them. Adverbs of time are things that tell us when something happens or how often. And for the future, we want time adverbs that tell us an action happens later. Later is actually a really good one, and some other good ones are tomorrow, next week, tonight, soon, in 2 days, and many more. Here are some examples to show how time adverbs bring us into the future. I'm not eating now, I'm eating later. So we're not doing the action now. We plan to do it later. Use the present continuous to talk about the future when describing your plans. They're not studying because they said they're studying this evening. And here, some people are choosing not to study at this very moment because they have arranged to study this evening, later tonight. This is an arrangement they made, meaning a plan for the future. If you're taking a test, it's important to remember that the present continuous is for future things you already planned or organized to do. The future simple is for everything else. However, in spoken English, this rule is ignored. Future simple. The future simple is very easy to form. It's just the subject plus will plus the base form of the verb. So you don't have to do a lot of work to use the future simple. Here are our verbs from before, but now in the future simple. I will cook tonight. He will clean. She will work. It will run. We will search. You will play. They will go. Shall. Shall has the same meaning as will in the future simple, but is not used very much in any type of English conversation. The only time we use shall is with the subjects I and we when offering to do something or making a suggestion. Shall I make you a cup of tea? Shall I pay you for the groceries? And still, the only time we use it often is when we are showing that we are preparing to leave a place. And to do this, we have two very common expressions, shall we and shall we get going? When someone says, shall we, or shall we get going, it is a direct sign that they want to leave. If you are not prepared, say, just a couple more minutes, or let's stay a little longer. I'm getting tired. Shall we? No, not yet. Let's stay a little longer. It's getting dark out. Shall we get going? Yeah, it's getting late. And that completes your mastery of the most important, most used tenses in English. There are more to learn, but you can survive easily with just the ones discussed in this section. Telling time. It's important to be able to talk about time. First, how to tell time, describe different dates on a calendar, years, and able to use different time-related vocabulary and idioms to never be confused in a conversation. Let's start with the most important, telling time. If you want to go straight away to the other topics, just skip ahead until you reach the specific lecture you want. How to tell time. First of all, you might be wondering what it means to tell time. If you can look at a clock and tell me the time of day that it shows, you are telling time. It's just knowing the time of day, specifically the hours and minutes displayed on a clock. When you have a clock with a face, like this, that means that you have the little hand to point to the hour and the big hand that points to the minute. We also call the small hand the hour hand, the big hand the minute hand, and some clocks are very specific and will have a seconds hand to show the number of seconds out of each minute. Remember to say the seconds hand with an S, because second hand by itself is a term used when buying or selling something to indicate that it was previously owned, is not new. Whenever the big hand is pointing at the 12, here, that means we are on the hour. It is an exact hour of the day. So we will say the hour of the day and then put a clock after it. We can also just say the hour by itself. It's 1 o'clock, it's 6 o'clock, it's 9 o'clock, it's 1, it's 6, it's 9. When telling someone the time of day, you will say it's blank, and then the time. It's 1 o'clock or it's 1, it's 9 o'clock or it's 9. We have a few ways to ask for the time. The most popular questions are, what time is it? What's the time? Do you know what time it is? And Do you have the time? Before saying any of those, be polite and say, excuse me, or sorry, to politely get someone's attention if you don't know them. Excuse me, what time is it? It's 9:15. Sorry, do you have the time? Yeah, it's 7:30. 7:30 what? 7:30. Hey Mark, do you know what time it is? I think we should leave. No, we're all right. It's only 4 p.m. Oh no, what's the time? My alarm didn't go off? Your alarm, the thing that wakes you up in the morning, goes off, meaning that it makes a loud noise to wake you up. Sometimes you need to make obvious the time of day you're talking about. To do this, you can add in the morning, in the afternoon, or we have two options for evening time. They are in the evening or at night. After giving the time, your other option is to add AM, meaning morning, or PM, meaning both afternoon and evening. You only need to use AM, PM, and the other expressions when it might cause confusion without them. I'm free at 7 if you want to call me tomorrow. 7 a.m. or 7 p.m.? Oh, sorry, I meant 7 a.m. I went to bed really late last night at around 12. 12 a.m.? That's not bad. I usually go to bed at 11:45 at night. Oh no, I went to bed at 12 p.m. That's why I didn't wake up until 8 in the evening. I'm done with work at 11 in the morning, and I don't have to do anything until 11 at night when I pick you up from the airport. Notice the prepositions we use with these expressions. With a specific time of day, with a time we can read on a clock, we use at. The only other preposition we use is in for what is called future time, meaning in the present you are talking about what you will be doing a certain amount of time later. For example, let's imagine right now it's 3 p.m. I tell you I will arrive 15 minutes later. So I will arrive in 15 minutes or at 3:15. Let's look at a few other important time expressions. Noon is 12 p.m., midnight is 12 a.m., and afternoon is the time of day from noon until evening. Quarter past. When the minute hand is here, that is 15 minutes after the start of the hour. We can say 1:15, 6:15, 9:15. You can always say the exact number of minutes if you want to, but we have other popular expressions for a certain number of minutes on the clock that are really helpful. If the minute hand is here, you can say quarter past and then the current hour. So the previous examples become 1:15, 6:15, 9:15, half past. If the minute hand is here, we say half past. If the hour is obvious to the person you're talking to, just say it's half past. Do we have enough time to eat if we have the teleconference at noon? Yeah, we're fine. It's only half past. But if you need to mention the hour as well, it goes half past and then the hour. 1:30, 6:30, 9:30. Excuse me, what time is it? It's 6:30. But like I said earlier, it's also common just to say the exact minute, especially when it's half past. So that's 1:30, 6:30, and 9:30. What time do you want me to pick you up? 2:15? No, that's too early. How about 2:30? 1:45. When the minute hand is here, we have two options for the hour. If you give the exact minute, meaning 45, we put the current hour in front of it. 1:45, 6:45, 9:45. But if you want to say 1:45, you refer to the next hour, the coming hour. So I'm going to give you the hours I just mentioned, and you change them to say 1:45 and then the hour. 1:45 becomes 1:45. 6:45 becomes 6:45. 9:45 becomes 9:45. You might have noticed that in spoken English, the to in 1:45 sounds more like a short d. 4:45, 5:45, 6:45. You don't have to speak like this, but if you hear it when time is being talked about, now you have a better idea of what's being said, and it's the same for the next expression, 10:02. As usual, you can just say the hour and then the minute. When the minute hand is on the 10, that means 50 minutes out of 60. So 1:50, 6:50, 9:50. But we can do the same thing we just did with 1:45, but now say 10:02. And here as well, the to sound becomes more of a quick d sound. Let's change our previous examples. 1:50 becomes 10:02. 6:50 becomes 10:07. 9:50 becomes 10:10. Additionally, if the hour you are describing is understood, you can just say it's 10:02. Do you want to leave at 1/2 past? No, I need a little bit more time. How about 10 to? When you don't follow 10 to with the hour, you don't get the d sound. So we keep the sharp t sound in the previous example, 10 to. Digital clocks. When saying the time out loud, there are no differences in how English speakers say the time. But sometimes, especially for digital clocks like this, the time might be written differently. That's because most parts of the world have a 24-hour clock, while other parts of the world, like the US, use a 12-hour clock. For a 12-hour clock, you start from 1 again after the 12. But for a 24-hour clock, it continues counting up to 24 and then starting again at 0 to mean 12 a.m. midnight. When saying these times, nothing changes. It's just written differently. For a watch you wear on your wrist or an analog watch on a wall with hands, you almost always see the 12-hour clock. The only time you see the digital 24-hour clock is when the time is given digitally, especially when at an airport or waiting for a train. As well, the 24-hour clock is used by every country for the military. In English, we call this military time, and the times are pronounced very differently. For example, midnight becomes 0 dark 30. Only people who serve in the military will speak like this, and typically only with other people they serve with, not civilians. Telling time isn't difficult. You just need some practice to make sure you use the language you're learning. So write a schedule of your most important daily activities. Try using those specific times like 1/4 past, 1/2 past, and 1/4 to if you want a challenge. Here's mine. At 5, I wake up. I could also write at 5 o'clock, 5 a.m., or 5 in the morning, but 5 is pretty simple and I don't need to clarify the time of day because who wakes up at 5 in the evening? I take a shower at 6 before brushing my teeth. At 8:15, I eat breakfast. At 12:30, I eat lunch, and so on. That's the first part of your assignment and is for general habits, so we use at with the times. But now, imagine yourself at each time of the day that you wrote and use in to tell me when you will do your next activity. This is the future time with in. Here are my examples to help you understand. I wake up at 5. In 1 hour, I will take a shower. At 8:15, I eat breakfast. In 1 hour and 15 minutes, I will eat lunch. Okay, you get the idea. Now write your examples and send me your schedules. I don't know at what time exactly I will receive your homework, but I hope to see it in a short time. Days and dates. When you look at a calendar, you see 28 to 31 days each month. For every week, we have the same days of the week. These are Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. If you want to talk about what is happening on any of these days, use on. I go to school on Monday. I'm going to play basketball on Tuesday. I will sleep longer on Wednesday. Use on plus a day of the week to show your plan or what is going to happen. If someone asks, what day is it? They should be asking about one of the days of the week we just discussed. And to respond, just say it's blank. The blank is the day of the week. What day is it today? It's Thursday, I think. Why? I thought it was Friday and I was excited for the weekend. What day is your birthday on? It's on a Saturday, so we can go to bed late. If you are going to describe habits or recurring events, just make the day of the week plural, and it's your choice to use on or not. I go to school on Mondays. I go to school Mondays. I play basketball on Tuesdays. I play basketball Tuesdays. I sleep longer on Wednesdays. I sleep longer Wednesdays. You probably noticed that we don't pronounce Wednesday how it's spelt. We pronounce it Wednesday, but it's spelt Wednesday. To be honest, a lot of native speakers, myself included, have to say Wednesday in our heads to remember how to spell it. Dates. Dates of the month are specific days. Each date has a number and it's ordinal, meaning we use it to order the month. The ordinal numbers from 1 to 10 are 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th. Always use ordinal numbers when talking about dates on a calendar. When someone asks you about the date, they will ask, what's the date? Or what date is it? To respond, say it's the blank and then the ordinal number. When answering this question, you need to remember the because it will sound strange without it. What date is it? Friday, I think. No. The date. Oh, sorry, it's the 13th. What date is your birthday? My birthday is on the 5th. And just like with weekdays, we use on with the dates of the month as well. I'm going to be on vacation all next week, so I won't see you until I get back on Monday, the 31st. Okay, see you on the 31st. Years. Now let's focus on years. The first thing I want to say about years is that we use the preposition in. On for days and dates, at for specific hours, and now in for a century, decade, and specific years. Some of the vocabulary I'm going to use in this lecture, like century and decade, are explained in the next lecture, if these are new words for you. Most often we break a year up. We separate it into two parts. We divide it into two parts. The first two numbers and the last two numbers. The year 1155. The year 1422. The year 1951. The year 2019. In the dates we just looked at, the second part refers to a decade. That's a group of 10 years. And we can talk about that group of 10 years by putting the in front of the year, changing the last number to a 0 and adding an S to the end. The year 1155 becomes the 1150s, if we want to talk about the entire decade. The year 1422 becomes the 1420s. The year 1961 becomes the 1960s. And the year 2019 becomes the, well, we don't even have a great term for the first decade of 2000 yet. For 2000 to 2009, most common in the UK is the Aughties, while in the US, the Aughts is supposed to be preferred. I have never used either of those terms, nor heard anyone else use them, but at least you know what they mean now. Basically, we still don't have a good name for that decade. For 2010 to 2019, the 20-teens is the most popular expression to refer to this decade. It becomes easier starting in 2020 because then we go back to saying the 20s, 30s, 40s, and so on. Years from the first decade of a century. If a year ends in a number between 0 and 9, then that 0 is pronounced as the letter O. For example, 1607. Just like with our previous examples, we still divide the year into two parts, but now because it is the first decade, the second part starts with O and then the final number. I want you to try a couple now. This is the year 1209. This is the year 1801. This is the year 1505. A year that ends in two zeros. When a year ends in two zeros, we still separate it into two parts. But for the second part, the 00 part, we say 100. So this date is said as 1200. You tell me how to say the following years, and I will tell you if you are correct. This is the year 1300. This is the year 1400. This is the year 1500. And to refer to the entire century, the entire 100-year period, put the in front of the year and add an S to the end. So for 1300 to 1399, the 1300s. From 1400 to 1499, the 1400s. And from 1500 to 1599, the 1500s. As well, for the 1300s, we can say the 14th century. The 1400s, the 15th century. The 1500s, the 16th century, and so on. Years 2000 and higher. For this year, it's the year 2000. For years 2001 to 2010, it's most common to say 2000 followed by the specific year. Some people say and then the year, and some people don't. 2001 or 2001. 2002 or 2002. 2009 or 2009. Starting in 2010, you can continue to say the year beginning with 2000 and then the specific number, or you can break the year into two parts again, like we started with in this lecture. With the following years, pause the lecture to give you a response, and then continue the lecture to see if you were correct. Remember, there are two options. This is 2010, 2010. This is 2019, 2019. This is 2020, 2020. This is 2050, 2050. How to say the full date. If you want to say the full date, meaning the date, month, and year, we have a couple options. First we say it's and then the month and date followed by the year. It's August 3rd, 2008. It's December 25th, 2030. It's September 1st, 1990. So when we write the date this way, it's month, date, year. This is how we write the date in the United States. So the previous examples, as written in the US, are August 3rd, 2008, 0803, 08, December 25th, 2030, 12/25/30, September 1st, 1990, 09/01, 1990. We don't write the full year if the date is in the current century. 1990 was last century, so I need to write the full year or people will think I'm talking about 2090. And when a written date starts with a 0, we most often pronounce it as the letter O, like 08, 03, 08. This is useful to know if you have to tell someone your birth date or credit card number when ordering something over the phone. A more formal way to say the date in spoken English is it's the, and then the date followed by the month, and finally the year. You hear this a ton on news shows and podcasts. And to make all of this past tense, just change is to was. It's the 3rd of August, 2008. It's the 25th of December, 2030. It's the 1st of September, 1990. In spoken English, this always sounds more formal, especially to an American. But it's how the majority of the English-speaking world writes the complete date. So when you're in the US, use the previous format or you will confuse people. When you are in most other English-speaking countries, use this format when writing. Here are the examples we just did, but now written. The 3rd of August, 2008, 03, 09, 08. The 25th of December, 2030, 25/12/30. The 1st of September, 1990, 01, 09, 1990. Okay, get ready for some exceptionally useful vocabulary related to time. You made it! Let's do some practice to celebrate your accomplishment with days, dates, and years to make sure you never forget how to talk about them. To use what you just learned, give me a history lesson about your own life, a famous person you admire, or any important dates that happened in history. Or give me your guesses about when things will happen in the future. To do this, you will have to write some days, dates, and years, as well as some basic descriptions about the things you're telling me about. Here's my example. I think that in the year 2060, there will be humans on Mars. Or, my friend's birthday is in May, in 1 month, on the 23rd, which this year is on a Tuesday. Your turn. Time vocabulary. Here are some of the most important nouns and adjectives related to time. There's no time to waste, so let's get started. Age. An age is a distinct, specific period of history. We can also call this a period, time, or era. Do you know about that time when ice covered much of the earth? We call that the Ice Age. That period when European civilization was very primitive? The Middle Ages. So we use age to describe a specific period of history characterized by something. The Dark Ages characterize a period of time for Europe where human advancement seemed to go backwards. But now we understand that the Dark Ages weren't as bad as we thought. The Islamic Golden Age is credited with advancing society while also preserving much of what was lost during the decline in European societies. Century. A century is a period, a length of time that is for 100 years. So a century ago would be 100 years ago. Currently, we live in the early 21st century, meaning the beginning of the 2000s. When we talk about the turn of the century, we talk about going to the next century. So for example, the turn of the 20th century was going from the 1800s to the 1900s. He was a famous inventor who was alive a few centuries ago, but he still has a big influence on technology today. The 20th century is well known for the various wars that took place. Chronological. If a list of things is chronological, the things or events are ordered by the dates in which they occur, with the oldest usually coming first and the newest coming last. They follow the order in which they occur. You forgot to put the dates in chronological order. It doesn't make sense when they are not organized properly according to date. Decade. A decade is a period of time. Specifically, it's a period of time lasting 10 years. For the decade of 1990 to 1999, those are the 90s. 1980 to 1989, the 80s, and so on. Do you have a favorite decade from the 19th century? I love the 80s for the music, and I love the 1960s because of the civil rights movement. Era. An era is synonymous with a period of time. It's a long and distinct period of time characterized by a particular feature, someone who ruled, a war that happened, or whatever. Other synonyms are epoch, phase, time, span of time, and eon. That era of history is characterized by the Great Depression, one of the greatest economic disasters. I wonder how people will talk about this era 100 years in the future. Generation. A generation is a period of time, but more so, it's a period of time in which a specific age group of people were born. Because they were born around the same time, usually no more than 5 years apart, they are from the same generation. When you are born around the same time as someone, you tend to have the same worldviews, similar beliefs, and opinions, especially compared to earlier or later generations. When we talk about older generations, those are people older than us, born in earlier generations. And younger generations are those younger than us. So when I talk about my generation, I mean the people who are my age, my peer group, my peers. People are always quick to insult the younger generation because they tend to do things differently. My grandfather's generation is well regarded by society for fighting in World War II. Imminent. If an event or action is imminent, it means that it's going to happen. It's near or close to happening. The thing cannot be avoided because it's impending. Often we talk about imminent danger. To be in imminent danger means to be in serious danger of something happening. And if it does happen, you will be seriously hurt. But also if we say World War II was imminent, we're saying that it was going to happen. It couldn't be avoided. You thought it was unexpected, but I told you it was imminent. If you go hiking by yourself in that dangerous forest, you are putting yourself in imminent danger. Millennium. A millennium is a period of time defined as 1,000 years. The plural of millennium is millennia. So humans have existed for millennia, meaning we have existed for thousands of years. When going from the year 1999 to 2000, we entered a new millennium. It's still early in this new millennium, but so much has already happened. The end of the last millennium saw the creation of the internet. Nostalgia. Nostalgia is a nice feeling of wanting or remembering something from the past. And for the adjective, we say to be or feel nostalgic for something. It is to reminisce, remember, and think about the past in an affectionate way. Often we have nostalgia for our childhood or feel nostalgic when thinking about our teenage years when everything seemed much easier. You can feel nostalgic for anything in your past. Always good thoughts, though, that you remember in a positive way. I'm nostalgic for those long summers doing nothing. A lot of middle-aged people experience strong nostalgia for their younger years. Period. A period is a length or portion of time usually characterized by some important event or individual person that existed during that era or span of time. It doesn't have to, though. We can use period to abstractly refer to an amount of time that can be both quite long or quite short. As well, we experience many different periods that characterize our lives based on how we lived, interacted with others, and what we were most interested in during that period of time. As a teenager, you have a lot of embarrassing periods that you don't realize are embarrassing until you're much older. There was a long period of American history overshadowed by slavery and followed by a period of legal racism called Jim Crow. Phase. A phase is a period of time that is characterized by changes or developments that are occurring. Like if a war is ending, we can say the final phase of the war. But it can also be used like period to describe a period of time that characterizes, illustrates, or portrays specific moments of a person's life and what made that time of their life unique or different from other periods or phases. The company is going through a phase of trying to digitize all of these physical records to be ready for an emergency. When I was young, I experienced a lot of different phases. Timeline. A timeline is a representation of time, often visual, to show what happened during a specific period of time. If someone asks for a timeline of something, they're asking for you to verbally or visually illustrate, to demonstrate when events happened related to other events. So what's our timeline for tomorrow? We have to have breakfast with the client first, then a meeting at 3, and finally a dinner presentation. So much happened during the war, that's why it's difficult for me to make this comprehensive timeline of important events. If you want, before continuing to the time idioms, write about some times, eras, or periods of history, or write about something you know more about. What do you feel nostalgic about, or what periods of your life do you remember the best? When you're done with this assignment, I'll see you in the time idioms lecture. You're not done with time just yet. Let's finish by focusing on the best time-related idioms. Light years ahead. In science, a light year is how far light travels in 1 year. However, in spoken English, we use it very differently. If something is light years ahead, nothing else is close to being as advanced as it is. If you're talking about an athlete being light years ahead of the competition, no one is nearly as good as they are. If a company is light years ahead at doing something, no other company can compete. Talking generally about time, if something is light years in the future, it means that it won't happen for a very long time. Similarly, we can say that something is light years away, meaning that it won't happen for a long time or not expected to happen for a long time. And finally, we can talk about the past this way as well. Just say that something happened light years ago to express and possibly exaggerate a bit about something happening a really long time ago. You're wrong about people living on Mars. Even if it's possible, it won't happen until light years in the future. Your book is so well written. The other authors on the subject are light years behind and need to adopt your ideas. Lose track of time. If you lose track of time, it means you forget what time it is or you stopped paying attention to the time. Didn't look at the clock. Most often we lose track of time because we're busy, distracted, or when doing something fun and enjoyable. Because when doing things we enjoy, time flies. The expression time flies means that time goes really fast, especially when doing something enjoyable. The most popular expression with this is time flies when you're having fun, meaning when you do something you enjoy, the time passes very quickly. The opposite is true with things you dislike. Time does not fly. It goes as slow as possible. We might even say that it stops. Is it already 5 o'clock? My God, how time flies when you're having fun. I'm sorry I forgot to call you before. I was so busy at work and I lost track of time. Are you still available later? On the dot. Do you know what it means to arrive on the dot? It means you arrive exactly on time, exactly when you are supposed to or planned to. Other words we can use are precisely, exactly, promptly, and sharp. If someone tells you, be at my office at 5:30 sharp, they are telling you, be there exactly at 5:30, no sooner, and no later, precisely on time. And if someone does make that request, I sure hope that you arrive at 5:30 on the dot. Dot in this expression refers to the tiny marks on a clock that the seconds hand points to. Remember, the seconds hand from the Telling Time lecture? We cannot leave any later, so you need to be home at 3 p.m. on the dot, or we won't arrive for the school interview on time. She said to meet at 7 on the dot for dinner, but I didn't think she was so serious. I was only 5 minutes late, and she was already upset. Spend time. We all spend time doing things. I just hope you are spending time on the right activities. So we can say to spend time doing something and to spend time on something. They just mean to dedicate time to an activity. We only have so much time. So when you decide to do one thing, you are basically spending time like you spend money. That's why we say to spend time on doing something. And as a cultural note, time is very important to Americans. So when an American says to meet them at a certain time, especially in a formal business situation, you better be on time. You better arrive promptly. If you spend too much time on unimportant things, you are not spending your time wisely. In fact, we say you are wasting time. So don't waste your time. Spend it wisely. I spend most of my day at work, but after that, I try to spend all my time with my family and friends. I am not good at spending my time wisely on the weekend. Instead, I just waste all my time on Netflix and browsing Reddit. Talking about technology, the good and bad. Technology, often shortened to just tech, is tools and machines that make tasks easier to perform or make our lives easier in some way. These are called advancements, meaning improvements in the way we do things. For example, advancements in watching TV are services like Netflix and Hulu. Advancements in music streaming, apps like Spotify. Advancements in communication, like 4G cell phone technology. Effects on society. We also talk about the effects and impact of technology on our lives. These effects and impacts, also called consequences, can be good or bad. Like, some people think the effects of the internet are largely good and provide more knowledge. However, other people think the internet only makes us dumber and has negative effects on our lives. So we can say that something has a good or bad impact, or negative or positive impact on something. To mean the same thing, we can say something has a positive or negative effect, or positive or negative effects on something. I think technology has positive effects on our education. I agree, but it has a negative impact on relationships. Maybe you're right, but you must agree about the good impacts too, not only the negative ones. Oh, definitely. I recognize there are many positive effects. Battery and charge. Most often, tech stuff requires some type of energy to function properly, like batteries, electricity, or fuel. We charge or charge up our computers and phones so that their batteries are full and we can use them for extended periods of time. This gives them what we call a charge. When a device is done charging, when the battery is full, we say it's fully charged or has a full charge. Can I use your phone? Is it charged up yet? No, it has zero charge because you were watching videos on it. I need to charge it for a while. When we use these devices and gadgets, their battery and charge are drained, meaning eventually there is no more energy to make them work. So we can say the battery is empty, uncharged, drained, or has no battery left. I couldn't text you because my phone had no battery left after work. Yeah, my battery's always empty by the time I finish work. So to review, first you charge or charge up a tech device. Then as you use it, the battery drains or drains out. And finally, it's dead or uncharged and you need to recharge it, meaning charge it again in order to use it again. Okay, homework time. What do you think? What are the effects and impacts of modern technology on our lives? Are the consequences largely good, bad, or some of both? And what do you think will be some of the next big advancements in technology? Is it going to be virtual reality, self-driving cars? I can't wait to see what you think. Hey, to talk about tech, you really need some idioms, so let's get started with some great ones today. Number one, to blow a fuse. We have a few different uses here, and I'll start with the literal meaning. A fuse is a wire that works as a small safety tool to protect your electrical devices when there is a surplus, an excessive amount of electricity above the safe level of use. When the electrical current exceeds that safe amount, the fuse melts and you need to replace it in order to turn your electricity back on. In your home, there's probably a fuse box where you can locate various fuses for different parts of your house. Sometimes a fuse will simply switch off when you're using too much electricity, and all you have to do is switch it back on. However, if the fuse melts, then you need to replace it completely. We also call this a short circuit or short circuit. We blew a fuse because you were using the blow dryer while microwaving dinner and using the washer and dryer. Did it blow completely, or do we just need to switch it back on? But we also have a very idiomatic meaning, or I guess we have very idiomatic meanings for this expression too. If a person blows a fuse, it means they lose their temper, become angry and upset. The meaning is quite similar to what we were just talking about. Because if someone blows a fuse, it means they are getting more and more frustrated until they just go completely mad and cannot control their anger anymore. They blow a fuse, meaning they explode with anger. They short circuit and blow a fuse in their head, becoming really upset. I forgot to pick up my friend from the airport and she blew a fuse because of it. That sounds terrible. That sounds like a terrible situation. I'd blow a fuse too if someone forgot to give me a ride home after flying home. Number two, a breakthrough, or a breakthrough in something. A breakthrough, when talking about technological development and advancement, is a huge step forward, a monumental, momentous development or advancement, a milestone. We can simply say for there to be a breakthrough or a breakthrough in something. Like many people predict, there will be a huge breakthrough in artificial intelligence in the near future. So, what am I saying? There will be a lot of technological advancement and serious improvements in AI. Not just a small improvement, a huge one. I also predict that there will be a scientific breakthrough in the development of a cancer cure. So I'm saying there will be a big discovery related to this cure, something never before seen and probably not anticipated. You see, breakthroughs are almost always unexpected. You never know when there will be a breakthrough. Finally, for the literal, unscientific meaning for tech use of this expression, to break through something can just mean to go through a physical barrier with force, like a burglar trying to get into your house. They will have to break through a door or window to steal your things. In this case, breakthrough just means enter or pass something by using force. Some kids were playing cricket outside my house and their ball broke through my window. Damn. Number 3, cutting edge. If something is cutting edge, it is extremely new and is more advanced and developed than anything that came before it. So tech devices can be cutting edge when they are the most, or when they are the newest and most recent version of something. When you get a new phone, you want to buy the most cutting edge one available. But then next year, there is a newer version that is more cutting edge, and you need to upgrade. A thing does not remain cutting edge forever, because eventually it becomes outdated or out of date, meaning that it's not so new anymore and lacks modern features. For example, I buy the new MacBook Pro this year and it's super fast and has all the new features available. But after a year or two, it starts to lack a lot of new technology that other new computers have. So it's no longer cutting edge. In fact, it's a bit outdated. When I bought this phone last year, it was so cutting edge. No other phone could do what mine did, and it had so much processing power. Yeah, but look at it 1 year later. It's extremely slow. You can't even upgrade to use the new software update. It went out of date really fast. Okay, so we looked at 3 idioms that each have a few different meanings. Your assignment now is to write some examples using each idiom and send them to me. Trust me. This practice will help prevent you from blowing a fuse when speaking English and stop your vocabulary from being outdated when you talk to people. So break through to fluency and get writing. For more technology-related idioms today, bells and whistles, cutting edge, down to a science, and what we call gadgets, gizmos, and doohickeys. Bells and whistles. When we talk about a device that we use, it probably has a lot of features or things it can do. Some features are really important and crucial to the device. We wouldn't want to have it without them. However, other features are not so important. They are of smaller importance, but a lot of them are added to the device in an attempt to make it seem more appealing, make us want to buy it. So we can think of these bells and whistles, the extra accessories, making a device slightly more interesting or flavorful, but not improving the value of the product in any meaningful way. Let's say I want to buy a new phone. I ask myself, what are the most important features? Making calls is essential, and I really prefer a good camera. So I want that, and I prefer a big screen. These 3 features are critical. Everything else is just bells and whistles because they add a small amount of value, but not anything I really care about. Like the phone comes with an app to monitor my health, but I never use it, and I never use their new virtual assistant either. Those are just bells and whistles in my opinion. Tell me about some of the bells and whistles of a device that you use. Cutting edge. If something is cutting edge, it is super new and advanced. If you get a cutting edge computer, it's the newest model and performs better than the previous ones. Or maybe you're buying a new car. If you get a car that has a bunch of new features that older ones don't have, it's cutting edge. It's new, has new features, and is more advanced than previous versions. We most often describe technology as cutting edge. The other main topics are fashion and design. So a cutting edge design means a new style of design that no one thought of previously. Or maybe you're at Paris Fashion Week. You will see a lot of new cutting edge fashion designs on the runway. In fashion, the runway is where the models walk to show everyone the new cutting edge clothes. But something doesn't stay cutting edge forever. Eventually, it gets replaced by new models. When that happens, it becomes out of date or outdated. When I bought this camera, it was cutting edge. It was the best. But now, there's nothing special about it, and I will need to replace it soon. And this computer, it's pretty cutting edge right now and works super fast. But in 1 or 2 years, it will be considered pretty slow. Do you own anything that's cutting edge or used to be cutting edge? Down to a science. The full expression is to have something down to a science. And when you have something, especially a task or skill, down to a science, it means that you can do it very well. For example, I edit a lot of videos. It took me many hours to learn how to edit, but now I've got it down to a science. It's not difficult. In fact, it's quite easy. Or what about English? Right now, you struggle with the language, but with consistent study, you will have it down to a science. You will understand it and use it easily. Talking about an idea, we can also say that we've got something down to a science to mean that you understand it really well. It's not complicated or confusing anymore. I've got Western European history down to a science. I've studied it for years and can tell you about any event that happened. I work in sales, so I have sales strategies and communication methods down to a science. If you need any advice, just ask. What about you? What skills or knowledge do you have down to a science or hope to have down to a science in the future? Gadget. There's a good chance you know what a gadget is. In fact, I've been using a different term in this lecture to refer to a gadget, a tech device. So tech device, gadget, same thing. They both mean a mechanical tool that we use to do certain tasks easier. Phones, laser pointers, computers, printers, and TVs are all gadgets. As well, a gadget most often requires a battery to operate, or if it has no battery, needs to be plugged into a wall in order to operate using electricity. Gadgets and devices are usually small enough that we can hold them, or at least small enough to fit in your house. That's why a car and other vehicles for transportation are not gadgets. They're too big. Another term we can use for gadget or device is gizmo. Gizmo is slightly more informal, but it's used to describe the exact same things as gadget. Finally, we also have doohickey. A doohickey is also a gadget or gizmo, but we most often use doohickey when we can't remember the name of the gizmo we're talking about or trying to describe. What's that wearable doohickey that counts your steps and monitors your health? Oh, you mean a Fitbit. It's a type of smartwatch. I read an article about this doohickey that immediately calls the hospital when you have a heart attack. I just can't remember what it's called. I want you to think of a gadget, but pretend you can't remember the name of it. Use doohickey to replace its name and describe the gizmo to me. All right, it's homework time. With great new idioms comes great new homework. In the previous lecture, I gave you some questions to answer, and I want you to answer them now. Here are the questions again. 1. Do you own anything that's cutting edge or used to be cutting edge? What makes it cutting edge now, or what made it cutting edge in the past? Number 2. What skills or knowledge do you have down to a science or hope to have down to a science in the future? And if you want, also explain why it's so important for you to master this skill or area of knowledge. Number 3, I want you to think of a gadget, but pretend you can't remember the name of it. Use doohickey to replace its name and describe the gizmo to me so I can guess what it is. I love technology, and you probably love it too. To love it and especially understand it even more, here are more tech idioms, including hit the airwaves, the nuts and bolts, pull the plug, and reinvent the wheel. Hit the airwaves. When something hits the airwaves, it appears on TV or radio for the first time. So we can also say broadcast for the first time, or first appear on TV, or first appear on radio. Also pay attention to these prepositions, to be on TV and to be on radio. When is that new show going to be on TV? I think it's supposed to hit the airwaves next Monday. Did you already start airing your podcast? No. I hope it's ready to hit the airwaves soon, though. And as a verb, by itself, to air means to broadcast, to display a TV program, or allow listeners to listen to something. And finally, to promote and publicize things, people will hit the airwaves to do something. Most often you hit the airwaves to promote or talk about something you did. That's why, or I guess that's what late night talk shows are for. Celebrities will hit the airwaves to tell people about a new movie, or maybe a politician will hit the airwaves to talk about an important political issue. And again, this only means on TV or on radio. The politician hit the airwaves to clarify what was happening. Nuts and bolts. When we talk about the nuts and bolts of something, it is the basic, fundamental details of a thing or idea. For example, in school, when learning about a new topic, you start simple. You start with the nuts and bolts. You don't start advanced because that will confuse you. But after you learn the nuts and bolts, you are able to continue. I don't understand this story at all. What's the nuts and bolts of the plot? Yeah, I'm confused too. I think the nuts and bolts of it is that people can be liars. I don't know a lot about physics, but I understand the nuts and bolts. And you might think you only know the nuts and bolts of English, but I promise that you are much more advanced than you think. Pull the plug. To pull the plug has a literal meaning and a more abstract one. Let's start literal. If you're at a hospital or talking about someone's health, to pull the plug means to stop trying to help a patient live, to remove them from what we call life support. If you pull the plug, most often the person will die because their body is too weak. However, less frequently, it might push the person's body to work independently and allow for a recovery. When we're not talking about health, to pull the plug means to quit doing something or to prevent something from happening. If you're working on a project but it's not going well, you might decide to pull the plug and start over. Or if someone at work has an idea that you hate, you might try to pull the plug on their project so that it doesn't happen. If we put an object after pull the plug, the thing we don't, or the thing we want to stop doing or prevent from happening, we need to put the preposition on before it. We pull the plug on something. Our boss pulled the plug on our Asian sales team. It was taking too much of my time, so I pulled the plug on it. You're doing a great job. Don't pull the plug yet because it will be worth the effort. Reinvent the wheel. Reinvent the wheel has two totally different meanings. Let's start with the older, traditional meaning. To reinvent the wheel is to spend a lot of time and energy creating something that has already been created, to duplicate it with the hopes of making it better. This expression is literally saying the wheel has existed the wheel already exists and all you're doing is making it again. So for this use, if you reinvent the wheel, it's bad. You're wasting your time, energy, and probably a lot of money. You're just kind of copying. We need to find a way to make our company unique. So far, all we have done is reinvent the wheel by copying our competitors. However, nowadays, reinvent the wheel also has the complete opposite meaning. This is the meaning I am more familiar with. Now, reinvent the wheel means to do something in a wholly, entirely new and different way. So you are not copying anything. You are innovating and experimenting. Deadpool was a popular superhero movie because it reinvented the wheel about how superheroes can talk and act. Apple reinvented the wheel with cell phones when they introduced the first iPhone. All we want you to do is make a simple advertising campaign like our competitors. We are not asking you to reinvent the wheel or do something crazy. Homework. We've gone over some great idioms today, as well as some idioms that can have quite different meanings. So write some examples or record yourself using them. Send me your examples and I'll tell you how you did. Weather English. We talk about the weather a lot because it's something that impacts all of us. Every day you wake up, the weather is influencing what you do and what it will allow you to do outside of your home. To start, let's look at a few small talk weather expressions, then how to describe, ask questions about, and detail changes in the weather. Learn vocabulary for all types of severe weather, some current events vocab so you know what weather issues are most popular nowadays, and finally, the most important weather idioms. Weather expressions for small talk. The weather is so common for small talk because we all experience it and are able to discuss it. So if the weather's good or bad, it's something we know we can talk to someone about. Small talk is a type of light conversation we use mostly with people we don't know very well and don't know well enough to talk about more personal things. But we also use small talk with friends, family, and colleagues to start a conversation by focusing on something that's easy to discuss and possibly to see what kind of mood someone is in and if they want to have a real conversation or not. After greeting someone, it's common to say something like, "This weather," or "How about this weather?" or "Some weather we've been having." You can use these expressions for any type of weather, good, bad, and everything in between. If the weather has been bad, you're emphasizing how bad it has been. If it's been good, you're stressing that it has been really nice. If it's chilly that day, you want to highlight this fact. As well, it's common to ask a person if they know what the weather is going to be like in the future, to see if they know the forecast. A common way to ask this is, do you know what the weather's going to be like? If you want to specify the time you're asking about, put a time verb at the end, like tomorrow, this weekend, or next weekend. Hi, how are you? I'm good, thanks. So do you know what the weather's supposed to be like tomorrow? I heard it's supposed to be sunny. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed is an expression that can mean I hope so, or to say good luck. It's also used as a verb, to cross your fingers. Remember that we mostly talk about the weather this way with people we don't know well, or when we feel like there is an awkward pause in a conversation and want to say something to avoid being silent. With people you know well, you're also likely to talk like this, but probably only when it's extreme weather, because you have other, more important things that you can talk about. So let's practice. Write a few dialogues using weather as a way to make small talk with someone, a way to start a conversation or avoid awkward silence. When you're done, send me your examples because I really want to see them. Describing the weather. What is weather? Weather is a temporary period of wind or no wind, sunshine or clouds, cold or warm, rainy or dry. The weather changes every day. However, climate does not. When we talk about the climate of a place, that describes what the weather is typically like in a region, a predictable generalization about the weather patterns in an area over a long period of time. If you live in the desert, you have a very dry and hot climate. If you live in Antarctica, the climate is very different, covered in snow and freezing cold. But these regions with different climates still experience different weather every day. And they also experience periods of the year that are characterized by changing weather patterns. Those are the seasons of the year. Seasons. There are 4 seasons in a year: fall, winter, spring, and summer. If you live in a very hot or very cold climate, you might not notice the seasons changing very much, but they still exist. And depending on where you live, the seasons might occur at different times of the year. So let's use the different seasons to show us how to describe different types of weather. Summer. Summer is characterized by nice weather. When I say nice weather, I mean warm and sunny. Some ways to describe this weather are: it's warm out, it's nice, and it's hot out. You'll notice in spoken English, we put out after many weather descriptions as an abbreviated way of saying outside. It's really nice out today. Yeah, I'm glad it's not so humid today. Sometimes in summer, you get that sticky feeling in the air. When there's lots of water vapor, that makes you sweat easier and makes the air seem thick and dense. When it's like this, you can say it's humid or it's muggy. And for a few days or weeks when it gets really hot in summer, we call those periods heat waves or hot spells. It's a prolonged, extended period of intense heat and sunlight. What a heat wave! It's scorching out. Tell me about it. This hot spell is sweltering. When will it stop? Tell me about it is a great expression you can use to show agreement, to show that you completely agree about something someone said. And if the weather is scorching or sweltering, it's super hot. When there is lots of sun and few or no clouds, we can say it's sunny. There's lots of sun and there's lots of sunshine. However, sometimes there are clouds in the sky and we can say it's cloudy. Or if there are some, but not too many, it's partly cloudy. If there are a lot of clouds in the sky, we can say it's overcast, meaning you can barely see the sun. It was just partly cloudy this morning, but now it's overcast. Oh, I hope it doesn't storm tonight. Often when it's cloudy, there will be more wind blowing things around outside. If there is, say it's windy or windy out. If no wind, say there's no wind or it's not windy. I can't believe how windy it is today. I was driving on the highway and felt my car shaking. Fall. Fall typically starts warm because it comes after summer, but it ends much cooler because winter follows it. If summer weather stays around longer than usual and it doesn't seem to be getting cooler in fall, we call that an Indian summer, or to be having an Indian summer. It means to have warmer, summer-type weather longer than usual. But starting in fall, the temperature becomes a bit colder. It's generally cooler. We say it's brisk or it's brisk out to say it's in between hot and cold. To mean the same thing, we can also say it's chilly. It's chilly out, it's cool out. If you use any of these to describe the weather, you're done wearing shorts. You're probably wearing pants and long-sleeved shirts or a sweater, but it's not cold enough for a winter jacket. Is it nice enough to wear shorts today? No, it's pretty brisk out. I recommend a sweater. If you live in a place where fall is a noticeable season, the leaves will change color and then fall off of trees and make big piles on the ground. We say for leaves to be changing color, trees to lose their leaves, or the leaves are falling. I love fall because the trees are so beautiful when the leaves change colors and then they lose their leaves and the kids jump in them. Winter. After fall is winter. And in winter, the weather is cold. Yeah. In order of coldness, we can say it's cold, it's freezing, and finally, it's blistering cold. Where I live, it often snows in winter. And when the snow is already on the ground, we can describe the scenery by saying it's snowy or it's covered in snow. For summer, you learned about heat waves and hot spells that are incredibly hot periods of weather. Winter has periods of weather that are incredibly cold, called cold spells. It snowed so much last week, it's covered outside, and this cold spell is unbelievable. 2 people died yesterday because of it. In the winter, if it snows a lot in a short period of time and is accompanied by severe wind, we call that a blizzard. We also have a verb to blizzard. If there is a good amount of snow, but without the wind, that's a snowstorm. And if there is little snow and little wind, it's a flurry. What a relief. The weatherman said there was going to be a blizzard, but it ended up only being a short flurry. I should check to see if he changed his long-range forecast for next week. The weatherman or weatherwoman is the person that you see on TV or hear on the radio describing the forecast. A forecast is the short-term prediction for the weather. A short-range forecast is for the current or next day and is typically very accurate. A long-range forecast estimates the weather for a week or more in the future and is less accurate. And finally, sometimes little balls of ice fall from the sky. That's called hail, and the verb is to hail. Most often the hail is really tiny and does no damage, but hail can sometimes be as big as golf balls. When this happens, it's a hail storm. Spring. Spring is famous for rain, so much that we have an expression, April showers bring May flowers. It means that all of the rain we receive in April helps plants grow big in May. So carry an umbrella with you in April because there's a good chance it will rain. If it's raining a lot, we call that a downpour. For verbs, pouring rain, pouring out, and downpouring. Most often we'll say it's coming down hard if it's raining intensely. If it's raining lightly, we say it's sprinkling or it's drizzling, to sprinkle and to drizzle. I can't believe how hard it's coming down. I was hoping it would just sprinkle a little so I could go for a run, but not in the downpour like this. To flood is something specific. If it floods, that means that there is so much water that the natural environment or man-made drainage system is not enough to send the water to different locations. So it stays above ground and can cause a lot of damage. The opposite of a flood is a drought. A drought is when there is no rainfall over an extended period of time. We say for there to be a drought. If you live somewhere that is experiencing a drought, you might also suffer from dust storms. A dust storm is when the ground becomes very dry due to lack of water, and strong winds blow the dust around, causing destruction. Very similar to a sandstorm in a desert. They were suffering from a drought which weakened the soil. Because of the weakened soil, the floodwaters traveled much faster into the city. If it only rains, we call that a rain shower. But if there is rain with thunder, lightning, and probably some wind, that is a thunderstorm. Thunder you can't see, but it is very loud. Lightning is very bright and shoots high voltage electricity from clouds towards the ground. We also have verbs for these: to storm, to thunder, and to lightning, describing weather changes. The weather can change season to season, day to day, and from morning to afternoon to evening. One thing to mention here is the times of day. This isn't related to weather. It's how dark or sunny it is because of the predictable position of the sun. The sun rises in the morning. That's when it first becomes visible. Before it rises, it's dark out. After it rises, we can say it's light out. But the sun does eventually go away at night. That's when the sun sets and it becomes dark again. Anyways, the most common way to describe all of these weather changes is to say it's getting blank out. The blank is where you put your adjective. Put your adjective in the comparative form if you want to make a comparison. The comparative form of an adjective is usually just adding an ER at the end of it. But if you just want to describe how the weather is in that moment, then don't change the adjective at all. Like these examples. It's getting warmer out. Before, it was quite chilly. When I woke up, it was pretty sunny, but this afternoon, it's really getting cloudy. Past and future weather. We mostly talk about the weather in the present tense, but we also describe previous weather and upcoming weather. For the past, it's becomes it was. It's sunny today. It was sunny yesterday. It's freezing cold this winter. It was freezing cold last winter. It's cloudy this morning. It was cloudy yesterday morning. To talk about future weather, use going to be or the future simple using will, be, and an adjective, or will be plus a verb. It's freezing today. It's going to be freezing tomorrow. It will be freezing tomorrow. It's raining right now. It's going to rain later. It will rain later. Ask questions about the weather. So you know all the ways we describe weather, but how to ask someone about it. When talking about weather, using it's and then a description is the most popular way. And to turn this into a question, we just change the order of the subject and verb. In it's, you might not have noticed the subject because it's contracted, shortened. What we really have is it is. It is the subject and is the verb. This is one conjugation of the verb to be. So to make a question, we just put is first and then it, followed by the thing we're talking about. Turn the following statements into questions. It's raining becomes, is it raining? There will be a blizzard becomes, will there be a blizzard? So again, we just changed the order of the subject and verb. There is our subject and will is our verb here. Be still comes after the subject. It's going to be cloudy and windy tomorrow becomes, is it going to be cloudy and windy tomorrow? But when talking about climate, we tend to talk about things that happen habitually and regularly, things that are characteristic of a region and don't change much. They're expected. So to ask questions in these situations, we often don't use the verb to be in our questions. Most weather verbs are like this, like to rain, to blizzard, to snow, to flood, to thunder, to lightning. Thankfully, they are very easy to turn into questions. For the present tense, just put does in front of the verb if the subject is he, she, and it. Use the question word do if the subject is I, we, you, they. When talking about the weather, the subject will almost always be it. And for the past simple tense, always use did. After the question words do, does, and did, don't conjugate the verb. Leave it in the infinitive form, also called the base form. That's the verb's natural state. I'm going to give you some statements with the verbs, and I want you to change them into questions. It rains a lot in spring becomes, does it rain a lot in spring? So you can see that I didn't conjugate the verb rain to agree with the subject. To rain is the base form. We always use the base form after the question words do, does, and did. It snows and hails a lot where you come from becomes, Does it snow and hail a lot where you come from? They like playing in the snow becomes, do they like playing in the snow? There is a severe drought in California becomes, is there a severe drought in California? Here we change the order of the verb and subject again because is comes from the verb to be. And with this verb, we just change the order. This is called inversion. Types of severe weather. Severe weather is an expression that refers to types of weather events that can cause serious amounts of physical damage, disrupt your regular life, and is capable of killing people. We already talked about a few types of severe weather, like blizzards, dust storms, and hailstorms, and floods. Now let's focus on a few other popular ones. An earthquake. An earthquake is when there is a sudden and extremely violent shaking of the ground. An earthquake doesn't last for a long time, but the tremors, meaning the shaking that people experience from it, are still very destructive. We say for there to be an earthquake. Often there are smaller tremors that will occur after the main earthquake. These are called aftershocks and can cause lots of damage. A hurricane. A hurricane, also called a typhoon, is a type of tropical cyclone that brings extremely fast winds that start in the middle of big bodies of water and then hit land. For storms that start in the water and finish on land, we say they hit land when they make contact with it. As well, we say there is a hurricane or a hurricane approaching if it's going to affect you. A landslide. A landslide is when a huge amount of earth and rock fall down from the side of a mountain or cliff. When a landslide happens, it's usually dry rock and pieces of land. But if it's very wet and muddy, especially because of a large quantity of rain or flooding, that is a mudslide. For there to be a mudslide and for there to be a landslide. Also, as an expression, we can say someone wins something in a landslide. That means to win by a big amount. As well, if you're on a mountain covered in snow, you might experience an avalanche. That is when a large quantity of snow sitting on the side of a mountain becomes unstable and plummets to the bottom. For this, say, for there to be an avalanche. A tornado. A tornado is a type of cyclone, but it doesn't occur over water. Instead, it happens above land. So it's a big vortex of violent wind moving around on ground. When there's a tornado, there's also a big storm with thunder, lightning, and rain. We experience tornadoes in many parts of the US, and in spoken English, we often refer to them as twisters. For tornadoes and twisters, we say for there to be a tornado or for there to be a twister. A tsunami. A tsunami is usually caused by an earthquake or underwater landslide that causes a huge amount of shaking and tremors. These submarine disturbances cause massive waves to move onshore, meaning on land, where they destroy almost everything in their path for miles. Unlike other storms that start on water and move towards land, a tsunami is incredibly hard to predict, and there is often very little warning. For many types of severe weather, like tsunamis and tornadoes, there is often a siren that will go off to warn people. With a tsunami, we can say it's moving towards a region, and to describe the event, for there to be a tsunami. You've probably noticed that the T at the beginning is silent. Tsunami. Current events, weather topics. Current events are the most popular or most important events happening in the world now or that have happened recently. Because of their popularity and importance, most people will know about them. And related to weather, there are a few current events topics that are great to use for small talk and real conversations. Climate change. Climate change, also called global warming, is by far the most popular topic related to weather and the environment. Climate change is the gradual increase in the overall temperature of the Earth's atmosphere. This is usually understood to be caused by the increased levels of carbon dioxide, CO2, that is emitted into the atmosphere. CO2 and other gases that contribute to climate change are also grouped together as greenhouse gases. Together, they warm the atmosphere. This is called the greenhouse effect. Because of the warming temperatures caused by the greenhouse effect, we experience things like a disappearing ozone layer that protects Earth from dangerous radiation. And as the atmosphere increases in temperature, this warms the oceans and causes sea levels to rise because water expands as it gets warmer. Often in the news, this is referred to as the rising of the oceans, sea level rise, and rising sea levels. Endangered species. In some cases, animals are not able to adapt to changes in their environment caused by climate change. If an animal experiences a rapid and sudden decrease in its population, meaning a big decrease in the number of them that exist, it is endangered and close to not existing in the future. If there are no more of them, zero, this is extinction. For verbs, we say to go extinct, to be or become endangered. Green energy. Green energy is energy that comes from natural sources like sunlight, wind, rain, tides, plants, algae, and geothermal heat. We also call green energy renewable energy because it is naturally replenished, meaning we can use it again and again and again. The opposite is energy that comes from a type of fossil fuel. Popular fossil fuels are coal, oil, and natural gas. Severe weather events. Finally, severe weather is a popular topic. In the US, we are still talking about Hurricane Katrina, which happened in 2005. As well, depending on the time of year, you will probably talk about different types of weather. In winter, you're probably talking about cold temperatures and blizzards. Or if winter means lots of rain for you, you might be talking about flooding and mudslides. Is it hurricane season? You can expect the news to be discussing big tropical storms for the next few months. As you can see, there are many weather topics we use for conversation. And in general, if you know you're going somewhere like a social event, party, or have a meeting with people you don't know very well, check the news for any big breaking stories, anything that will allow you to break the ice and start chatting with people. What are your thoughts about climate change? In the US, it's still a topic that is debated, and some people don't believe that it is a real phenomenon. What's your opinion? Is climate change real and impacting our world? If so, what can be done to stop it? Or tell me about a major severe weather event that you know or might have experienced firsthand. And why do you think people like talking about these types of devastating events? If something is firsthand, that means that it comes directly from the original source or from a personal experience you had. The opposite is secondhand, meaning that someone else shares their experience with you. Let's finish all this weather talk now with some of the best idioms English has available. To break the ice. Now, break the ice really has nothing to do with weather, but it is an expression meaning to start small talk. So it's great to teach you here because weather is such an important small talk topic. So to break the ice with someone is to say something to make the person more comfortable or just to say something in an attempt to start a conversation. But breaking the ice can also be doing something. So maybe you're at a party, but everyone is shy and too nervous to talk. To break the ice, you turn on some music and start dancing in an attempt to make the situation more relaxed and comfortable. I tried to show the person giving me the interview that I was outgoing. So right when the interview started, I broke the ice by telling a joke, and they loved it. Family get-togethers can be difficult, but they are a lot more enjoyable when there are ways to break the ice, like playing games with each other. A get-together is a social event or gathering. Cabin fever. If you live somewhere where it either rains too much, is too cold, is too hot, or has too much pollution to go outside, you eventually start to feel stuck in your house. You start to go crazy because the weather is forcing you to spend too much time inside. Sometimes this might just be for a weekend due to a couple days of bad weather. But other times it's because your climate has extreme weather for parts of the year that really restrict what you're able to do. When you feel like this, when you start to feel a little crazy or uncontrollably bored because of the weather forcing you indoors, this is called cabin fever. We can say we have cabin fever or experience cabin fever. Where I live, we get lots of snow in the winter, and the temperature can be unbearably cold. So we are forced to spend more time indoors than usual, and this can become quite tedious and boring. Most people want to go outside and enjoy the fresh air. But when you can't, cabin fever takes over, and you feel either a little crazy, off, or just upset because of the situation. I'm so glad spring has finally arrived and the snow is gone. I had some serious cabin fever being cooped up in the house all day and night. To be cooped up somewhere means to be stuck in a place, especially a small place. This term actually comes from chicken coop, which is where chickens live and lay eggs on a farm. A lot of people don't realize how much people suffer from cabin fever when they live in the desert. For much of the summer, the sun is too hot to spend a lot of time outdoors, and so you have to stay in air-conditioned places most of the time. Raining cats and dogs? Raining cats and dogs is often the first idiom that an English learner is taught. What's funny though, is that we don't use this idiom very much in spoken English. For example, I live in a part of the US where we get lots of rain from April until it starts snowing in December. I cannot remember the last time I heard someone say, "It's raining cats and dogs." We all know what it means, but no one uses it in regular conversation. It is rarely used. So I am focusing on this idiom so you don't use it. We have much better expressions related to rain. If it's raining intensely, if it's downpouring, say it's really coming down or it's coming down hard. As well, just saying it's pouring or pouring out is also pretty common. Sometimes we have rainy weather for several days in a row. To describe this, it's better to say something like it just keeps coming down, it doesn't want to stop, or it looks like it doesn't want to stop when talking about the rain. As well, if you want to predict what you think the weather is going to do, we often say it looks like it's going to blank. And then we give our weather prediction. Like, it looks like it's going to stop raining. It looks like it's going to snow. It looks like it's going to be a beautiful day. Again, you can say it's raining cats and dogs, and we do say it sometimes. But it's not something we say a lot, and it will probably sound unnatural when you do use it. So I would just use one of these more popular expressions instead. I'm so glad I brought my umbrella to work today because it was coming down hard when I got off the bus. I'm so sick of this rainy weather. It doesn't look like it's going to stop, and I'm getting some serious cabin fever because of it. Rain or shine. If an event is going to happen, rain or shine, it means that if the weather is bad, it will still happen. And if the weather is nice, it will still happen. Basically, no matter what, the event will happen. This is especially used when talking about plans you have or events that will happen outdoors, where the weather can be unpredictable. So let's imagine our friend is having a picnic in the park. You know, where you get a blanket, sit on the grass with other people, and share some food and drink. And when sending the invitations to people, our friend also writes rain or shine. What this means is that the picnic will still happen even if the weather is bad. The opposite is to include something like weather permitting. If they say weather permitting, that means the event will only happen if the weather is nice. But if the weather is bad or not permitting, the event won't happen. It's canceled. So if you get an invitation to something or plan on attending an outdoor event, check to see if it says rain or shine, because that means it will happen no matter what. But if it says weather permitting and then looks like it will rain that day, it's most likely going to be canceled. Finally, if you're just talking about getting something done, accomplishing a task or project, we sometimes say we will do something, rain or shine, to mean that we will do it no matter what. Nothing will stop us. We will work as hard as necessary to accomplish our task. And generally, it means that the task is going to be quite challenging. Why are you still at home? Aren't you going to the picnic? Mark said he was going to be there, rain or shine. Really? I don't want to sit outside in the rain getting sick. I just assumed it was weather permitting, so I made plans to see a movie instead.